Hello and welcome to a truly auspicious occasion. Yes, the time has finally come. It's the final month of the first year of the second decade of the third millennium, the ideal time to crown once and for all the greatest video game of all time.
And who better to do it than the hardworking folks here at IGN? In a sea of sevens, we're always fishing for that perfect 10, the 10.10 to end all 10s, although we don't use decimal points in our review scores anymore. We stopped doing that.
I don't even think we ever did 10.10s. That's right, we're not, but what we are doing is providing robust daily coverage of all things gaming and entertainment and beaming it out to you on every platform possible via IGN.com, YouTube, social media feeds, smart TVs, you name it, we're there.
And we've whittled the very best of that galaxy of content down into an epic 9-hour-long marathon exploring and ranking the 100 best games ever. And it's starting right now, everybody.
I'm incredibly excited for this, and I don't care who knows.
Okay, I said it was starting right now, but now it's actually starting right now. We're going to kick things off with a pair of great games that just barely made the cut, like two Indiana Joneses diving under a closing door.
Here is the 100th best game of all time.
Just start the thing already. Start it.
Starting now.
It's been far too long since we had a reason to return to the wonderful and deadly world of Pandora. But now it's time with Gearbox's awesome shooter, Borderlands 2. The original hooked me with its great gunplay, constant stream of loot, and generally hilarious writing, but had plenty of room to grow. A few minor complaints aside, developer Gearbox has succeeded in making the sequel an improvement over the first in every way.
Everything must die!
I'm racking my brain trying to think of a name for that diamond pony I bought. I was gonna call it Piss for Brains in honor of you, but that just feels immature. Hey, maybe Butt Stallion? Nah, that's even worse. I'll tell you what, I'll give it some more thought.
The story of the original Borderlands was clearly shoehorned in around the gameplay. It had moments where it came together, sure, but overall it felt flat and forgettable. With Borderlands 2, the studios really upped their game, weaving together all the characters and jumbled plot points of the first game into a story that makes sense. You play as a vault hunter, essentially a badass treasure hunter who's on Pandora to look for vaults. Sadly, Handsome Jack, the game's villain, has other plans, and before you know it, you're wrapped up in a quest to stop Jack from destroying the entire world. The story's a bit cliched, I know, but it serves as an easy-to-understand backdrop for the excellent writing. Borderlands 2 really pushes the witty writing and crude humor that came out in much of the first game's DLC, with quests that introduce you to a number of bizarre and funny characters.
Got a very important tea party coming up, and my date is missing, and I am not going stag! Don't even suggest it!
The main story has the odd moment that even manages to be touching, though this often feels a bit out of place considering the rest is filled to the brim with creative and well-written gutter humor.
Boner farts. That's right, we're calling them boner farts now.
Gearbox has done a better job this time around with making your character feel more like your character. While the options are still really limited, they've added the ability to change the skins on your head and your body. More importantly, they've reworked much of the interface, resulting in a number of improvements to the overall experience. There are subtle things, like the way the menu pulls outside your character, the addition of more options to sort your quests, and an always-on minimap makes Borderlands 2 feel much improved over its predecessor. The sense of place in the world of Pandora has never been stronger either. The lands you explore and the creatures you fight all establish the feeling that you're on a world that feels at once alien and somehow akin to Frontier America. And while you return to a couple environments from the first game, the new, sprawling sections of the world you get to explore are diverse enough not to become boring and pretty enough to occasionally warrant a good look around. Sadly, occasional technical issues did pull me out of the experience, but since they're seemingly random, it's hard to say whether you'll see them on your platform of choice. From parts where objects and enemies got caught in the world, to scenes like this, where the Gunzerker gets trapped in a cycle of death. There's also a tiny bit of texture pop-in that occurs across all platforms. Progressing through the story so you can see those credits roll is a perfectly fine reason to play through Borderlands 2, but for many more people, it's the grind that's the most rewarding. Just like Diablo, randomly generated loot drives the gameplay experience. Each time you gun down an enemy or tear open one of the many chests and containers, there's the chance that a shiny new gun will tumble forth. The best moments come from running up to a freshly discovered weapon, comparing its stats against those of your current loadout, and then equipping it to see how it works. When you strive to get past a really tough quest or boss fight, and you get that one gun that perfectly suits your playstyle, it's just so damn rewarding. Of course, all that killing and looting nets you levels, which you can use in Borderlands 2 revamped skill tree system. Outside of each class's unique ability, The original Borderlands didn't do much with the skill trees to make each branch feel all that different or more viable than the others. This is not the case with 2, where each class's skill tree not only has more skills to put points into, but each branch has good enough powers that you'll feel hard-pressed when choosing where to allocate points. While not all the classes can create super diverse builds, Borderlands 2 definitely managed to make skill trees feel more significant, and to make classes feel much more adaptable to your playstyle. The game's 4 classes all play great too, and who you pick really just comes down to your playstyle. If you want to be super aggressive, you can check out the dual-wielding maniac that is the Gunzerker, or the turret-slinging commando. Those of you who appreciate a bit more subtle approach can play the magic-feeling siren or the ninja-like assassin. They're all worth playing, and after you finish the campaign and then play it again on a New Game Plus, you could always roll a new character for another go. If going through 30 plus hours of shooting and looting alone sounds boring, you can always join up with up to 3 other players in Borderlands 2's seamless co-op. If you join a friend's game, you can complete quests you've already finished, and if you do quests you haven't discovered, you'll always have the option to skip them in your base game. It's really smartly done. Less smart though is the fact that the loot is shared between all players, meaning if you're playing with strangers or even gung-ho friends, you'll need to work to get the loot distributed equally. My advice, pick your partners wisely unless you want to be frustrated. Alone or with friends, Gearbox knows how to make a shooter. The enemies are varied enough to keep engagements interesting, and the shooting controls feel appropriately snappy, making combat something to look forward to. Vehicles are also still present in Borderlands 2, though like the first game they're still largely underutilized, mostly just serving the purpose of getting you from A to B. Still, the occasional mission that makes use of them makes for a good change of pace. While some things like the visual customization to characters don't go far enough, and there are a few annoying technical issues, Borderlands 2 is a great improvement over its predecessor. The humorous writing will have you laughing, and if you're susceptible to loot addiction, you'll find an ample supply to collect, collate, and pine after. With fantastic shooting and hours of game to play, and then play over and over, Borderlands 2 is a shooter no one should pass on.
Divinity Original Sin 2 isn't just an improvement over its already impressive predecessor, it's also one of the finest RPGs of any type that we've seen in some time. You'll find a few bugs lurking here and there on occasion, but beyond that, Original Sin 2 is the masterwork that towers over many of its peers on the strength of its character choice, its powerful storytelling, and its rewarding turn-based combat. The overarching tale itself is fascinating, centered as it is on a cast of so-called sorcerers who are forced to wear magic-inhibiting collars to protect the population around them. Over the course of around 60 hours, it tackles themes of dispossession and the pursuit of divinity, all while allowing room for romance and flashes of humor. But much like The Witcher 3, Original Sin 2 peppers the hero's journey with brilliant side quests that pack as great a punch as the main story. Nor is it exactly orthodox in how it dishes out quests. Much as in the first Original Sin, some of the best interactions happen if you pick up the Pet Pal perk and chat with the animals of the world. But the true wonder of Original Sin 2 lies in how alive the world Larian Studios has crafted. It's as graphically beautiful as any game of this perspective has ever been, for one, and features a memorable soundtrack. You're on a big quest that will affect the lives of everyone in the world, naturally, but its people don't really see you as some cosmic arbiter of its fates, and their lives don't always revolve around you. For instance, key NPCs affecting major side story arcs can die before you've had a chance to chat with them properly, thus keeping you from seeing what might have been until the next playthrough. Few modern games are brave enough to lock out major content based on your decisions, and that gives those choices a rare weight.
Thank you, my friend.
Like all the best RPGs, freedom and flexibility are keywords here, and multiple solutions and outcomes exist for almost everything. You can chat your way out of most situations, or you can fight your way through if that's what your character would do. You can avoid some conflicts entirely by sneakily teleporting party members around obstacles. This kind of freedom can cause friction in the co-op mode for up to 4 players, especially since, just like in real life, your friends can run off and do their own thing and profoundly alter the way you intended a quest to go. It contributes to the feeling of living in a real world with real people. Most impressively, your experience changes based on which of the 5 races you pick for your characters. Play as an elf or bring one along, and you can gnaw on limbs to learn the backstory of the guy you're chewing.
Play as the undead and poisons heal you rather than damage you, but you risk potential allies fleeing in fear if you ever reveal your face. You can make custom characters using any combination of races and the plentiful starting classes, but it's best to experience Original Sin 2's story in the shoes of the wonderfully written characters created by Larian. The degree of character-specific dialogue options is frankly astounding at times, especially considering that every single written line in the story is voice-acted. It's also impressive that each character's story arc sometimes conflicts with another.
Don't stand between a prince and his principles.
That same flexibility extends to combat. Original Sin 2 is unabashedly turn-based, with each character's moves limited by how you spend their pool of action points, but the way it allows your weapons, spells, and the environment to interact and play off each other encourages constant creative thinking. Want to teleport an ally closer to you so you can douse the flames, burning them with a water balloon? That's a thing. Classes are open-ended too, allowing you to change roles mid-game if you want or need to. Better yet, the fun doesn't have to end with the end of the story, as Divinity Original Sin 2 comes with a Game Master mode that lets you simulate the GM-driven experience of a tabletop Dungeons & Dragons game using Original Sin 2's rules. It's such an appealing package that when the few bugs do appear, such as NPCs that refuse to talk until you reload your save, you might be convinced you're doing something wrong and need to lift a curse on them or something. On the bright side, patches since launch day have been frequent and effective. Divinity Original Sin 2 may have been designed in the spirit of decades-old RPGs like Baldur's Gate 2, but that legacy serves only as a foundation for the expansive game Larian has built on top of it. Few other RPGs allow such a wide range of flexibility while also supporting rewarding combat and a powerful story. This will be remembered as one of the greats.
Welcome back to IGN's Top 100 Games of All Time Countdown. You just checked in at number 98, so let's do it!
Final Fantasy VII in 7 minutes. Sort of. Everything you need to know about the story so far. Spoiler alert. Approximately 2,000 years ago, the Cetra, or Ancients, essentially served as the planet's caretakers, helping foster all life on Gaia. Things seemed pretty righteous until a massive meteorite crashed into the planet's surface and ripped a giant hole that the Cetra set out to patch up. Surprise! The meteorite contained the alien entity called Genova, or the Calamity from the skies. Genova launches a shape-shifting rampage, basically wiping out the Cetra in one fell swoop. Bummer. Eventually, the few remaining Cetra manage to seal away Genova in the North Crater, where she lies dormant for 2,000 years. Things are pretty quiet until Professor Gast, head of the science research department for the mega corporation Shinra, discovers Genova's crater, mistakes her for the last of the Cetra race, and excavates her body to begin what will eventually be called the Genova Project, a plan to recreate the Cetra.
These experiments are set to take place at spooky Shinra Manor over in Old Nibelheim.
A young man by the name of Vincent Valentine is hired to guard the research team made up of Gast and his assistants, Dr. Lucretia Crescent and Professor Hojo, who is sort of a dick. Vincent falls in love with Lucretia, but Lucretia ends up marrying Professor Hojo instead. The pair of scientists then decide to inject their unborn child with Genova cells and give him the name Sephiroth. Vincent objects, gets shot by Hojo, but is resurrected by Lucretia as some sort of hybrid vampire. A manpire. Anyway, Vincent seals himself in this awesome coffin, and Shinra takes Sephiroth away to headquarters.
Eventually, Professor Gast finds true love with Ifalna. They have a daughter named Aerith, who is basically the last of the Cetra bloodline. Unfortunately, Hojo shows up, murders Gast because he does stuff like that, and takes Ifalna and baby Aerith to Shinra HQ.
Meanwhile, war rages on the continent of Wutai, and a certain young soldier first class is making a name for himself.
Over in the charming mountain town of Nibelheim, Cloudstrife and Tifa Lockhart have become lifelong friends.
Just as the war in Wutai is coming to a close, Cloud tells Tifa his plan to become a soldier but vows to return and save her if she's ever in a pinch.
He splits, joins Soldier, does a bunch of soldier stuff for a couple of years, and despite never making the first class rank, Cloud eventually gets assigned to investigate a malfunctioning Mako reactor in Nibelheim with fellow soldiers Sephiroth and Zack Fair.
Now this is where shit starts to get real weird. At this point, Zack and Cloud are fast friends, and Sephiroth is their fearless leader and a legend amongst soldier ranks.
Once in Nibelheim, and after a run-in with monsters being bred in the Mako reactor, Sephiroth discovers that he is in fact a super soldier created by the Genova Project.
He decides that Genova must be his birth mother, and that it's his destiny to control the planet.
He steals Genova's head, messes up Zack, and burns Nibelheim to the ground.
Cloud manages to knock him into the Mako reactor, killing him for at least a little while. Through sheer willpower, he learns how to manipulate the lifestream and creates a new body for himself at the North Crater. Gross.
Hojo arrives in Nibelheim and, witnessing the destruction, decides that he should make an army of Sephiroth clones.
He rounds up most of the survivors, including Zack and Cloud, who eventually escape. Unfortunately, Shinra catches up to them, and Zack dies protecting Cloud, bequeathing him the Buster Sword on his deathbed. Cloud decides to head to Midgar, where he runs into Tifa, who introduces him to Barrett Wallace and the terrorist group Avalanche, who are dedicated to stopping Shinra's evilness. After helping Avalanche bomb one of Midgar's mini Mako reactors, Cloud meets Aerith Gainsborough, a flower girl, and the last surviving Cetra. Keep up. Shinra retaliates, and in an attempt to literally crush Avalanche, they have the Turks, a group of Shinra operatives, drop the upper plate of Sector 7, killing thousands of civilians. Totally relevant. Shinra needs Mako energy to power their reactors, their weapons, and all their evil schemes, but it's becoming harder and harder to find. Legend tells of a promised land where the Mako flows like wine, but only the Cetra know where this sacred ground might be, so naturally they've had the Turks track down Aerith and kidnap her, locking her up in Shinra HQ. Cloud, Barrett, and Tifa decide to bust in and rescue her. While our heroes are on their rescue mission, Sephiroth calls out to Jenova, whose remains are being held in Shinra HQ. Cloud starts hearing voices, Jenova reawakens Sans head, assumes the form of Sephiroth, murders President Shinra, and flees. Cloud and company manage to rescue Aerith and decide to pursue Sephiroth. They also meet a talking lion wolf named Red 13 who wears feathers. He rules. Motorcycle chase. Red 13 takes the team to Cosmo Canyon, where scholarly cool dude Bugenhagen tells them about the livestream, which is slowly dying out thanks to Shinra. Leaving Cosmo Canyon, the team meets young ninja Yuffie, fights Jenova, meets a robot cat, plays some games, kills this dude, befriends our favorite vampire, meets Sid Highwind, gets double-crossed twice, and eventually ends up at the Temple of the Ancients. Once there, it becomes apparent that Sephiroth can control folk who've been injected with Jenova's cells, so he manipulates Cloud into retrieving the black materia, which just so happens to be the key to Sephiroth's master plan, summoning the ultimate dark magic meteor to injure the planet, allowing him an access point to absorb Livestream and rule the planet. Fortunately, Aerith has her own plan. She makes her way to the center of the ancient city and prays to summon Holy, which is the only magic that can hope to defend the planet against Meteor. Unfortunately, this happens. Cloud heads to the North Crater to settle the score with Sephiroth, but instead loses his mind when Sephiroth tells him that his past has been completely falsified by none other than Cloud himself.
Turns out the Nibelheim incident, the Mako poisoning, and Zack's death proved far too traumatic for Cloud and broke his little brain.
He then created a fake past for himself where he was a soldier first class, he wasn't, and Zack Fair never existed, he totally did, and then this guy shows up and tells him that he's just another Sephiroth clone, he's not. With his mind shattered, Cloud decides to hand over the black materia to Sephiroth, who promptly summons Meteor. This awakens the Weapons, a biomechanical monster team who are supposed to protect the planet during catastrophic events, but instead, they just start busting up towns. Cloud falls into the livestream, Tifa and Barrett are going to be executed, and stuff generally sucks. Without Cloud, the team manages to break out of Shinra, again, and procure the Highwind, Sid's airship. Tifa finds Cloud and Medeal, who's gone catatonic thanks to another round of Mako poisoning, and decides to stay with him until he's back in fighting shape. When the ultimate weapon attacks, Tifa and Cloud fall back into the livestream. Once inside, they manage to make their way into Cloud's subconscious, and together they figure out what's true and what isn't about Cloud's past, proving to him that his childhood memories of Tifa are real, and that he is actually the moody dude he's always been. Meanwhile, Shinra tries and fails to take out Meteor, and Vincent finally defeats Hojo. The group heads back to the North Crater to settle the score once and for all. They fight through various forms of Jenova and finally reach a nearly godlike Sephiroth. They kill that dude, and during their escape, Cloud senses that Sephiroth is still alive, and very shirtless. They have one final showdown, and the gang manages to rocket out of the crater just as Holy is released. Holy and Livestream join forces to destroy Meteor. Everyone lives happily ever after, until they don't. But that's for another time.
Assassin's Creed IV Black Flag is a smart, sprawling addition to the series that wisely places an emphasis on freedom and fun, while trimming most of the fat that bogged down Assassin's Creed III's ambitious but uneven adventure. Ubisoft's take on the golden age of piracy begins in 1715, and is presented in a much appreciated lighter tone that isn't afraid to make fun of itself in the name of an entertaining journey. And what a journey it is! Sailing across the massive expanse of the Caribbean, exploring gorgeous and unique islands, and getting yourself into all sorts of nautical trouble provides some of the most rewarding and memorable stretches of gameplay I've experienced all year. Even after putting in well over 40 hours with the 360, PS3, and PS4 versions, I'm still discovering new islands to explore and tombs to raid. But as great as all of this is, be prepared for some rough waters along the way. As beautiful and epic as Black Flag can be when it takes the leash off of you, you'll have to wade through a surprising amount of uninspired core story missions that keep it from becoming the pinnacle of the series. Black Flag learns from AC3's initial 10 hours of banal hand-holding by immediately throwing you into the action. After a lean and exhilarating opening mission that places you in the blood-soaked boots of Connor's grandfather, Edward Kenway, the world blossoms and allows you to explore its vast, uncharted waters. Black Flag is at its best when you ignore the main mission prompt and simply set out in search of your own fun. It treats you like an adult and allows you to explore its gorgeous and activity-filled world to your heart's content. Want to discover every nook and cranny of Kingston's sprawling expanse in search of Templar secrets? Or would you rather buy a small fishing boat and hunt for all manner of deadly sea creatures? Or maybe you just want to do a little bit of sightseeing. The freedom to tell your own stories also exists in the multiplayer mode, which, once again, refines the unique cat-and-mouse gameplay originally introduced in Brotherhood. Having to blend into your surroundings and try to trick other players into thinking you're an AI NPC, just like previous versions, it's a refreshing change of pace from the standard deathmatch that's become the norm in most multiplayer games. But it's not the main reason to keep coming back to Black Flag.
Multi-kill.
Also back and better than ever is the series' signature feeling of momentum. It does a great job of marrying the vertical city-based traversal of AC2 with the energetic rural movement of 3. That being said, Edward still occasionally disobeyed my commands by errantly jumping off rooftops and climbing up walls that I never wanted to scale in the first place. But those are minor nuisances. Ubisoft wisely avoids the morose spaghetti bowl that Assassin's Creed's story has become in favor of a much lighter tale that embraces the adventuresome spirit of classic pirate stories. I loved the fact that Edward is unlike his assassin relatives, and much more interested in money than the opaque goals of some secret cabal.
Sell that to the right person and I'd be the richest pirate. Privateer in the West Indies.
That being said, Black Flag also tends to repeat some of the Assassin's Creed series' favorite mistakes, like forcing you to tail a prospective victim at a safe distance for minutes on end while you're given an exposition dump. It's mighty annoying that I had to spend 10 minutes listening to rarely memorable dialogue before I could make the kill. I was also shocked at how much I enjoyed my time spent outside of the Animus. These first-person missions are mostly optional, but surprisingly great. As a new Abstergo employee working to develop an entertainment product based on Edward's life, you'll quickly find yourself embroiled in a bit of corporate espionage that ultimately leads to you discovering all sorts of secrets that gleefully hint at the future of the series.
Yar, matey! Very exciting. Welcome aboard.
No matter which system you decide to play Black Flag on, it's one of the best looking games of 2013. The current gen versions build upon the already gorgeous Assassin's Creed 3 by placing an emphasis on well-lit, tropical locales and the amazing water effects on the open seas. And on next gen, the experience is even more impressive thanks to the minimal loading and draw distances that seem to go on for miles. The way the camera zooms out when your ship reaches its maximum speed and you're bombarded with the sounds of the wind and the blood orange of a sunset are simply amazing. The amazing world of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag has kept me gladly occupied for longer than any other game in the series, even though its story isn't the strongest. At no point in my dozens of hours was I ever at a loss for something to do. Simply sailing wherever the wind takes me and seeing what sort of trouble I could get into is a complete joy. As long as you can put up with some of the underwhelming main campaign, Black Flag delivers a world brimming with gorgeous places to go, amazing secrets to discover, and nefarious pirates to stab.
And with that, we're already 4 games into our countdown of the top 100 games of all time. Stick with us, we are just getting started. This is IGN. Next up at number 96, Monkey Island 2: LeChuck's Revenge. When this came out, Guybrush Threepwood fans thought we knew what to expect. But somehow, creator Ron Gilbert threw us all for a loop, ending the piratey point-and-click adventure at a carnival. It left us to wonder if everything we just played took place in a boy's imagination, or if it was just another of LeChuck's voodoo spells. Regardless, the story, jokes, and pacing were all tightened up for the second Monkey Island, making it the most memorable of the long line of LucasArts adventure games. In at number 95, classic arcade racer Burnout 3 Takedown. Its predecessor Point of Impact fine-tuned the balance between high-speed racing and vehicular destruction, but Takedown perfected it. This was one of those games you could easily lose hours playing, either alone or with pals. Few things could test a friendship faster than wrecking someone's ride just before the finish line, but thankfully all was usually forgotten by the next round of Crash Mode. In our number 94 pick, Fallout 2, players start out as tribesmen with nothing more than a loincloth and spear, and gradually fight their way up to becoming a power-armored, Gauss-gunning killing machine. It's a fantastic and surprisingly natural progression, one that few games have been able to match. Exploring a vast and open post-apocalyptic world of raiders, super mutants, and deathclaws was daunting but exciting, and the world felt personal and vivid thanks to attention to detail, atmospheric music, and powerfully written quest lines. And with so many ways to play, Fallout 2 will surprise you again and again. What's not surprising is that number 93 comes in next in IGN's countdown of the top 100 video games of all time. That's kinda how countdowns work. Let's find out which game made the grade.
It was one of the first big free-to-play games and one of the first big multiplayer online battle arenas, or MOBAs. But going on 5 years later, League of Legends still holds firm as an example of excellence. With its amazing variety of champions, rewarding progression systems, and fast but intensely strategic team play, it easily hooked me and refused to let go. That addictiveness and competitive spirit, combined with a generous free-to-play approach and frequent updates from developer Riot Games, has created one of the biggest and liveliest gaming communities anywhere. This is Summoner's Rift, League of Legends' colorful 5-on-5 map. One of the big factors that distinguishes it is the ability to hide in the brush and surprise enemies, which makes it feel dangerous and unpredictable. It's also populated by NPC monsters who gives buffs to whomever kills them, creating a tempting option to avoid direct combat in order to make yourself stronger. League's 117 cartoony champion characters are full of personality and interesting power sets. Their innate passive abilities, like Teemo's camouflage, which allows him to stealth if he stands still for a few moments, then gives him extra attack speed, keep them dynamic without adding extra buttons to press. But it's their flashy active abilities and quirky quotes that make them memorable.
Don't be a scaredy cat!
Killing minions tends to be quick and easy thanks to many champions having strong area of effect attacks. There's no way to attack your own to deny your enemy of experience and gold either, and I like how this makes it easier to focus on other tasks, like getting last hits and harassing opponents. I also enjoy how relatively short cooldowns and low magic costs let me cast spells often, rather than having to worry about conserving them all for one crucial moment. But that doesn't mean abilities don't matter. From simple slows to huge super mega death rockets, snagging opponents with high-powered skill shots that require precise aim while dodging theirs is one of League of Legends' biggest thrills. Though League of Legends doesn't offer every champion for free, it's still a model of generosity. A rotating selection of 10 complementary champions is available each week, which is a great way to try before you buy. You can also unlock them at a reasonable rate, all with currency you earn from completing matches. So it's very possible to play League even at a competitive level without paying at all. Item selection in League is decent, but I find the build options to be a little restrictive. My team always anticipated I'd build items like the Bloodthirster or Rabadon's Deathcap. These might as well be called required instead of recommended, considering how powerful they are. Support items like the Frost Queen's Claim that grant passive gold are wonderful though, because they allow for more variation. League's tutorial is a gentle way to ease into all these complex MOBA mechanics, and its AI players are a judgment-free way of learning to play new characters. It's surprising that there's no replay function to help us learn from our mistakes though. Communication is key in MOBAs, but League of Legends lacks built-in voice chat. Without third-party voice programs, it can be really frustrating to coordinate your team using just the pings and text chat. It seems fair that 4 out of 5 players have to agree a match is lost before you can throw in the towel. Win or lose, managing my persistent summoner profile outside a match is good motivation to keep playing. Along the way to the max level of 30, which took me about 160 wins to reach, you'll unlock crucial summoner spells to use in-game. Once you're level 30, you can play against the most serious competitors in ranked play. The league system does a great job of putting you up against people at the same skill level. Making your way up the ranks is an achievement, and knowing points are on the line makes every match even more fierce. A typical game can take between 40 minutes and an hour, so when you need faster-paced modes, Dominion and All Random All Mid have you covered. The consistent action-packed brawls in these modes are a breath of fresh air relative to the steady fare you'll find on Summoner's Rift. While League's gameplay is intensely fun and the champions are fantastic, the launcher client is a slow and buggy piece of junk. Long load times are one thing, but you can't even change your in-game settings before you hop into a match. Even though you play on the same few maps with similar items, there's so much depth and strategy going on that no 2 matches of League of Legends ever feel the same. Its distinctive style encourages surprise attacks, and frequent use of skill shot powers and its colorful art style make everything pop on the screen. Learning how to make the most of its characters and to become an asset to a team is a long and challenging process, but once you've got it down, it's incredibly satisfying to work together to destroy your enemies in this amazing MOBA.
Welcome back to IGN's top 100 video games of all time. You caught us at number 92, which just so happens to be Mega Man 3. Mega Man 3 took everything Capcom learned from Mega Man 2 and expanded, refined, and remixed it. This game brought the Blue Bomber into the 90s in style, while retaining the challenging platforming and incredible boss battles the series had become known for. Our plucky robot hero managed to learn a few tricks that would become mainstays for future games in this and the Mega Man X series, like the slide and addition of Robot Pooch Rush. Mega Man 3 also marked the first appearance of Proto Man, whose short arc established him not only as Mega Man's older brother, but also an occasional foil. There's a long-running debate as to whether Mega Man 2 or 3 is the definitive NES Mega Man game, but for our money, it's the third installment, Mega Busters Down. Now let's take a closer look at number 91.
There are so many different types of Animal Crossing players, and yet Animal Crossing New Horizons manages to improve upon the virtual lives of each player type that I can think of. For the collector, there's a near bottomless bounty of bugs, fish, and furniture to gather. For the designer, there are new tools and few limits to what you can craft and customize. But it's the artists, the decorators, the dreamers who should be most excited. There's an entire island to jazz up, expanding the customizable area far beyond the walls of your house. You can throw a swimming pool on the beach, or add a giant kaiju statue to your garden, even literally move mountains. You can customize so much in New Horizons that I cannot wait to see what y'all create. I've played every Animal Crossing game, so let me say this to other longtime fans. One thing you should be ready for is a slower start than usual. At the outset, only 2 brave villagers and an industrious raccoon family inhabit the island. It's just you, trees, water, rocks, and a slow accumulation of buildings and animal villagers over the course of several real-time days. It's a different vibe than just moving to a town already full of bustling shops and animals going about their lives. Even though building a town from scratch offers a lot of customization, it takes too long to get to the good stuff. The museum, shopping, and even access to parts of the island, which require tools like the pole and ladder to reach, are all days away from when you first start. And there's just not enough to do for the first days while the sleepy island is waking up. Unless, of course, you cheat it by changing the system clock. One way or another, eventually you'll have access to all the tools to make your island whatever you want it to be, and that's where Animal Crossing New Horizons really breaks from its predecessors, and where it shines. The customizable island is a huge advancement. I love the terraforming tools above all else. You can form hills, cliffs, land bridges, waterfalls, lakes, miniature islands, and rivers with ease. Finally, you can place the things you craft and buy anywhere outdoors as well, which represents another huge leap forward in fun customization. You can make a cool beach hangout or a Zen temple on a cliffside just by dropping things on the ground. The total freedom to create a custom island has me more excited than anything else in New Horizons. The new home decorator is better than ever, with a brilliant new tool to place everything without having to handle it, a 360-degree view, and tons of cool interactive things to add to your house. Projectors and lamps that you can turn on, turntables and boomboxes to play music that you collect, even animated wallpaper. A few days in, I fell into a nostalgic pattern. In my loop, I spot daily fossil digs, talk to animals, cast a line out to any suspicious fish shadows, hit the shops, and joyfully juggle all the tasks that inevitably pile up. Crafting offers a major change to furniture, clothing, and tool acquisition in Animal Crossing New Horizons. Although you're now allowed to customize many basic designs, it has a very grindy downside. Because every game has to be Minecraft now, the root of crafting in New Horizons is hitting trees and rocks to see what falls out. It's more busy work than fun, and there are no shortcuts. You whack a stone 4 times, and then you pick up each rock, one at a time. Rather than deal with the crafting hassle, I preferred plopping down bells for weird Nintendo-designed furniture sets and even weirder clothes in the shops. There are endless lists of things to hunt, buy, hoard, and display in New Horizons. Let's start with my favorite. Bugs and fish are back in abundance with a list of 80 each to collect, some of which are unique to various seasons to keep you hunting all year. There are a lot of overlapping creatures from previous games, but it's still fun to find them all and sell the rest for bells. Even more rewarding is the museum, with gorgeous exhibits that come to life. You can take a day trip to a randomly generated nearby island, which might have different fruit to nab, but nearby means that islands you visit are in the same season, so you won't be finding rare winter fish while it's summer on your island. I like the idea that each island is different, but every one I've seen is a pretty dull substitute for previous Animal Crossing islands. Animal Crossing New Horizons has several different multiplayer modes, including local play on a single Switch where your friends can join in with a single Joy-Con. It's cool, but chaotic, and aside from showing off your island and taking group photos, there's not much to do but get in each other's way. You can visit other islands too, but only if you know the resident and they let you in, so you can't view strangers' islands in any way, which is too bad because that means people have to share their creations elsewhere. The Legend of Zelda, Pokemon, and Super Mario each found new life on the Nintendo Switch, and following these games in kind is Animal Crossing New Horizons, an expanded, polished, next-generation reboot of a classic Nintendo game. Perhaps most importantly, like Breath of the Wild and Super Mario Odyssey, Animal Crossing New Horizons is full of surprises. I cannot wait to see what's to come. Cool custom islands from the community, special events, season changes. It took too long to get to the most exciting part of my island renovation, but now that all of New Horizons is spread out before me, I have plenty to do, big plans for my island, and so much to look forward to.
Hi, if you're just joining us, this is IGN's Top 100 Video Games of All Time Countdown. In at number 90, Thief 2 took everything right about stealth games, then added a dash of steampunk-infused magic. Developer Looking Glass Studio crafted a believable world where technology was on the rise and the magic of the old world was on the run. Adding to the mix was the perfect anti-hero who wouldn't even consider the possibility of saving the world unless the end of the world meant no more houses to steal from. Thief 2 gave the player all the right tools for the perfect heist, along with interactive maps, rewards for taking your time, and of course, some of the best overheard guard banter in any game to date. Silently sprinting along rooftops, ducking through secret mansion passages, the game didn't just make you feel like a thief, it made you feel like a master of the craft. Number 89 is SimCity 2000. And although it may not be the most complex or even the most original of the city building series, it's definitely the most iconic. The sequel to the original SimCity is a beautiful, funny, detailed sandbox that gives players control of a huge, customizable map they can manage as they see fit. You can build the perfect metropolis, or you can burn it all to the ground with catastrophes like earthquakes and alien attacks. The game just hits that player agency sweet spot, making you feel like you're empowered to save your city without being overwhelmed by choice. You need to make sure your citizens have access to electricity and water, but also that they're safe, have access to healthcare, and that the roads are maintained. As your city grows, you'll have to keep track of things like mass transit, entertainment, and the economy. But the difficulty curve never feels too steep, and success always seems just a stadium away. Plus, there's never been a more satisfying feeling than zoning a land residential and watching the first folks move in. And next up, our number 88 pick is decidedly darker, following an unnamed child protagonist to a truly sticky end. Let's see what's lurking inside.
The first 10 minutes of Inside, the long-awaited Limbo follow-up from developer Playdead, swing between being beautiful, haunting, and terrifying. Sometimes it's all three at the exact same time. From there, it adds intrigue, wonder, and shock on top of those and never lets up. For that reason, it's best if you take my word for it and go in completely blind to discover it for yourself. But if you need to be convinced, keep watching for more on this visually stunning, thought-provoking, and mysterious masterpiece. Inside is quite simply one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. Every frame appears to have been meticulously crafted and polished several times over. From dust particles hovering in smoky air, to raindrops splashing down in a bog, to golden sunlight beaming onto your unnamed red-shirted boy avatar through a window, everything has had an artist's full and undivided attention. I often stop just to admire my surroundings, taking in the subtly detailed animations, moody lighting, boldly contrasting color palette, and even the eerily unsettling sound design. You can hear him breathing hard after he's been running for a while. You can see him stumble after he jumps and sticks a running landing. Gray paints a lot of the scenery, but color, often red, is used to draw your eye where the designers want it to go. Camera work is also laudable. The perspective only ever shifts slightly, but there's always a visual reward anytime the camera moves closer, pulls further out, or changes angle. Nothing I can say will prepare you for the vague, wordless events of Playdead's physics-based puzzle platformer, but without spoiling it, it seems virtually impossible to not be shocked by what transpires. As you break into Inside's militaristic complex and plumb its increasingly strange depths for the 3 brisk, well-paced hours it takes to complete the campaign, it continually changes in unexpected ways. When you end up in a one-man submarine, it's only the beginning of the mystery. I'm still thinking about Inside, what it means and what it says about humanity after playing through it twice. Inside's gameplay is similar to Limbo's simple but atmospheric 2D puzzle platforming. Deaths are frequent and can seem unavoidable and unfair at first, but they're actually lessons that teach you both what to do and what not to do. Something has to, because there are refreshingly no on-screen or spoken instructions whatsoever. And when you die, the animations are so varied and at times over the top as to be entertaining and sometimes unnerving. Checkpoints, meanwhile, are liberal enough and load times are brief enough that death never feels like much of a penalty. Like in Limbo, your only buttons are jump and interact, with subtle cues of hue or light directing your attention to where it needs to go. The puzzles themselves are a bit easier than those in Limbo. I never got hung up for more than a few minutes before having a gratifying puzzle-solving epiphany. They're intuitive while not necessarily being obvious, and the handful of puzzle mechanics are mixed and matched enough that Inside never wears out its welcome or succumbs to repetition. As a short game, Inside wisely ends before it runs out of ideas to sustain that freshness. and Inside's puzzles serve as the vehicle that drives its storytelling. No explanation is ever given for why the boy is alone in the woods at night, nor why he sneaks into the mysterious facility, or what he hopes to achieve there, much less who is trying to stop him. Things happen in this game that are practically indescribable. It's almost dreamlike in that it can start in a logical, grounded place and somehow end up somewhere far more fantastical. I urge you to play it, both because it's a masterpiece, but also because it would be a crime to ruin what happens here. I can practically guarantee you that you will not expect where Inside goes. Inside very clearly builds upon what made Limbo great, and in fact builds something greater. Its incredible final moments may leave you dumbfounded, confused, and quite possibly speechless, but it will fuel heated discussion with your friends about its meaning, its message, and its intentions. It's a short ride, but one I felt compelled to take again, including a search for its mysterious hidden orb collectibles. Play it soon before anyone spoils a single big moment for you.
Hi there, and welcome back to IGN's Top 100 Video Games of All Time Countdown, where we've used the prodigious resources at IGN's disposal to determine at long last, once and for all, the ultimate Top 100 gaming list ever. Well, at least until we do this list again in a couple of years. Look, you gotta keep the roster refreshed. If you're just joining us, we're currently clocking in at numbers 87 and 86, so there's a long ways to go yet. Nevertheless, just making the list is an honor, and let's see who did just that by orbitably dropping into the number 87 spot.
Titanfall 2 is the game that I wanted to play when Respawn first showed off its giant robot tank concept. It's doubled down on its breakneck movement and grandiose scale, and this time around it comes with an engaging single-player trek through a universe that was begging to be fleshed out.
Trust me.
Throw.
You're welcome, pilot. Good luck over there.
Titanfall 2's campaign is the tale of Rifleman Jack Cooper, who's unexpectedly given the reins of Vanguard-class Titan BT-7274.
You may call me BT.
Or BT.
BT. Got it.
When the two are stranded on the planet Typhon.
This is what we're fighting for, Cooper. A world that's not metal and smoke.
Their logical robot meets everyman buddy comedy quips are fun.
That was a meat grinder. You okay?
I'm undamaged. However, I do not believe this is a food processing plant.
If somewhat predictable, but there's a genuine mutual respect and caring between them.
Got you.
We get to know them as they work through 6 hours of excellent level design. Each of these atmospheric areas is a sprawling playground of twisting jungle valleys, massive factories, military structures, and debris fields. I was impressed that each level felt big enough for me to sprint, hurdle, double jump, and wall run through, while also being organized well enough that I never felt lost. Levels are deftly crafted with both Titan and pilot in mind, requiring you to wade through toxic sludge or a cloud of poison while inside the Titan before you're forced to hop out and pinball between walls and railings in order to clear a path for your companion to follow. The platforming design is as refreshing as any I've encountered in a first-person shooter. Throughout the campaign, new mechanics are consistently introduced that range from neat additions to whole new puzzle elements. By the end, you're fully expected to be able to combine them all. Throughout each dense level, swarms of IMC grunts, human-esque elite robots, Typhon's indigenous fauna, and massive titans all punctuate the platforming with heavy combat encounters. While most of the soldiers and robots serve as cannon fodder with predictable but effective AI, they're still lethal if not respected. Titanfall 2's weapons are an enjoyable collection of punchy firearms like the powerhouse automatic shotgun and the electric sphere firing rocket launcher. When combined with the smooth movement and melee attacks, this varied arsenal offers moments of catharsis and satisfaction. But when you're inside your slower and more grounded Titan, the combat becomes more conventional first-person shooting. Though unlike the multiplayer Titans, BT is capable of swapping loadouts on the fly to become a totally different class, complete with weapons and abilities and defensive items. The unlockable loadouts are a refreshing change of pace, especially when earned after defeating one of the slightly more powerful boss Titans from the Apex Predator's Mercenary Corps.
Lisk has put a high price on your head, pilot. Dead or alive, that makes you worth something to me.
Unfortunately, those fights aren't nearly as difficult or impactful as the lead-up suggests. But what will likely keep me coming back day after day is Titanfall 2's slick and much more fleshed out multiplayer. It's ratcheted up progression, customization, and content while rectifying some balance issues of the first game. It's still very much the fast-paced action Titanfall is known for, with movement that feels great, even when you're just running, jumping, bouncing, or sliding back to the action after a death. The biggest change is, fittingly, to the Titans themselves. They're much more vulnerable in Titanfall 2 because they don't come equipped with a regenerating shield. Every shot that connects does lasting damage, meaning Titans aren't unstoppable one-robot armies anymore. It's a great change to balance, along with the replacement of burn cards with the much more even-keeled pilot boosts. That works well with the redesign of rodeoing. Now, when you jump on an enemy Titan's back, you automatically pull out its glowing green battery, which damages its overall health. And if you can get away and give it to a friendly Titan, it'll restore some of its health and grant a shield. It's a great, dynamic addition that promotes teamwork in a new and interesting way. The 6 new Titan classes each bring their own unique character, with predetermined weapons and abilities, so that when you see one, you know what it's capable of and how to counter it, though they're still completely customizable, both in looks and through minor bonuses to weapons and abilities. That's one of my favorite parts of Titanfall 2 multiplayer. The constant stream of progression and the hefty customization. Weapons, attachments, skills and abilities, camo skins for pilots, Titans, and guns, plus player banners and emblems. It's all quickly and satisfyingly unlockable through leveling, completing challenges, or even just purchasing them early with in-game currency. And now with 8 modes, Titanfall 2 feels like a more complete multiplayer experience. Along with the returning pilots versus pilots,
now Titans, kill everyone.
Last Titan Standing and attrition modes, and standard team deathmatch and free-for-all options, there's even a 1v1 Quake Arena-style Coliseum mode. But my favorite mode in my roughly 20 hours of play is the AI-based Bounty Hunt mode, where 2 teams kill AI for money. A lot of extra tension comes from having to bank the cash you earn from kills before you're killed yourself during a small window between waves, because if another player takes you out, they score half your money. It's rare that a sequel evolves on every part of the original concept so consistently for the better.
Cooper is my pilot. Our combat effectiveness rating now exceeds 90%. Request permission to retain this link.
But Titanfall 2 is that exception. Its feel-good movement is the foundation for both the engaging action and platforming gameplay of its strong campaign and its over-the-top competitive multiplayer. With bolstered progression, customization, variety, and a fleshed-out story, Respawn has made good on its original vision with Titanfall 2. And bottom line, it's just damn fun to play.
Hello, this is Gav from IGN, and this week the PlayStation turned 20 years old. So we've been giving you all of our favourite PlayStation memories. We've had Alex with Metal Gear Solid, we've had Luke somehow with Crash Bandicoot, and today we've got Rich Beer Park with
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. This was one of my first experiences of gaming. Before that, I was just watching my brother play track and field in his bedroom. This was one of my favourite games on the PlayStation, and really my favourite level ever in any game, School 2.
Any game?
Maybe not any game now, but at the time, School 2 was my favourite level. What an absolute beast this was.
Is that just because you knew exactly where the best place to get points was and things like that? Or?
Yeah, but also there was a secret area that you can go into. Okay. So when the countdown clock's going on, you've got a certain amount of time to get to a position in the game. You then grind a rail when the school bell rings, and if you do it, you get to unlock the school gymnasium, which was awesome because it had like a massive pool in there, which meant you could do some crazy combos.
Yeah.
And then you've got kind of the sports hall next to that as well, and it's just really fun.
I think for me, Tony Hawk's, like both games, I was absolutely obsessed with, and I don't think I've ever been that obsessed or got that into a sport-ish game, if you can call this a sports game, ever since, I don't think.
Definitely. I mean, for me, it was probably because I couldn't skate myself. So this was the closest I was ever going to get, and obviously a lot better in-game than in real life. So
Did you ever go out and buy a skateboard? Because I definitely did.
I definitely did, and then I fell over once and went, no, never again, because my head felt funny.
One of the big things that stands out for me about this game is just the soundtrack. Like, this introduced me to so many bands, and like absolutely changed my sort of musical taste from then on. And the amount of people that I spoke to have said that's exactly the same for them. It's insane.
Definitely, yeah. I went on gigs off the back of this game, you know, like Lagwagon, Papa Roach.
Yeah, Millencolin.
Yeah, absolutely amazing soundtrack.
And now all those bands are dead.
Well, it depends when you're watching this video.
Yeah, sad times. Well, that was Rich's favourite game, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. Come back tomorrow and we'll have some more for you.
We're back and still counting down the top 100 video games of all time here on IGN. Thanks for joining us. You've arrived just in time for number 85, so let's see which game made the grade.
It's almost a shock to discover how perfectly the subtitle World sums up Capcom's achievements with the newest Monster Hunter. The series' first Western console game since the Wii brings along the thrilling co-op boss battles and near-overwhelming customization of its forebears on a scale we've never seen. Its elaborate ecosystems seem like they tick along nicely without your involvement, but more importantly, it feels like a place in which I could end up living. Monster Hunter's series of action RPGs has always been one that offers much and more. You begin with nothing but a flimsy weapon and the chainmail on your back and take on monster hunting quests, but its simple gameplay loop quickly and rewardingly expands your capabilities. You harvest materials from your prey and the environments they live in, use them to build stronger gear, and then use that gear to take on stronger monsters to get even more gear. That loop is made much more complex by 14 weapon types with entirely different control systems, hundreds of items to craft, and numerous interlocking stats and systems. That complexity's historically limited Monster Hunter's mainstream appeal. And after just the first few hours in World, it becomes abundantly clear that none of that's been thrown under the bus in the name of accessibility. Instead, quality of life improvements have smoothed off a few rough edges, making crafting simpler, armor skills more abundant, and looting quicker and more efficient. But few improvements seem to have been made with the first-time player in mind. It remains crazy to me that weapon tutorials in this series are still so meager. Those coming in looking for an all-encompassing adventure story will find it lacking too. World's central plotline of travelling to a new continent in the wake of a migrating elder dragon is a neat one, and pleasantly naturalist in tone. Well, as naturalist as you can be in a game about killing mythical creatures to make shoes, but it's nothing more than a pretext for the near-endless hunts ahead. The bottom line is that anyone coming in expecting a My First Monster Hunter experience simply won't find it. I urge you to at least try it anyway, because while not everyone will enjoy this much management alongside the maiming, Monster Hunter World is one of the most consistently exciting, satisfying, and gratifyingly absurd games I've played since, well, the last Monster Hunter game. Above and beyond anything else you can say about World, there is a lot of it. It's stupendously generous with content, and better, matches that with consistently making your time feel well spent instead of on pointless grinding. Weapon upgrade trees feel more labyrinthine, forcing you through a wider gamut of quests to get to what you want. To get a poison-dripping Rathian charge blade, for instance, you'll need to take multiple quests to scavenge monster bones, take down furious walking fish, and then sever the barbed tail of the Rathian itself. In the process, leftover rewards and carved-off materials can be used to make armor sets, each piece now offering extra skills that can make you significantly more powerful. Say you've struggled with a mud-spewing Baroth, throwing on a suit of muck-resistant armor suddenly turns the tide on that fight. Every system fits and works together like precise clockwork engineering, sending you ticking from one task to the next, crafting better and better equipment and gradually building a toolbox of murder weapons tailor-made for World's increasingly dangerous enemies. Perhaps the most fundamental change here is in how you find the monsters. The new scout flies are a clue-based tracking system, where everything from footprints to gobs of mucus unlocks your prey's location, as well as more information about its weaknesses and habits. You're essentially unlocking a wiki page, and I promise it's more exciting than I've made that sound. It makes World's looping structure even more rewarding. World makes a much needed change to multiplayer too, combining the series' traditionally separate single and multiplayer campaigns into a single string of quests that can be played either alone or in up to 4-player co-op. It's a step in the right direction, but also creates its strangest problem. To play a story quest, all players must have watched any included cutscenes and their absurdly poor lip syncing first. Why? The major upgrade, however, has clearly come in Monster Hunter World's graphical spectacle, which can finally match that design. Hunting grounds are huge, seamless maps that range from beautiful to breathtaking. The amazing Coral Highlands area in particular makes clearest how beneficial this shift in hardware has been. This new continent's locales also allow for a mostly brand new crop of monsters. Freakish, skinless megadogs, tar-covered wyverns that make armor out of other monsters' bones, and a chameleon bird that pukes poison. The artists have been working overtime. But it's not World's looks that benefit most from the technical upgrade, it's the AI. Monster Hunter stars have always been the monsters themselves. Gorgeous knots of fantasy illustration, brilliant animation, and inspired combat design. Battling them is closer to a dance than a brawl. Knowing your moves, from the hammer's slow stomping strikes to the insect glave's aerial acrobatics, and learning the monster's steps in return. You'll be clumsy when you begin, but fight on and you'll soon be severing tails and breaking off scaly armor for valuable rewards. Every battle mixes the in-depth learning of a fighting game with the grandeur of a classic game boss fight. It's Monster Hunter's stock in trade, and all of this carries over from previous games. But World adds a new variable: personality. With multiple monsters now sharing the same seamless space, Capcom's had to find ways to make them interact with both you and each other. You'll quickly begin to learn which monsters are territorial and which aren't, and every area has a clear food chain in which monsters mostly know their place. I've spent half-hour expedition missions just watching these animals move around, learning where they prefer to hunt or nest, watching their fight or flight reflexes kick in, simply because I enjoyed getting to know them. I've already spent over 50 hours completing the story, but I know I have hundreds of hours more to play from here before I hunt down the strongest and most elusive of the game's monsters. I feel nothing but anticipation at that prospect. This is the most audacious Monster Hunter game yet. World manages the balance between staying true to the series' ideals and its addictive loop of combat with intimidating monsters and meaningful upgrades that fans love, but it also takes a dramatic leap into a look, feel, and size that feels truly new. Its sheer depth and the commitment required is still intense, but it clearly isn't Capcom's aim to court a casual crowd. This is as all-consuming and incredible a ride as ever.
Now this is how you remake a classic. Capcom didn't just update 1998's Resident Evil 2 with modern graphics and controls. It started from scratch to craft a modern-feeling game that expertly reanimates the horrifying atmosphere and moments of extreme tension that made the original so revered. There's not a ton of content here, but I've enjoyed nearly every gory minute of my return to Leon and Claire's shoes. "20 years is a long time. Long enough that I'd forgotten nearly everything about Resident Evil 2, other than that I'd loved it back in the age of the first PlayStation. So I got to experience it much as many of you playing for the first time will. But viewed side by side, it's apparent what an enormous improvement this remake is. The horror-heightening lighting effects and convincingly terrified facial animations are especially impressive, and these satisfyingly dismemberable zombies are the best-looking undead I've ever seen in a game. And the juiciest. I love the way they lurch around, and I'd venture a guess that the designers were heavily inspired by the Tar Man from Return of the Living Dead. Some events have been rearranged or expanded upon, and there are some surprising twists I didn't remember, but this is a mostly loyal remake of the suitably dark and twisted story of Resident Evil 2. Our heroes, meanwhile, are likable enough, but two-dimensional in their unwavering heroism. That makes them a bit dull, whereas a couple of the side characters are more charismatic and interesting. Jesus. Whether you play as Leon or Claire, exploring dark hallways, solving silly but fun puzzles, and blasting zombies all remains just as enjoyable today. Raccoon City is divided into 3 large areas which also serve as the story's acts. Charting each area, learning the lay of the land, and eventually overcoming the obstacles in your way really never gets old. Capcom clearly doesn't expect us to be running and gunning like superheroes. The bloody, beating heart of Resident Evil is in careful inventory and ammo management and challenging skin-of-your-teeth survival. It always seems like I was just barely scraping by with enough bullets and healing items, which created a real feeling that I was in constant danger. That tension has been elevated by the commendable sound design.
The hell is that?
Resident Evil 2 gets horror atmosphere like nobody's business. At the same time, the remake is a little more merciful than the original. We get modern conveniences like being able to save your progress at any typewriter, and maps which automatically update to let you know if a room has been cleared of items. The real chiller in the first 2/3 of the campaign is the Tyrant Super Zombie. He appears early on to stalk you, and his emotionless face and steady, unstoppable gait makes him Resident Evil's worthy counterpart to Jason Voorhees or Michael Myers. Hearing his relentless footsteps getting louder and louder, knowing there is nothing I can do to stop him, filled me with a true sense of dread. Eventually, though, he becomes more of an obnoxious inconvenience than a fear factor. When you're trying to solve a puzzle and advance the story, it would have been nice if the big lug would just take a hint and reside somewhere else. I finished Leon's campaign in 8 hours that seemed to fly by a little too quickly, and eagerly jumped into Claire's for what I expected to be a completely different perspective on that fateful evening's events after the two are separated in the story's opening moments. But I was disappointed to find that the second game mode that lets you play through the other character's point of view has a lot of overlap with the first, with only a few new character encounters and boss fights. You do have to adapt your tactics and learn to use a new set of weaponry, and each hero does meet a unique, important person that causes them to deviate from the shared path for a time. Capcom did a fantastic job of resurrecting all the best parts of the classic Resident Evil 2 and making them look, sound, and play like a 2019 game. If you're of the mind that the series had lost its way for a while there, this game is very much a return to form. The zombie combat is satisfying, and exploring the dilapidated ruins of Raccoon City is a thrill. It's a shame Capcom didn't find more ways to differentiate Leon's perspective from Claire's in the second game mode playthrough. But whichever character you play as, the experience of playing through the new Resident Evil 2 for the first time establishes a new standard for remaking classic games.
And with that, Resident Evil 2 becomes the first remake to grace our list, but far from the first sequel. We're pretty stacked with those, which just goes to show you how evolutionary and iterative gaming has become as a medium. So let's keep iterating and get to number 83 on IGN's Top 100 Games of All Time, System Shock 2. Say the word showdown to any veteran PC gamer and they're likely to do a full-body shudder followed immediately by cracking a big smile. System Shock 2 paved the way for the genre-blending first-person games that are commonplace today, perfecting the formula years before anyone else would even try. Its premise was straightforward. You found yourself alone on a space station where you were apparently the only thing left alive. Well, the only organic thing, as rogue AI Showdown wasted little time in establishing herself as your formidable opponent. Along the way, you picked up elements of the backstory through audio logs, another design feature that's standard fare now, and could mold yourself in any way you chose, from a DPS combat focus to a pure hacker able to infiltrate any OS. System Shock 2 was tense, smart, and, as great as it was immediately upon its release in 1999, ahead of its time. Our time together is just getting started. Stick around after this quick break for number 82 on IGN's list of the top 100 greatest video games of all time.
And now IGN's countdown of the top 100 games of all time continues. We're about to unveil number 82, and it's the latest entry in a truly iconic series that helped define a genre. Hold on to your spinal columns because here comes an uppercut.
When it was first introduced a staggering 27 years ago, Mortal Kombat quickly acquired the reputation of that fighting game where you rip people's heads off. Sure, it's still that, but things have changed since then, with MK9 and MKX bringing the quality of gameplay up to match the gore. That upward trend continues with Mortal Kombat 11, which is NetherRealm's best game yet. This is one of the most fully featured fighting games you can buy, with single and multiplayer modes that will last both casual and hardcore audiences a long, long time.
What did you do, Johnny?
Just what you asked.
Not what I meant by the splits.
Mortal Kombat 11 retains all of the unique mechanics that give this 2D fighting series its identity. A dedicated block button, powerful uppercuts for every character, the dialogue combo system, and of course, the gloriously gratuitous, over-the-top, and often comedic violence of its notorious fatality finishing moves.
Fatality.
This time, surrounding all of that are new fighting systems that feel unlike anything the series has ever seen. Mortal Kombat 11 is much better for being willing to take these bold steps to keep things fresh. It's a much slower game this time around, but that's not a bad thing by any measure. There's no run button, walk speeds have been slowed across the board, and the result is a more tactical take on Mortal Kombat that rewards smart play. There's a much more substantial focus on careful positioning and whiff punishing, as opposed to all-out rushdown. In another dramatic and inspired departure from previous games, Mortal Kombat 11 completely changes up how meter management works by splitting it in two. The defensive meter is primarily for special wake-up options, environmental interactables, and a combo-breaking move called a breakaway. The offensive meter is used for amplifying special moves to make them safe on block, increase their damage, open up combo opportunities, or other options. The best thing about the split, though, is that Mortal Kombat 11's version of the X-Ray super move, Fatal Blows, are no longer tied to meter. Instead, these extremely fast and lethal attacks are available when your character is at 30% health or lower. Because of this, the threat of a fatal blow is dire near the end of a round, making the closing moments feel as extraordinarily tense as an old Western standoff. The best new addition to the actual fighting of Mortal Kombat, though, are crushing blows, which are critical hits on certain moves that are triggered by specific conditions. For instance, uppercuts typically can't be used as combo starters, but if the uppercut hits as a counter, it will trigger a crushing blow that launches your victim and opens them up to substantial follow-up juggles without costing any meter. This adds yet another level of depth to each character and rewards a deep mastery of their moveset. It's also a limited resource because you can only use each move's crushing blow once per match. NetherRealm has always rocked at delivering story modes that are essentially the video game equivalent of absurd popcorn movies, and Mortal Kombat 11 is no exception to that rule. Its 4 to 6 hours are big, ridiculous, bombastic, and well acted. Well, mostly.
Cut this shit! You'll kill us whether we fight or not!
But most importantly, it gives each character some time in the spotlight, many of whom have been especially deserving of it. The story picks up right where MKX left off and quickly introduces an all-powerful being named Kronika, who sets the plot down a path of another impending timeline reset due to Raiden's upsetting of the balance of good and evil with his decapitation of the Elder God Shinnok. This all sets up the fun scenario of a merging of past and present. As a result, we get some really great moments where characters from the present are confronted by their past selves. The Johnny Cages in particular steal the show with their witty banter and the overall juxtapositioning of their two wildly different selves.
They shot our face, Johnny! They shot our face!
A sense of individuality is a key part of MK11, and to that end, the amount of customizable options for every character is utterly staggering. Each of the 20 characters on the starting roster has at least 60 skins, 90 pieces of customizable gear, and a selection of 10 techniques to add on to their core set of abilities. Yeah, most of those skins are simply recolors, but there are a ton of ways to make your fighter distinct online. The problem is how you get access to them, which is generally not a great time. First, there's the Crypt, which traditionally has had static locations for its treasures, but this time all the loot is randomized, making it essentially an explorable dungeon of loot boxes and occasional jump scares.
How much time do you need?
And that's a disappointment. Then there's the Towers of Time, which is a collection of challenge towers, and it's full of miserable modifiers that feel designed to make you hunt for fight-skipping tokens. Imagine trying to win a fight against an opponent who starts with twice your health, while also having to deal with a constant torrent of projectiles and assist characters. Or an opponent who will shock you for standing too close to them for more than a second or two. It's a challenge, yes, but one that's more frustrating than fun. You're able to use various consumables to give yourself a fighting chance, and they do make otherwise impossible fights surmountable, but having to resort to tactics like projectile or consumable spamming is frustrating to say the least. Character-specific towers are barely any better, since their grind is locked behind another grind of completing arbitrary tasks with that character. Fortunately, not all towers are bad. New ones pop up every few hours, and you're always free to jump to a different one if the one you're playing sucks.
Round 1. Fight!
It's a superb online mode that's truly going to keep me coming back months from now. To start with the fundamentals, Mortal Kombat 11 has some of the best netcode I've ever experienced in a fighting game. Even matches against 2-bar connections on Wi-Fi have very little, if any, noticeable lag. All the expected options are here. You can play ranked matches, casual matches, or King of the Hill, but you can also play weird AI matches where you pit a team of your own customized characters against someone else's and watch them fight it out. Ranked play limits you to only 2 pre-made variations, which is a bit of a bummer, but you're able to freely use your customized characters in the casual playlist.
Yippee-ki-yay, right? Follow my lead.
It's a rare fighting game that hits just about every note as strongly as Mortal Kombat 11 does. Everything from its methodical and deep combat, to its fantastically absurd story mode, and its rock-solid netcode, right down to its extraordinarily comprehensive tutorial, is absolutely exceptional. It's only when you get into its drawn-out progression that it trips up. The keys to unlocking Mortal Kombat 11's rich vault of customization options are locked behind the frustratingly gimmicky and grindy barriers of the Crypt and Towers of Time. This series continues to prove that there's real fighting depth beyond its notoriously gory fatalities, and this one in particular stands out as a spine-ripping good time.
Fatality. Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory.
Persona 5 Royale is a living masterclass in how to take an already amazing game and amp it up to the next level. It's not just a standard Game of the Year edition with some extra content thrown in on the side. Just about everything in Atlus's 2016 JRPG magnum opus has been honed, polished, and expanded in some meaningful and positive way. Across more than 130 hours of adventuring through urban Tokyo and the surreal realms of the human mind, the amount of love and attention to detail hiding around each old and new twist in the story left me in awe. If you're not familiar with Persona 5, you should absolutely check out our original review of it, because I'm going to mostly focus on what makes Royale even better. There's a lot of ground to cover. So, having played through the original version of Persona 5 twice, the most immediately noticeable and impactful of Royale's changes come in the realm of combat. It's hard to keep old-school, four-person, turn-based battles interesting in this day and age, but nobody in the business does it better than Atlus. In addition to some spot-on rebalancing of abilities and enemies across the board, the role guns play in your arsenal has been totally reimagined. Bullets refresh after each battle instead of only at the beginning of an infiltration, with the trade-off of being able to hold less ammo overall. This feels almost game-breakingly powerful in earlier areas, but as time goes on, it allows them to settle in as a much more versatile and dependable tool, rather than something you just hoard for really tough enemies. Showtime attacks are another excellent addition, in which 2 members of your party team up for a devastating tag team super finisher. The animations are deliciously clever and over the top, and they stylishly highlight your party members' personalities. I'll never get tired of watching Makoto and Haru double elbow drop a harbinger of the apocalypse in a flashy, hilarious nod to pro wrestling. Showtimes trigger randomly, but are more likely to happen when your party is in big trouble or when you're just about to finish off an enemy. That adds an extra layer of drama and unpredictability to especially intense battles at just the right moments.
Watch this! Rest in peace! Perfect one!
The fantastic story has been majorly expanded, with a 3rd semester featuring 1 new palace, a new area in the Mementos Mega Dungeon, and a new heart to steal. It's a bit longer overall than the previous palace story arcs, but not by a lot. And there's not a whole lot of it I can show you here without risking major spoilers. But I can say that it pits our team of Phantom Thieves against a really fascinating new antagonist with very, very different goals and motives from anyone they've faced before. Persona's deep thematic exploration of human society and the perils of the psyche continues to ask challenging and relevant questions about justice and suffering that left me rethinking my own convictions. And it's when a game isn't afraid to go those places that it really becomes a higher work of art. The third semester is only one part of the expanded story, though. The main campaign has also been significantly beefed up, with 2 new confidants joining the already rich cast. Bubbly, aspiring gymnast Kasumi Yoshizawa, and calming but dorky school counselor Taketo Maruki. Each has a dauntingly deep, tragic backstory filled with its own impactful twists and turns that were both painful and compelling to uncover. And one of the returning confidants from the original Persona 5 has had their role in the story significantly tweaked and expanded, but I won't spoil who. Aside from the new area, the whole of Mementos has been brilliantly fleshed out, with new collectibles and unlockables courtesy of the mysterious Josei. He can sell you powerful items in exchange for flowers that spawn in the depths, and unlock perks like increased experience points once you find enough hidden star stamps. Mementos often felt like a slog in the original version of Persona 5. It was definitely my least favorite part of the adventure. The fact that Atlus has made it feel so much more alive, adding new rewards for exploration and a healthy dose of personality, is a massive improvement by itself, considering how much time you spend down there. They've also implemented a mercy kill rule, where you can run straight over monsters that are several levels below you instead of having to fight out a foregone conclusion, but you still get experience, money, and item drops. The amount this cuts down on the feeling of endless grinding is nothing less than a godsend, and it allowed me to spend much more of the 130 hours of this playthrough doing interesting and engaging things instead. I could practically fill an entire documentary with the long list of other small and medium-sized improvements found in Persona 5 Royale, but here are a few of my favorites. The Thieves' Den is a new hangout area that will follow you across multiple playthroughs. Here you can decorate with statues of personas you've unlocked, listen to the absolutely superb new and returning music tracks, and rewatch any cutscene. Incredibly, every single level of every single social link has been expanded with new dialogue, so there's always something new to see even in familiar scenes. There's an entirely new free-roaming district of Tokyo to explore, Kichijoji, which includes a jazz nightclub and the ability to level up your party members' powerful baton pass ability with a new skill-based darts minigame. All of the classic palaces have been expanded with new hidden areas and new collectibles to find. Every major boss fight has been rebalanced and had new, fun, and challenging mechanics added. It's almost daunting how much extra cool stuff Atlus was able to pack in here. Put together, it's probably at least a full extra game's worth of content. Persona 5 was already a strong frontrunner for being the best JRPG ever made, and Royale really gets me wondering what else could even compete. The excellent story and its lovable multi-dimensional characters, along with the challenging tactical combat, are all refined and back for another round with new surprises and new friends in tow. There are new areas to explore and new twists to leave your jaw on the floor. Very little has been left untouched, and just about everything that has been touched is better off for it. The Phantom Thieves have stolen my heart all over again, and I don't really want it back.
Welcome back! From Software has laid claim to its own corner of the gaming landscape from the second it burst on the scene, and is now almost synonymous with a particular playstyle, difficulty curve, and macabre tone that players can't get enough of. For our next pick, we are going back to one of From's first outings, and one of the best. This is IGN's Top 100 Games of All Time Countdown, and here comes number 80.
The spiritual sequel to the magnificent and imperious Demon's Souls, Dark Souls is a brutal, third-person action RPG set in a world full of monstrous things that are trying their hardest to end your life as quickly as possible. Using whatever weapons and armors you can scavenge, buy or forge, the challenge is to inch your way through this damned and deadly place, now and then coming across gigantic bosses that take a special tenacity to kill. You will die, constantly, and without respite. Dark Souls can be punishing, cruel, sadistic, and uncompromising. It can also give you the purest, most thrilling adrenaline rush in gaming, and once you're hooked, it's amongst the deepest, most rewarding experiences that modern games can offer. Death is everything in Dark Souls. It's progress, it's education, and it's the stylistic motif that runs through its monstrous creatures and bleak, pestilent places. It's an astonishingly crafted game, painstakingly constructed, and beautiful even in its desolation. You slowly inch your way through one huge, continuous world, from menacing forests through creepy medieval castles to caverns deep within the earth. The further you get in Dark Souls, the more hideous and creative the monsters and environments become. 30 hours in, stuck in an underground poisonous swamp, you'll feel like you'd give anything just to see the sun again. Dark Souls' design is so consistently dark and twisted that it actually starts to encroach upon your mental well-being after extended play. There are no quests and no story to guide you along. The open world structure is the biggest change from Demon's Souls. Instead of travelling to distant worlds through a central hub, like the Nexus, there are bonfires placed strategically throughout the world. Bonfires are your checkpoints, a place where you can rest, level up, manage your spells, and meditate upon your doomed existence. When you rest at a bonfire, you replenish your health flasks. Unfortunately, you also respawn all the enemies in an area, except for bosses. Choosing when and where to rest then becomes part of your strategy. The combat system is unique in this genre, dependent on your equipment more than your stats. The closest comparison is something like Monster Hunter. You can be a nimble thief or hunter with a bow and a dagger, you can be a pyromancer with flaming hands, or you can be an armoured tank with a double-handed greatsword, and you can switch between these vastly different playstyles just by changing your equipment. The sheer variety and creative maliciousness of Dark Souls' enemies, especially the bosses, means that you'll constantly be experimenting with different strategies and weapons, meaning the combat never ever gets stale. There have been changes to the magic system that prevent you from being able to rely on it as an easy way out, forcing you to get familiar with the thrilling up-close melee fighting. The high difficulty is an integral part of Dark Souls, the key to its ethos, and it shouldn't be considered a fault. However, there are a very few occasions where the game crosses the line from thrillingly challenging to purely sadistic. However, you won't be alone. Dark Souls' online functionality is its most nuanced and forward-thinking feature. Players can help each other out, writing messages on the game world floor, or offering up support as a phantom to join other players' worlds and help them take down the boss. Doing this gains you rewards that make your own life just that little bit easier. You can also invade other players' games to assassinate them for their souls or their humanity, but this now comes with much harsher potential punishments than existed in Demon's Souls. The emphasis is very firmly upon helping rather than hurting other players. After all, we're all in this together.
One day an undead shall be chosen.
If you take the time to get under Dark Souls' skin and understand its twisted mindset, what you'll find is one of the most absorbing, deepest hardcore gaming experiences in existence. But it's also brutally unforgiving and inaccessible, especially at first. If you just play games to be entertained, then Dark Souls isn't for you. But if you're at all interested in just how far a video game can go, how singular and focused it can be in its vision, Dark Souls is unmissable.
Since the genre exploded last year with the rise of Pubg, there is no shortage of 100-player Battle Royale games. But even in the suddenly crowded genre, Fortnite Battle Royale stands out thanks to its vivid colors and an outstanding freeform building system that is unlike anything else in competitive multiplayer gaming. Fortnite Battle Royale's premise couldn't sound any more like a standard Battle Royale game. You and 99 other people skydive onto an island full of randomly spawning loot in hopes of being the last player or team standing. To keep things from getting dull, an ever-contracting circle forces survivors closer and closer together. Where Fortnite Battle Royale immediately sets itself apart is its personality. Instead of parachuting out of a bland military plane, here you drop out of a flying party bus. The island itself is quite a bit different also. Rather than slate gray grass and generic patches of brown dirt, this island is a brilliant green with brightly colored, unique cities marking the landscape. Another place that Fortnite Battle Royale stands out from the competition is in its sheer simplicity. You have just 5 inventory slots, forcing you to be a little more discriminating with which weapons you pick up. But even if you don't find the exact weapons you're looking for, you're never left feeling completely powerless. Fights are fun, chaotic, and extremely fast. Most battles begin with a volley from heavy, slow-firing guns like the pump shotgun or sniper rifles that can end the fight in one shot. If those miss, people whip out lighter and more agile weapons like the tactical shotgun or assault rifle to finish the fight. That rhythm takes some practice to get down, but it soon becomes almost automatic. Fortnite Battle Royale's shining feature is its outstanding building system, which, once you master it, gives you the feeling that you can control any fight. Everything that isn't the ground can be mined for wood, stone, or steel, which can be used to create walls, stairs, and floors anywhere on the map. There are so many possibilities that, at first blush, it can be daunting to try to figure out how people built the massive structures you see around the island. While the 3-tile toolset may seem limited, it's got everything you really need. Whether it's building your way up to a hard-to-reach chest or jumping down the side of a mountain, you always have the correct tools for the job, and a new piece reliably lands exactly where you think it will. But it's in firefights that you see just how much freedom it gives you and how much your own personality comes out in what you build. Every encounter becomes about not just how to outshoot your enemy, but how to outbuild them too. That's why the aftermath of a fight in Fortnite Battle Royale often looks like a twisted, modern art spire, and no two ever look exactly the same. All of this adds up to a system that's simply a joy to use. The only downside to all these interlocking mechanics is the learning curve. Outside of some text on a loading screen, you're pretty much on your own when it comes to learning how to play. This means that the first several drops can be pretty painful and often very short experiences. But if you stick with it, you start to see what makes Fortnite Battle Royale tick, and eventually your very own victory royale, even if that victory screen is a little underwhelming. But even when you find something that works, you can't get complacent. Part of the beauty of Fortnite Battle Royale is its constant state of upheaval. Epic has shown a willingness to make big changes to the weapon hierarchy overnight. So far, that's kept it feeling fresh. It's also important to mention that Fortnite Battle Royale runs fantastically on every platform. That's crucial for the speed of building that it demands, and a distinctive advantage over its chief rival in the Battle Royale genre, Pubg. You can even play cross-platform, except between PS4 and Xbox, because Sony won't play nice. Even on a device that fits in your pocket, Fortnite Battle Royale still looks fantastic. The only real difference is the controls, which, for a mobile game, aren't terrible. Everything you can do on PC or console, you can do here, just at about a quarter of the speed. It's a great alternative if you want to play on the go. Lastly, even the free-to-play structure feels a step ahead of the competition. Every paid item is strictly cosmetic. The biggest microtransaction available is the Battle Pass, a one-time $10 purchase that gives you access to 100 tiers of rewards that unlock as you play and complete unique challenges. It's a neat structure that keeps you constantly working toward the next big milestone. Mastering Fortnite Battle Royale systems is worth every second of investment. A zany, over-the-top style and a unique blend of shooting and building almost never offers anything less than an outstanding time as you compete for victory. It may not be the first Battle Royale game, and it certainly won't be the last, but Fortnite sets itself apart from the crowd by giving you the freedom and tools to express your own personal playstyle. For more on Fortnite Battle Royale, check out 8 tips from pro streamer Grenader Jake and a PC versus iOS graphics comparison, and watch us earn Victory Royale on the mobile version. And for everything else, stick with us here at IGN.
Once upon a time, there was a game series chock full of whimsy, character, and innovation. And all its players lived happily ever after. And then we did it a second time, and it was even better than before. Let's take a closer look at our number 78 pick, Fable 2.
Fable 2 is a game about choice. This is not just the usual should I be a boy or a girl choice, though there is that too, but it's about lifestyle. Decisions you make affect your appearance, how people react to you, and even how your dog develops. The morality system is one of the core game mechanics. For example, when you start out as a kid, you're given a choice to either help the town's sheriff or some bandits with some missing warrants. That decision will affect the town much later on, so years later when you come back, if you helped out the bandits, everything's going to look crime-ridden and festeruous, but if you helped out the sheriff, it's actually going to be a booming economic area, and there's going to be these beautiful houses, and there's going to be shops that you wouldn't see before. The system is pretty nuanced, and there are a lot of things to consider. It ultimately comes off as kind of artificial. And the idea is to get you to feel your character progressing as a person, but you don't really get that sense. Sure, there are lots of little meters and numbers popping up to tell you if you're good or bad, but it really doesn't change the big decisions you make at the end of the game.
Thanks. You're a lifesaver.
Now, the expression system is a pretty good idea. It's simple enough. You just hit the right bumper, you bring up an expression wheel, you can choose from a variety of different ways to interact with people. You don't talk to people, you just give them physical gestures, so you can flip somebody off, or you can give them a little vulgar thrust, or you can beg for money, or you can give them a gift. You can do quite a lot of stuff with interacting with people, but ultimately that's an artificial device, because all you're trying to do is move the different meters for how people feel about you. So you're not so much inhabiting a role as you are just sort of trying to manipulate the system. The combat is really fun. It's a really flexible and very simple system. The X button controls your swords, the Y button controls ranged attacks, guns, and crossbows, and the B button is your magic. And it's just that simple. While it does seem like it would be a little bit limiting, there's actually a really good flow to the combat. It's very easy to move from, hacking a couple times with a sword and then whipping out your pistol and blowing the guy away, or then just casting a bunch of fireballs at people. That's what makes Fable unique, is that you're not just somebody who focuses on magic or swords or whatever. You're somebody who combines all three of these things to defeat the evil that is threatening Albion. One of Fable's big features is co-op play. Now, unfortunately, online co-op is not available until sometime shortly after launch, so it's not something that we could test. However, online co-op is supposed to work very similar to couch co-op. And the couch co-op mode does actually work in the review build that we have, and it is pretty disappointing. But while it is cool to play with somebody else and have them come into your world, unfortunately, the guest who comes in can only bring in their character's stat. They can't bring in their weapons, they can't bring in their character's look. So they're going to look different than they would in their own game, which sort of defeats the purpose. Now, you can't go run around with each other and sort of explore what somebody else's world looks like. They can help you out, earn extra experience. You can barter over who's going to get what amount of money. And you can actually combine attacks together to get more experience. So your buddy can hit a guy with one attack, and then you can shoot him, and you're basically going to get a cool combo that you wouldn't normally get playing alone. Of course, you kind of want to have your character in your friend's game so they can just see how ridiculous you look. And you're not going to get that with Fable 2 co-op the way that it is. Hopefully, they patch it early on so that you can actually see what somebody else looks like. Fable 2 is not the kind of game that's going to really challenge you. But then again, it's not really supposed to. The idea is that you are one of the greatest heroes in the history of Albion, so it makes sense that by the game's end, you can pretty much mop the floor with any creature you meet. You might not even die once the entire time during the game. If you have a real tunnel vision and you just run from all the main quest missions one after the other and ignore all the other cool stuff that there is to see in the world of Albion, you could probably get through the game within 8 hours. It's not that long. But you're going to miss out on the great experience that Fable 2 has to offer. If you invest yourself in caring for your dog, for having a family, for owning businesses, then when you come to the final decisions in the game, they're actually going to matter to you and mean something to you. So the more that you put into Fable 2, the more you're going to get out of it. With some of the high-quality RPGs such as Mass Effect and Oblivion that we've seen come out on 360 in the last few years, the bar has been raised on Western RPGs, and really, Fable 2 falls a little bit short of that bar. It's still a really great game, it's a lot of fun, it's just not up to that level of quality. For the full written review, head on over to IGN.com.
Really much appreciated.
What's up, guys? I'm Tim Geddes. I'm here with Justin Davis.
Yo.
We also got Brendan and Brian, and we're playing GoldenEye 64 to celebrate Nintendo's 125th anniversary.
Oh my goodness gracious, Tim.
This game.
Whew. The number of hours that I spent on GoldenEye multiplayer, and I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't seen it or played it in
years.
In years and years and years, so I don't know.
Yeah, let's change it to Golden Gun mode.
All right,
because
sure,
that's, come on, classic
Sure.
GoldenEye here.
Well, and it's going to be almost impossible for us to do anything successfully that's not in Golden Gun mode, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're playing in Facility, obviously.
Obviously.
This is about to be fun.
Oh, there's so much stuff. Oh, I don't even remember how to friggin' do this, Tim.
Oh, man, I love that you start off with the Judo Chop.
Yeah, you start off with the Judo Chop, and I love that you can spawn up in the vents.
Damn it.
Oh, someone already has the golden gun?
No, he just has a gun.
He's just got a gun.
I was trying to judo
up,
chop him.
I picked up the golden gun, but I only have 3 shots.
There you go. Gotta make him count.
There's so much stuff that's hilarious about going back to this now.
Well, the first thing is the controls.
What I remember about GoldenEye is you had an option to do fake dual analog controls by using the C stick.
Well, I mean, you can still do that now.
I know, but I mean, like when this game came out, and I didn't get that control style.
Well, that's because it didn't exist yet. You know, there was no dual stick shooter back then.
Right. Well, there was on PC, but not on consoles.
Well, yeah,
like,
exactly.
You could do keyboard and mouse, and on consoles it didn't exist. And I'm like, what? I can move my character with the C stick and aim, and I didn't understand it, and I didn't use those controls. And now current me looks back at past me and says, "Oh, Justin, you silly boy."
Yeah. So what's really funny was Halo was actually the first real dual stick console shooter that I really got into
for a lot of console gamers.
And oh my god, for years I couldn't play with the Halo controls because I had to change it so that it was inverted southpaw.
Yeah.
So that it played like Goldeneye.
Right. And like now in hindsight, those Goldeneye controls of like you can't strafe, you can't move and shoot in a different direction. Like you have to bring up, like I'm player 1 right now, you have to bring up the aiming reticle.
Yeah.
And then stand in place to aim on the screen. Like, it's insane.
What's a strafe? It's the C left and right, which is so weird.
It's just an absolutely insane control scheme.
And what's even crazier, Justin, here's a little fun fact for you. You can play one player with 2 controllers doing the dual stick.
Yeah.
That's insane.
It's absolutely awesome. This game was so ahead of its time. The character models are hilarious. Like, the blocky faces with the textures of the characters I thought looked so incredible for the time, for, like, the era.
And the maps are so classic. Like all the different characters, like Odd Job.
Yeah.
Come on, if you're playing as Odd Job, get out of here.
No, it was always no Odd Job. That was a house rule that I think every single kid had in his house. God, the friggin' golden gun! Brandon's just in the back.
There was so
cackling.
much fun little things, like the being able to go into the vents.
Yeah.
And just the bathrooms, being able to like hide yourself in one of the stalls.
No, yeah, like from an actual multiplayer map design standpoint, it makes no sense. Like these are all just single player levels that they just like. They're like, okay, just play in this portion of the map. Like, it's not balanced. It's not set up with, like, any sort of, like, actual... Oh, no. Oh, God. How do I...
But yeah, something so fun about this is the game modes. Like, the weapons themselves lend themselves to craziness. Like, all rockets.
Yep.
Insanity.
Yep.
Proximity mines? Oh, my God.
That's actually what me and my friends did more than anything else was we played proximity mines, and then we would just try to, like, out-mind game each other. Like, where can I hide a mine? But then it would... But then, like, there would be the obvious stuff, like, you would start to assume, like, okay, there's going to be a mine around this door, right? So you start to, like, creep around corners. Yeah. Oh, you almost got me.
I want to judo chop someone.
Judo chop someone to death?
Yeah.
Can you even estimate how many hours you spent with this game?
This is one of those games, this, Mario Kart, Smash Bros, like, I can't even begin.
And, like, this was the peak, and again, like, I'm sure there's PC gamers that are, like, scoffing at us right now, but, like, in console world, this was, like, the peak of video games for, like, Goldeneye. Yeah. Goldeneye was it for, like, years. And when you look at it now, it's like running at like 15 frames per second. I can't like even understand like how to open this door. I don't even know what's going on. It's like these games, look, I have so much fondness for them at the time, but they did not age well.
Yeah, but even taking the multiplayer aside, which is insanity, but the single player was so much fun.
Yeah.
Like the first mission, jumping off the bridge, that was one of the most epic things in video games.
And you actually... Yeah, to give GoldenEye a little bit more credit, or not to just sort of bag on it or make fun of it, it did a lot of innovative stuff that like games copied for decades afterwards. It did things like the higher difficulty single-player missions gave you new objectives. So it wasn't just like the enemies had more health or they did more damage. Like you actually needed to go to different spots on the map and do different things. And that was a really, really big deal at the time. Like not a lot of video games did that.
I'm in a judo chop fest with Brian right now, and it's not going well. Yes! There you go. I finally got a kill.
Did you judo chop someone?
I judo chopped him for like 10 minutes until he died.
Trevelyan.
There's so much dumb little things, like how the health bars look.
Yeah.
It's so iconic. And just the radars, and when you die and the blood goes over your thing and the music plays, it's like...
And it's actually like the aiming reticle is like huge. Like I'm trying to shoot someone down this hallway right now, and I can't even tell if I'm like shooting them accurately or not.
And this game was one of the first to really have the whole screen hacking, looking over at other people's screens.
Oh yeah, that's totally true. You would absolutely screen snipe your friends by being like, they're trying to be sneaky, but then you can just, I'm just going to give a little peek over and see. People invented all kinds of crazy, insane, like, cardboard contraptions. Like they would rig up cardboard and mirrors to their screen so that everyone could sit in a separate corner of the room and only see their portion of the screen.
It's important, man. This was real.
Yeah, and I remember reading about stuff like that in like EGM. I would like pour over my issues of EGM to like learn more Goldeneye tips and tricks and just like the insanity.
Man.
Games sure did evolve a lot. We're like not even, I don't even want to continue this Let's Play. I just want to play Goldeneye the rest of the day. We've had like a permanent Smash Brothers station set up at IGN for I don't even know how many years now. And I think I want to make just a permanent Goldeneye corner and bring it back.
Just an N64. I feel like that would just be a good call. There's so many good multiplayer games on it.
And it's all like the era of, oh, you guys are running into a dead end. Yeah, like this map design makes no sense. There's this whole back area that no one even really liked to use or go to. Do you remember when they remade this map in Perfect Dark?
Yeah.
But they called it Felicity?
Yep. Perfect Dark's another very special game.
It is.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I think we're actually going to wrap up here.
I know,
Let us know
sit
in the
here.
comments.
We would just make this like a 30-minute long Let's Play of us just reliving our Goldeneye memories.
Let us know in the comments what you think about Goldeneye and just James Bond in general, and like if you ever think there'll be a James Bond game as good as this. And stay tuned to IGN for way more Nintendo fun, Let's Plays, commentaries, just a bunch of goodness.
What's up, everybody? Thanks for sticking it out through the break because we're just about to crown number 76 on IGN's top 100 video games of all time, Ultimate Ranking Showdown. And hey, just so you know, there are some house rules for this one. No ledge guarding, hammers off, that kind of thing. Let's pause to recognize a series that united characters across gaming universes in a way no one ever had before.
3, 2, 1, go!
Mario duking it out against Final Fantasy VII's Cloud on a battlefield from Metal Gear Solid is a weird, wonderful sight that only the Smash Bros. Series can deliver. And Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is undoubtedly Smash Bros. Done right, and done bigger than ever before, with a staggering 74 fighters, 108 stages, 1,300 spirit characters to collect, and an epic adventure mode that took me over 20 hours to beat. Ultimate is the sequel I've been waiting years for. With matches of up to 8 players, this is one of the best party games out there. Smash Bros. Has always been a series that successfully has it both ways, allowing highly skilled competitive fights to coexist with chaotic, button-mashing brawls full of items and exciting Final Smash finishers. Combine that with recognizable characters from all over gaming, and Smash Bros. Stands out as a perfect digital action figure toy box. It has a rare accessibility thanks to the series' signature damage system, which replaces a traditional health bar with a damage percentage that indicates how vulnerable you are to being launched off the stage. That alleviates that oppressive feeling of being low on health that can make losing matches feel so unfun in other fighting games. The simplified move inputs also make it easier for anyone to pick up and immediately enjoy Smash Bros., while dodges, shields, and a veritable ballet of mid-air strategy provide a deep well of technical nuance to those interested in upping their game. No matter your preference, both styles of play are well-loved and thriving in Smash Bros., and Ultimate's new customizable rule sets make it even easier, if a little clunky, to switch between them. Ultimate earns its name by ambitiously including every single fighter in the almost 20-year history of Smash Bros., along with 11 totally new ones that are creative additions to the roster. The diverse cast of characters from all corners of gaming offers real choice and variety, with a small character like Pikachu feeling wildly different from a heavier one like Bowser. None of the new fighters reinvent the Smash Bros. Wheel, but Simon Belmont and King K. Rool's abilities stand out to me as being full of flavor and extremely fun to fight with. Watching my collection of characters fill up as I unlock them with friends was genuinely exciting, and that does take a while since you only start with 8. In general, Ultimate's fighters feel slightly faster and a lot harder hitting than in previous Smash Bros. Games. There's often less ambiguity about whether or not a hit will turn into a KO, and an optional radar will even show you where you are when you're off screen. If only 2 fighters remain, an epic new freeze frame effect triggers when you land a KO hit, making those big smash attacks even more satisfying. These aren't massive tweaks from the last Smash Bros., but they make Ultimate feel punchier overall. A great new addition is the optional stage morph feature, which transitions you from one level to another mid-fight. It's a fantastic way to see more of Ultimate's immense pool of stages, which feels comprehensive and vast. There are so many, it can actually be hard to find one you're looking for, since there's no way to sort them. It's too bad only 4 of them are brand new, especially when bad stages like Pac-Land make a return. But melee levels like Corneria and Forside have new visuals that look amazing. A new system called Spirits makes up the bulk of Ultimate's consistently amusing single-player adventure mode, World of Light. It's surprisingly long, with hundreds of spirits to collect, each based on a unique character from another game with a cleverly crafted fight themed around them. Some are funny, like Snorlax being a giant gray K-Rool who doesn't move an inch. Others are extremely challenging, like Pauline being a red Princess Peach protected by a hammer-wielding Mario and a giant Donkey Kong on his classic stage. All these spirits are scattered around a lovely 2D world map, and can be leveled up and equipped to buff your fighters. Seeing what a spirit fight had in store never stopped being novel, but I had enough strong spirits and skills to beat most of them about 10 hours into World of Light, making my strategy stagnant for the following 14. It got samey fast, with the exception being some truly exciting dungeon-style areas, including an awesome one modeled after a Street Fighter World Tour. It's a shame it's such a slog to reach the end, because World of Light's last hour is an epic finale that makes the grind worth it. I haven't even had a chance to gush about the amazing music selection, or Classic Mode's new side-scrolling platformer challenge, or all the tiny but impactful tweaks to final smashes. Ultimate is filled to the absolute brim with stuff to play, fight, and unlock. And you can read my full thoughts on all those things and more in our written review over at IGN.com. But the short version is that Super Smash Bros. Ultimate lives up to its name, offering the biggest and most comprehensive game in the series to date. Its overwhelming amount of content might have benefited from separating the wheat from the chaff to be more consistently good, but between the hundreds of spirits I've yet to see and the thousands of multiplayer matches I'm surely going to fight, I'll be playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for a long time to come.
Let me set the stage for this review by saying that Spelunky is one of my favorite video games of all time. It's the game that I point to as one of the best examples of emergent gameplay, risk versus reward design, and a model for the roguelike genre as a whole. All of that is still true with Spelunky 2, but make no mistake, this is a true sequel that doesn't rest on its laurels. One that embraces all the things that made the original so wonderful, while also finding new and completely unexpected ways to improve upon the sense of exploration and discovery that's so central to the experience. Yes, it's brutally and often hilariously difficult, but if you can learn enough of its secrets to push through that, you'll be hard-pressed to find a game as consistently rewarding and endlessly engaging as Spelunky 2. This, my friends, is the Motherlode. Not much of an emphasis is placed on the story, but the gist of it is that you play as the Spelunky guy's daughter, searching for her lost parents. Like its predecessor, Spelunky 2 is a seemingly simple and disarmingly cartoony 2D platformer that challenges you to get your stout little Indiana Jones-like character from point A to point B in procedurally generated levels while collecting as much treasure and as many items as you can. And when you die, and you will die, in true roguelike fashion, the world completely rearranges itself for the next attempt. Part of the genius of Spelunky's design is that its randomization demands that you carefully examine each area before rushing in so stuff like this doesn't happen. At the same time, the clock is always ticking. If you take more than 3 minutes on a level, a nigh unstoppable ghost spawns and will relentlessly hunt you down. To survive for long, you have to read the room accurately and do it fast. Dying is punishing, yes, as it causes you to restart all the way back at the beginning and lose whatever items you might have obtained in your previous life. But what ends up happening is that the more you play, the more a visual language starts to take form, and understanding it allows you to instantly recognize potential life-stealing hazards and know how to deal with them. There are no persistent upgrades outside of shortcuts that let you skip early levels, so anytime you make it further than you've ever been, it's all because of your own skills and knowledge. That's a very powerful feeling. It helps too that the controls are a dream. You get just the right amount of mid-air control to make pinpoint accurate jumps with great speed, and just the right amount of leeway on timing to easily make jumps in tight spaces that would be extremely frustrating in a lot of platformers. The developer, Mossmouth, does a few small things to make the early goings of Spelunky 2 at least a tiny bit easier than the original. The most substantial leg up is that, if you're okay with being a soulless monster, you can bomb turkeys for life-restoring cooked meat. Also, there's more light and dark levels, and shopkeepers don't get mad at you unless you're specifically the cause of the random act of God that wrecked their shop, which is much appreciated. The biggest difference in how a run-through of Spelunky 2 plays out is that it's no longer a linear progression of levels that has you going from mines to jungles to caves to temple, and for the truly hardcore, to hell. Instead, you start at the dwelling, which is Spelunky 2's version of the mines, and from there you're able to choose where you go next. Take the path on the left and you'll travel to the jungle. Take the path on the right and instead you'll have to contend with Volcana. This fiery new area takes full advantage of Spelunky 2's new fluid dynamic system and will make you think twice about bombing the base of a lava pool. Runs continue to diverge even further from there in ways that I don't want to spoil, but rest assured, each area is jam-packed with its own set of mysteries, NPCs, and hidden exits that all dramatically impact how each run plays out. Reaching every new area is uniquely terrifying because you have to discover a whole new set of rules involving all new enemies and traps, while saddled with the pressure of maybe, just maybe, making it further than you ever have before. It's truly amazing that even after 40 hours of playtime, 20 of which I spent getting my very first win, I still haven't uncovered even half of what's hidden behind Spelunky 2's many locked doors and cryptic messages. It's incredible how much more is still out there. So, what else is new in Spelunky 2? Well, first off, there are now rideable animal mounts. But as with almost everything in Spelunky 2, they each come with their own risks and rewards. In order to tame an animal, you must first jump on it and try to survive for a few seconds as it runs around wildly. If you survive that ordeal, a mount is a huge help. You gain a double jump and whatever their special ability is. Crucially, they also take hits for you while you're riding them, so even if you do trip an arrow trap or fall into spikes, your animal will be the one to selflessly take the damage. Another big new idea is that almost every level essentially has another level hidden behind the wall that you can enter and exit by way of special doors. This could have been a superficial feature, but it's used brilliantly in Spelunky 2, both as a way to hide some of its deepest secrets and create some fun diversions. There's also a handful of new items that can change the way you approach a run, though you'll still likely rely on stalwarts like the bomb box, paste, and of course the holy grail, the jetpack. The important thing to note about Spelunky 2's difficulty is that it's not due to a reliance on twitch reflexes, ridiculously tough enemies, complex boss battles, or anything along those lines. Every enemy, trap, and hazard has a very simple cause and effect or behavior to it that you just have to learn to understand, like arrow traps, spiders, tiki traps, shopkeepers, and so on. So, Spelunky 2's difficulty is derived from the improvisation needed to be able to handle these predictable hazards even as they're thrown at you in unpredictable ways. It's a very unique brand of difficulty that's exceptionally satisfying to overcome and always feels fair. Well, almost always. The best part is everything conforms to a set of rules. And as a result, you'll often come across extremely memorable moments born from interesting interactions that you wouldn't expect. Like the time I tried to buy a shield from the shop. Or the time I forgot that a shotgun has recoil. Or the time I got excited about finding spike shoes. It's in these moments of both tragic death and the ones where you're working to avoid the same fate where Spelunky 2 truly comes to life. Perhaps the biggest surprise about Spelunky 2 is how robust and fun the multiplayer options are. This time around, the arena mode feels clearly informed by excellent multiplayer indie games like Duck Game and Towerfall, and the results are a literal blast. Maps are much bigger with better planned out hazards that give each level a distinct theme. There are a ton of options to customize the type of game you want to play, including a Smash Bros-esque item customization menu, and if you grow tired of the craziness of straight up deathmatch, there's a much more cerebral mode that challenges you to hold on to a golden idol for a total of 20 seconds, which is a nice twist on the formula. Cooperative play works pretty much the same as before, which is to say that it's a bundle of absolute chaos. Sure, it's definitely helpful to be able to have a couple of extra pairs of hands to carry more items, but it's balanced by the addition of Spelunky 2's most dangerous enemy, friendly fire.
Did I just kill you?
There is a ton of coordination required to make it through Spelunky 2 in co-op, especially because the camera is always centered on one player, but if you don't take things too seriously, it can be a riotous good time.
Oh!
Spelunky 2 also features online multiplayer, though the servers weren't available at the time of this review, so unfortunately, I wasn't able to test it out. I wasn't sure what I wanted out of a sequel of Spelunky, given how high of a pedestal I keep the original game on. How do you improve upon a game like that? But Mossmouth took its time and managed to deliver a masterpiece that improves upon its predecessor in ways I never would have even imagined. Spelunky 2 takes everything that made the original great and expands upon each of those individual aspects without ever overcomplicating the elegant, retro simplicity of its 2D platforming. The possibilities for interactions between yourself, your enemies, and the environment are virtually limitless, which is a part of what makes every new run in Spelunky 2 so unpredictable and exciting. It doesn't do much to win over the people who already weren't fans of the original's unforgiving difficulty, but as someone who is more than 200 runs in and feels like he's only scratched the surface, Spelunky 2 is a game that I see myself playing for a long, long time.
It takes a village to make a video game, and sometimes it takes a whole city. But on rare occasion, it just takes an army of one. Lucas Pope is such a developer, and the games he's created all on his own are a testament to how far development tools have come. His epic puzzle about a doomed ship takes our number 74 spot, so let's check in with the Obra Dinn, not to mention our number 73 and number 72 picks for IGN's top 100 video games of all time.
Return of the Obra Dinn is a name well known to indie gamers at this point, but as it's just made the transition from PC to all major consoles, I thought it a fitting time to, well, return to the dark, watery embrace of Lucas Pope's nautical masterpiece. Fortunately, our trip doesn't require a memento mortem watch, but a little backstory is in order. Pope is essentially a one-man games company who lives and works in Japan, produces titles through his company 3909, and may in fact be as infallible as his surname implies. He earned massive love from gamers by creating, developing, programming, modeling, scoring, and everything elsing his debut game Papers, Please, about the high-stakes world of checking people's travel papers as they cross the border into a fictional Soviet-era satellite state called Arstotska. By layering a series of tasks, puzzles, storytelling beats, and moral quandaries, Pope took something inherently mundane and elevated it to an insane degree. And as Pope has said, one of his primary passions is building programming and implementation tools, that makes sense. LP sees the beauty in the mundane but necessary process of problem solving, not for the credit, or to see your work manifested in a slick 3D virtual environment at some later date, but simply to keep the project on track, to help the workers to your left and right keep things moving smoothly, by lavishing attention and craftsmanship on details of life that we often overlook and which so often culminate in outsized consequences we never could have predicted. Pope is able to mine for gaming gems most of us don't even realize are buried right beneath our feet. But as miners go, he's slow. Obra Dinn, the story of an East India Company insurance adjuster and their magic pocket watch, took 4.5 years to create. Part of the challenge was Pope's insistence on rendering a 3D environment with 1-bit graphics. Yes, that's right, 1 bit. as in each pixel can only be black or white, as in Mario would have looked down on this graphics engine back when he was called Jumpman, as in a nostalgic blast to the face for anyone who grew up playing classic 1-bit games like Loom, Dark Castle, Scarab of Ra, Spelunks, or Kid Pix. And through the haze of dot-shaded blood and spittle, Obra Dinn offers players an epic tale of death and tragedy from the depths of a Lovecraftian sea. Uniquely, however, that tale can only be uncovered frozen moment by frozen moment, as you painstakingly revisit the final instant of each crew person's life. Like so many games, Obra Dinn is fascinated by death, but unlike most, the 60-some lives you will see extinguished over the course of the game have nothing in common with the masked thugs or slobbering aliens you're used to fragging. Instead, you find yourself immersed in a novel-like web of intertwined lives, interdependent plot lines, and maddening puzzles, all without the aid of audio logs, hastily dropped notes, or any of the standard storytelling tropes gaming has come to rely on. And more importantly, you will come to know the faces, voices, names, and character of each and every member of the doomed voyage, if you've got the patience and problem-solving ability. As much as it's a game, Return of the Obra Dinn is also a tool Pope designed to teach, or maybe force himself, to learn how to use many other tools. And it's a tool he's shared with us, so that we can experience the transcendent, mundane joy of untying a logical knot, only to find an eerie, gripping, and very human story hiding inside. Whatever you make of the game, don't forget to put it in your ledger.
"30 seconds to showtime."
Defense of the Ancients is the game that kicked off the MOBA genre, and in Dota 2, Valve has recreated that original success almost completely unchanged.
Hell yeah!
Right away, you know what you're getting. The first dozen or so hours are going to be a rough ride, knocking you around with too much information and an often unforgiving community of players. But if you persevere, Dota 2 becomes one of the most rewarding and tense team-based multiplayer experiences available. What makes it stand out from the crowd is its uncompromising depth, a ridiculously generous free-to-play model, and the great features Valve has built up around it.
To do it with flair. Pick any of these, fellas.
This is free to play in the most sincere way possible. All of Dota 2, including its cast of over 100 characters, is available from the moment you complete the tutorial. The only things for sale are cosmetic enhancements and tournament goodies, almost all of which are created by the community and held to a very high standard. There's not a single paid advantage that could have the slightest impact on the in-game experience, and that's an amazing situation unrivaled among Dota 2's closest competition. Both heroes and abilities have distinct and impressive art and audio direction that makes even the chaos of a 10-player teamfight readable once you've trained your eye. Most importantly, it's easy to tell when another player stuns you or you take too much damage and need to get the hell out of dodge. But where Dota 2 really improves on the original Dota is everything surrounding the finely balanced gameplay. From the matchmaking and special holiday events and tools that allow you to easily view and even participate in the professional gaming and tournament scene, it's here that Valve excels most obviously. And while Dota 2 has earned its reputation for a prickly community, Valve has made leaps and bounds in curbing the aggression of overly competitive players. For example, everyone has a matchmaking rank, but by making it private, Valve have prevented players from researching their teammates for the purpose of abuse, or bailing out of a game because someone on his team isn't good enough.
Nobody likes to play support, yet everybody likes to win. Oh, yes!
Even among MOBAs, Dota 2 has become notorious for its difficulty curve and intimidatingly complex design, and that's totally justified. Having to learn about everything, from killing your own units to deny the enemy experience points and gold, to hundreds of complex abilities like Bloodseeker's Rupture, which deals huge damage with every step you take, is a big barrier to entry. Even figuring out which of the 100 heroes fits you best is a time-consuming challenge.
Practice makes perfect!
But beyond that barrier, there's an ocean-deep pool of systems and versatility. Unlike other MOBAs, where heroes must be bought individually, in Dota 2 every hero feels uniquely and drastically powerful in one particular area. It remains competitive and balanced because every hero's strength is counterable by another's, or by a specific item or tactic, which only works because every hero is free from the onset.
I'll take that. There we go.
Dota 2 is also an instance in which less is more. There's no progression outside of the game that will have the slightest mechanical effect inside of it. Without artificial goals to aim for, you're left with a strong and refreshing sense of fairness and purity, where everything that can influence success or failure is right there on the battlefield. Yet at times, Dota 2 seems almost belligerent towards new players in the way that it hides its mechanics. Many of the more advanced techniques, like pulling a group of neutral monsters out of their home so that a new group can spawn to effectively double the rewards, are never hinted at. This forces you to read and educate yourself outside of Dota 2, and that ends up as another way of steering you towards involving yourself in the community. As for its future prospects, things look bright for Dota 2. Each year of its long beta period is defined by huge balance patches that make widespread changes to keep things fresh and interesting. Given Valve's treatment of Team Fortress 2 and Dota's own history of regular and impressive patching, it's a safe bet that there will always be something to learn and something new to master.
It's not time yet.
Got a feeling this is gonna be good.
I'm under attack.
That's a win for Radiant.
Dota 2 deserves its intimidating reputation. There's a huge time investment before you can even enjoy a game, let alone feel competent at it. But once you start to learn its secrets, there's a wild and exciting variety to play here that's unmatched even by its peers. It's a challenge of knowledge as well as reflexes, and success is a rush. The fact that it's completely and totally free to play, in the way that we wish all free-to-play games could be, isn't just one of the most generous propositions anywhere in gaming. It creates a level playing field where skill and cooperation is paramount.
A fine adjustment.
May the best team win.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for Nintendo Switch is a souped-up version of the Wii U's Mario Kart 8. When I reviewed Mario Kart 8, I thought it was an amazing game, and awarded it a score of a 9.0. Here's what I said then. Mario Kart 8 is the best kart racing game Nintendo has made in a long time. It strikes a careful balance between refining old ideas while introducing fresh new ones. Admittedly, its gorgeous graphics and its jazzy orchestrated soundtrack bolster its presentation, but you're getting a lot more than just looks with this one. Although I spent an awful lot of time gawking at the details in slow motion, the fast and furious pace of racing with friends both locally and online is what really kept me coming back. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe includes all of that, plus all the previously released DLC, along with some new additions. That means you're getting 48 great courses and 42 diverse characters, including new ones like Bowser Jr. and the Inklings from Splatoon, and some neat kart parts. It looks great on Switch too. The vibrant colors and clean graphics stand out whether you're playing handheld or on a TV. The frame rate still drops from 60 to 30 frames per second if you play on a single Switch with 3 or 4 players, but that's hardly a deal breaker when the racing is this good. If you already have the Wii U version, the real reason to pick up Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the revamped battle mode. Nintendo added 5 smart objective-based modes, and each one brings its own unique competitive angle to 8 varied arenas. In Balloon Battle, you have to take advantage of items of smart positioning to score points by popping your rival's balloons. Shine Thief is a wacky action-packed riff on Keep Away, but Bomb Blast is an explosive, over-the-top face-off. I wish I was more motivated to play Coin Runners though. Gathering or swiping coins from others is okay, but not nearly as exciting. The biggest highlight is the suspenseful fight-or-flight nature of Renegade Roundup. It's a round-based mode where a team of outlaws desperately tries to avoid a squad of Piranha Plant cops until the timer runs out. If a teammate is captured, you can free them with some skillful driving, but it comes at the risk of getting caught and losing the match if you're the last man standing. That sets up some tense make-or-break moments that can be genuinely thrilling with the right team. You can play any of these modes against bots of varying intelligence, but the real fun is online. That said, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's online suite is still a bare-bones experience. Some improvements are notable. For example, it's faster, and you can finally swap racers or carts between races. But the Switch still feels like a hassle next to other systems because you still have to use outside means to communicate with friends. It's aggravating there's no way to invite players to join your matches too. Considering this is the first major online multiplayer game for Switch, it's disappointing to see that so little was done to smooth out that experience.
Welcome back to IGN's Top 100 Games of All Time Countdown. With this epic showcase, we're hoping to enshrine some of the most impactful and iconic games ever to grace our thumbs, and our next arcade classic is about as historic and influential as you can get. Not only did it mark Mario's first appearance, it also introduced us to a monkey named Donkey, who we'd soon come to love almost as much. Let's hurl some barrels at number 71.
Hey, what's up everybody? I'm Brian Altano. I'm joined with Sam Clayward.
Hey Brian.
Joined by. And it's the 125th year of Nintendo as a company making video games, toys, cool stuff that we've grown up with our whole lives. So we here at Nintendo IGN thought we'd look back at what they've done in some of our favorites. And this is a personal favorite of both of ours. Damn, nice move.
Yeah, it's a cool one, huh?
Yeah. This is Donkey Kong, and this
Nintendo's first most important game.
It is, yeah. This originally came out for the arcade in 1981. This is the NES port that came out in '84, which, as most of us played growing up, we kind of thought, like, man, this is a one-to-one port of the arcade.
Yeah,
totally.
And it looks really good.
Yeah,
like it's a good-looking port, but there's some serious missing stuff, including an entire level. And the most important question you have to ask yourself when you play Donkey Kong: how high can you get?
Yeah, how high can you get?
That's missing from this, but I don't want to get too hung up on how this isn't the original Donkey Kong, because it's actually really difficult to capture the original Donkey Kong. We could have put a camera up to a Donkey Kong machine, which would have been fun, or used MAME, which we don't really believe in. We're actually using an NES cartridge here.
Yep.
But the reason that people suspect you can't play Donkey Kong on a Nintendo system right now is that Nintendo might not own the rights to Donkey Kong anymore.
How crazy is that?
The actual arcade board version of Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
And that might be because a third party was used to actually program Donkey Kong after Shigeru Miyamoto and co. designed the game to replace, of course, a failing game Radar Scope. I really screwed this up.
I think you're doing good.
Let it be known that I play the arcade game for this a lot, but I don't really play the NES game, so this is a fun new experience for me. Anyway, they licensed or they farmed out the actual programming for the game to a company that kind of set up a bad deal.
Yeah.
And the bad deal was that I think that company might have some legitimate rights to the programming of Donkey Kong, which Nintendo doesn't own. How nuts is that?
Nice move, by the way.
Thank you. So Donkey Kong Jr., Donkey Kong 3 are the trifecta of early arcade games that Nintendo made, and most of those, all three of those games came out as black box carts on the NES. Those are the ones that we're playing. Black box carts are the first round of NES games. We're in black boxes. That's why they're called that.
And something I want to point out, obviously Donkey Kong and Mario, those franchises respectively, have gone to do insane numbers. There have been wonderful sequels released for decades now. They all started kind of right here, but this game still has an incredible amount of charm and little things that sort of went on to define the games after that.
Yeah, it's infinitely playable. It's almost like Tetris or Super Mario Brothers. Yeah. Like it's really, I mean, it's tough, a little bit tougher than those games at first, but man, I just like it provides so much pleasure and fun, and it's so pretty, and it's the Nintendo feel.
Yeah.
And they got it in 1981.
Yeah, and so I will point out also that is not Princess Peach up top. That is a woman named Paulina.
Yeah. Pauline,
who's
that's not even really Mario, right?
Yeah, it's Jumpman, they originally called them.
Yeah.
But you'll notice a lot of things in this game moved on to, so there were, construction level, girder levels in Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
That hammer you see comes back in lots of Mario games.
Sure.
There's little things here and there. The barrels are also very important. The barrels went on to become DK's transportational method in the Donkey Kong Country games.
Yeah, these games kind of split off at some point, right? Because there's Super Mario Brothers series, and it doesn't have barrels and ladders and stuff in it. And I think that's kind of interesting. So this game originally was it was a kind of a patch for this other game that came out that wasn't doing well here, Radar Scope, Nintendo's first foray into arcade games. And before that, they'd had a video game on the market in the mid-'70s called the Color System 6.
Yep.
But they hadn't had, they were trying the U.S. arcade market, which was just exploding because of Pac-Man 1980. And so they tried Radar Scope, which is a Space Invaders knockoff, and they didn't work out. And so they charged young designer Shigeru Miyamoto with coming up with a replacement, and that's how Donkey Kong came about in the first place. And they kind of gave him free reign to kind of draw and design and conceptualize the game. This game has a little bit of a storyline. It's about this monkey stealing this girl and Mario trying to get him back. Think of that compared to Space Invaders or Pac-Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Those games just don't have stories. This
really.
is credited with the first scripted story ever in video games, ever. Of course, there's games like Zork and Adventure, which kind of have storylines, but a graphical game, I should say.
Yeah, and Donkey Kong's sort of one of those games that went on to it kind of revitalized the video game industry, right? And kind of brought it back to where we see it today. And one thing I will point out, a lot of old arcade games were much, much simpler than this, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there weren't really jump mechanics.
I mean, this was during an arcade renaissance, but that didn't mean games were complex.
Yeah.
It meant they were looking better and better, and they had wacky and wacker ideas. They didn't necessarily have a jump button or, you know, a level progression where there's just so much to do that's not just running around and collecting dots, you know?
Yeah, and, you know, as this is complex, but I will point out that watching this video, you will see Sam beat this game twice, which is basically progress through all the levels. And that's how games were back then. You would finish a game and then keep going and going. Now in this game, Donkey Kong, the stages just loop. And on the arcade version, they actually play in varying orders.
Yeah,
There's a
you
weird
play
pattern.
level 1 and then 4.
Yeah.
And then 1, 3, and 4, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
And that's the order you play in. Now 2 is the Pie Factory or the Cement Factory level.
Yep.
That's just not in this at all.
Yeah, and I believe here it's just 1, 2, 3.
You just play 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 over and over again.
Yeah.
Now here's the great thing is that Nintendo did add the Pie Factory in. They did not change the how high you can get or add anything else in, but somebody in like 2011 or 2012 added in the Cement Factory.
Yep.
That blows my mind. Somebody at Nintendo is like, okay, we'll take the NES ROM and we'll
add the Cement
modify
Factory
it.
that wasn't there for ages.
Yeah. It's kind of like what they did with
Nice
NES
work, by the
Remix.
way.
Thanks. I think this is going really well as a Donkey Kong game on NES. I love this music. Look at the little X's, the little crosses made by his mouth there. There's just
His
so
teeth,
much
yeah.
in the design of making the characters look right. Like Mario's mustache exists only because they had to make a big nose on it.
Yeah, that was it. You couldn't tell where his face was, so they gave him a mustache to define it. It's just so cool to me, you know. Like this was before so much happened in the world of Nintendo, but it's also the sort of seed that began so much growth.
Yeah, and of course it was also one other neat fact. It's supposed to be a Popeye game. Oh, screwed that up. I got stuck at the top of the ladder. That happens
a lot here.
We should wrap this up, but yeah, it was supposed to be a Popeye game, and they eventually did get the Popeye license, and you can kind of see how that's similar with maybe Bluto up there and Olive Oil instead of Donkey Kong, who we also don't know where the name of Donkey Kong came from.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be a reverse translation of the words stubborn and monkey.
Yep.
Or it could be a misspelling of Monkey Kong. Those are the two prevailing theories. I don't think anybody's ever got to the bottom of it, but that's what we're going to do here at IGN.
Or a misspelling of Yankee Dong.
Yankee Dong, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Yankee Dong, a.k.a. Donkey Kong.
A.k.a. Danky Kang.
Danky Kang, Kanky Dang, whatever you want to call it. We're going to be celebrating all of Nintendo's history for a while, and so, you know, come back, check out all the other Donkey Kong games that we played in part of the series, and the Mario games, and, you know, respect your elders, because this is one of the grandfathers of gaming right here.
That's right.
There's your wife!
Here we are, The Sims 3, the latest chapter in EA's crown jewel. The Sims is the most successful PC game series of all time, with more than 100 million copies sold since the first game debuted in January of 2000. Yet let's be honest, after almost a decade of playing The Sims and The Sims 2 and the many expansion packs since then, the series is in need of a good overhaul. After all, there's only so many times you can send your sim to the bathroom over and over and over again. Thankfully, EA has delivered The Sims 3, and this is a major step forward for the franchise. The Sims 3 is a bigger game than its predecessors, and it's a better one. Let me tell you why. Now, the core concept of The Sims 3 remains the same. This is basically a virtual people simulator. You create your Sims, choosing whether they're male or female, what they look like, and you give them various traits. You then unleash them upon the world, where you can control their every move or let them loose and see what they do for themselves. As such, there's no real single story in The Sims. The story is what you make of it. You choose what careers that your Sims follow, you choose who they fall in love with, you choose whether they have kids or not. You even get to choose what sort of house they live in and what furniture they surround themselves with. It's how EA presents all this in The Sims 3 that is such a welcome change, though. Now, we can't talk about the game's graphics without mentioning the big gameplay change itself. The Sims 3 simulates an entire town at the same time, rather than just a single household like the previous games.
Suddenly, the scale of the gameplay is so much larger than before. You can send your Sims anywhere in town without hitting a loading screen. This means that you can have bigger adventures without having to worry about sitting through lengthy load times. That alone is a huge improvement over the previous games. Your Sims themselves aren't a big leap over their cousins from The Sims 2, but there are improvements here. The facial features are rounder and softer, and a bit more natural, and there's a far greater range of body types represented this time around. You also have a lot more control on how they look. You can associate different hairstyles with different clothing types. You can accessorize by adding hats, glasses, watches, and more. Your Sims still speak in their charming Simlish, and the game has nice updates on familiar Sims themes for the background music. Everything, though, is clad in a high degree of polish, with the trademark humor that you've come to expect from the franchise. The big changes in The Sims 3 comes in how you play the game. It's now less about the mundane things and more about the bigger ones. Your Sims go to the bathroom a lot less, which frees up more time for you to send them out on the town. You can work out at the gym, go fishing, explore a park, go shopping, and more. If you have multiple Sims, you can spread them out over the town and switch to any of them almost instantly. Now it's fun to go out and explore. There are various goals to work toward, whether it's advancing a career, advancing a relationship, or earning enough cash to buy a cool object that makes life easier and more enjoyable. There's a nice sense that the town that your Sims inhabit is a living, breathing space. Anywhere you go, there are other Sims going about their business, and you can make friends with them or you can leave them alone. And yet there's a lot that remains untapped in this big new world of The Sims. Your Sims still go to work, but they disappear into their buildings for hours at a time. Wouldn't it be cool to actually control them at work somehow, and to make that work interesting? The Sims 3 also lets you share your content easier online, though the integration is nowhere near as seamless or as easy to do as in Spore. Still, you can make movies and edit them on the Sims 3 website. You can create custom patterns for furniture and clothing and share them on the exchange. And then there's a Sims store, which lets you purchase new items, clothing, and Sims using microtransactions.
Pugizos!
Put it all together, and The Sims 3 is a satisfying advancement in the series, expanding the scale of the game and paving the way for a lot of growth in the future. You now have a town that you can explore with dozens of other Sims that you can interact with. At the same time, the new game will be very familiar to existing fans, and there are layers here that you can spend time exploring. It could be said that The Sims is pretty much critic-proof, as EA could simply churn out more of the same and sell millions of copies regardless. But it's admirable to see the series take chances that, for the most part, pay off.
Shh, we're back, but we have to stay quiet or the enemy will spot us in no time. This is IGN's Top 100 Video Games of All Time countdown, and we're about to stealth right on by number 69. Nice. Stay frosty and keep Dr. Ian Malcolm handy, because there's chaos theory in the air. Take it away, Mr. Fisher. Is the game that I gave the highest score official Xbox magazine ever gave to a game, because we were on the 100-point scale. And no, neither Halo never got a 10. No game ever got a 10. But I gave a 9.9 to Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, a game I think is about the perfect stealth game. You had incredible technology at the time. The real-time dynamic lighting and the shadows was gorgeous. You had these beautiful weather effects. Sam Fisher would the rain would kind of glisten off of his suit, which back then had never really been done. You had this great surround sound audio. You could play it. It wasn't an open world. They were sort of contained missions, but you could play how you wanted within those, because you could go full stealth, never get seen, like just a total ninja, or you could use all your gadgets and just do a gadget playthrough, or you could go through and just kill everyone if you wanted to. And on top of that, it had not only the Spies versus Mercenaries multiplayer mode that had a nice window of fame as being one of the most unique multiplayer games in the world, but it also had something that had never been done before and has been done since, and that is a co-op mode. It was 4 co-op missions, later expanded to 6 through free DLC, where you had to play it with a second player. There's no AI, there's no playing it by yourself. It required 2 people, and you did these tandem co-op moves, like you'd go back to back and shimmy up an elevator shaft, and one person could crouch and the other person would run up, and you could throw them like a human missile into a bad guy to knock him out. All these incredible things that now, you've seen like Haze Light stuff do with It Takes Two and A Way Out, stuff like that. So Chaos Theory for me, it's 3 incredible games in one. Des, I know you've spent some time with Chaos Theory over the years, right?
Yeah, one of the things I remember is that it would do cool things, like you mentioned the glistening on the suit. I've seen a lot of people retweet the image, the video of shooting a fish tank, and then the water would drain out of the fish tank. You have to remember, this is original Xbox era game. So the fact that they were able to push it so far technically at the time was really, really impressive. And being able to like hide in the shadows, stealth knock people out, having these phenomenal multiplayer aspects of the game at the time, it was just amazing to watch. And that whole trilogy just did a lot for the Xbox brand. Splinter Cell is fantastic, and the fact that they were pushing the hardware this far that early on, it's just cool to see.
Miranda or Stella, have either of you had a chance to play this game?
Nope. I would love to, though. Now that you're describing it, it sounds so fun.
It's backwards compatible. Jump in if you get a chance. It still holds up gameplay wise. Obviously, tech wise, it won't be quite as impressive in 2021 as opposed to 2005. But just an incredible game. And I actually didn't even mention, it's probably the best performance of any of the Splinter Cell games from Michael Ironside, who voices Sam Fisher. There's a lot of great dialogue, a ton of great one-liners from Sam. There's one level in Shanghai where you're infiltrating some guy's house, I believe it is, to take out a target. And, it's the wooden floors. And unless you go really slowly and quietly, the floors creak. And at one point you can grab one of the bodyguards, and the bodyguards say funny stuff. And one guy talks about how there's like, they thought they had anti-ninja flooring in the house, but it turns out Sam Fisher got around it anyway. So
that's amazing.
Chaos Theory, so good.
What's up, guys? I'm Tim Geddes. I'm here with Jared Petty. Hi, guys. We are playing one of my favorite games of all time.
And I'm with you on that one, Yoshi's Island. Super Mario World 2, according to that title right up there, Yoshi's Island. And it should be titled Poetry in Motion.
Oh, my God. This game.
Yeah, this game.
So many people just don't give it credit because it was it was later on the Super Nintendo. People were already moving on to the N64.
Yep.
And they're like, oh, this isn't Super Mario World 2. This is what I want. Screw you guys.
Exactly. We're talking about 125 years of great Nintendo history here, and there's a lot of high points in that history, but this is one of the highest of the high, and it's just a terrible shame that it wasn't more widely distributed. You see, when this game came out, everybody was looking at 3D. 3D was coming to home consoles. It had already made a big splash on PC. 3D technology that you were seeing in games like Doom and then Quake, it was revolutionizing the way that we thought about what a game was capable of, and home consoles were eager to get in. The PlayStation and the Saturn were making their debut, and side-scrolling games like this were considered just a little quaint. At the same time, even Nintendo's own Donkey Kong Country had come to market, and it had used some really clever 3D rendering tricks to produce a 2D game that looked like it had been,
which at the
had
time
the 3D aesthetic.
Looked amazing. Now it looks like garbage.
Yeah,
but back
it looked
then
like
was
garbage
a big
then.
deal. Oh, really?
Oh, I never liked that game.
Dude, I remember being a little kid and being like, oh my God, this looks good.
No, I wasn't crazy about that. But then
this
Miyamoto-san came to the rescue with just this beautiful little game. So we're going to talk about how pretty it is. You can see that for yourselves. I mean, look at that, the painted backgrounds, the wonderful use of the SNES color palette. Also, once again, using that great ability they had to supplement their hardware with chips added in the cartridges. This has special hardware inside that they use in some very subtle and clever ways to do some neat things. But beyond that, what makes this game good, Tim?
Well, like you said, the art style is just so good, and the music is so, it just feels right. Everything about this game has a nice tone to it that all fits into each other. There's such unique boss fights. Everything about it's so good. The most unique thing, though, Touch Fuzzy, Get Dizzy.
All right, let's talk about Touch Fuzzy, Get Dizzy.
So
because that right now that sounds like something that gets you put in jail.
So this is one of those levels that Nintendo has really kind of like pretend it doesn't exist
Okay.
in a lot of ways.
Okay. And why are they pretending that?
Because of the seemingly drug-induced effects.
Okay, well, let's see what's going on with Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy.
Fuzzy will give you if you touch him.
So we're running up here to find Fuzzy. Oh, what happened?
Oh, this is the other thing. This game, listen to that.
Yeah.
That horrible grating sound.
Yeah.
When it's like, oh, you just messed up. Let's make sure that you know that you just messed up. bad.
You want that sound to end. You want to catch Mario, or you want him to die. You cannot allow both those things to happen. Yeah, it's a neat little gameplay design. You don't die immediately when you get hit. Instead, Mario floats away, and if you don't retrieve him, you're done for. It worked really well. You see that in games since then, but this is one of the first places I saw that kind of mechanic take place. So we're gonna go.
Here we go.
All right, you ready? Here we go.
It is so hard to control right now, and it's awesome.
It distorts your controls, and everything sort of turns into an acid fever dream right
Just look
here.
at his eyes.
Yeah, look at him. She's like, whoa.
Oh, man, see, look, I'm not even holding the controller.
Yeah, it's just happening. He's like, hey.
And he's just like, drunkenly.
What's
oh,
up,
no.
man?
Oh, man.
No. Oh, where's Mario? Oh, Yoshi's like, I can do it. Oh, that is one high little dinosaur right there.
No.
All right.
There we
Kids, don't try this at home. Try
Yeah.
the game, just don't try the drugs. All right, because in the end, it doesn't end well.
No.
In the end, it doesn't end well. There's a statement that makes no sense.
Exactly.
All right, but yeah, look what's happening. And again, they're showing off their tech in a neat way. And finishes up. Yeah. All right. So we can laud night and day, tell you about how great this game is, but you really do owe it to yourself to experience it. And to do that, I recommend that you don't go to any of the remakes that you'll find out there of this game. It has been remade a couple of times, and frankly, they're just not up to par.
Well, here's the thing. There was a GBA version of this game that came out, and they added the more modern Yoshi sound effects and stuff, and it just...
It's grating.
Yeah.
It's grating. And then there's been a newer treatment of it as well, a sort of a pseudo sequel remake.
So that's the
thing.
crazy thing. So Yoshi's Story came out on the 64, and it was kind of the same.
Okay, yeah, you forget that game.
Yeah, but that was a...
Now I'm actually talking about the handheld.
So then there was Yoshi's Island on the DS, which I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it wasn't that bad.
But that's like, again...
It's not this good.
Exactly. And this is one of those things that you need to experience all the joy of it that you can. So, I don't know how to tell you to go find it, but go find it and play it in its original form.
Yeah,
because
it's
that's
worth
the
it.
way to do it here. Tim's fortunate enough to have one of the rare and fairly expensive cartridges, and we're sitting here playing it on a Restaurant 5.
Is this an expensive game?
It's not like
Are
crazy.
you serious?
Okay.
I died in one hit?
It's not as crazy expensive as some rare titles, but SNES titles in general right now are expensive, and this is among the most expensive.
I did not know
Yeah,
that.
or last time I checked it was. Yeah, this is actually this is not easy to get your hands on, especially in English. Go to Japan, it's $1. So you could buy a ticket to Japan and go grab it out of a bin in a
Sounds good.
in a Japanese Goodwill store. That's what I did.
Oh my God!
Oh, there we are. Oh,
this
wow.
is embarrassing, guys.
That's right. No. You know
I had
what?
my one last life.
No one's ever played this game anyway. They don't know the difference. They think that what you're doing right now is really
to
hard.
me, this game is so important to my childhood. And like I said, it is one of my favorite games. Like,
Well,
it is top 3.
This is the reason you're in games journalism.
I mean,
Right
it
here.
might be, man.
Yeah, it's
Like,
up there.
Honestly, this is the first game I ever beat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The first video game
First
you
video
ever
game
beat?
I ever
Wow.
completed.
Tim, do you have any anecdotes
Oh God,
to go
no,
with this
no,
game?
no.
No, apparently he has no. That's an emphatic no. Tim has no anecdotes to
It's
share.
horrible.
That's all right. They got to see the neat spinning. Hey, look, guys, 3D.
Oh
All right,
man,
yeah.
I really
But,
wanted to show the final boss fight because it is just the coolest thing. The music's so good. It's Baby Bowser. It's
Yeah.
huge. It's epic. It is like the most epic Mario boss fight I think in any of the games.
I like the moon fight. That's
Oh,
pretty
the moon
great.
fight's so
the moon
good
fight's
too.
really good.
Like the inspiration from Mario
Yeah,
Galaxy.
yeah, exactly.
Is what
The
that
moon
is.
fight's wonderful.
I'm not even gonna try that again because you know what?
You
Yeah,
can
yeah,
tab up
I'm
to
doing
the
this.
other
I'm
stage.
doing
Are you
this.
going for it? He's going for it again. All right.
If I don't make it in this one life, I'm not even
All
gonna
right,
try.
right,
But
he's
my
going for it.
anecdote for this is I remember playing this game, and oh God, no, I hit the wrong button.
Okay. You know what, Tim? It's
No, this is
time.
fun.
Sometimes it's time to put down the Yoshi.
Okay, hold on. We're going to a different level. I just can't even deal with this.
Sometimes it's time to put down the Yoshi. All
Let's see,
right.
where are we
let's
going?
see.
Um,
Tim can't give up. He's going to look around here. There's a lot of great stuff to see. Could we get to the moon? The moon's awesome.
Moon. That's a longer level.
Yeah, it is a longer level. Probably not.
Let's see.
It's 5.8, right?
Yeah, we'll just play for a bit.
I don't
The one fun anecdote I have about this, and I just wanted to make sure I told this story. This is the video game that taught me about video games. Like, that taught me that I love them, that taught me that there's always secrets to find, and there's always more to look for, and that the fun doesn't stop.
and you can replay things as much as you want, and it's never going to get worse. You're just going to find more reasons that you love that game. And I remember playing this game and beating World 1, the World 1 to 8 or whatever.
Yeah.
And beating that boss and being like, I beat the game. Like I thought that I beat the game at that point. I remember running and telling my mom, being so happy. And then I came out and I saw that I was in World 2. And I was like, wait, what?
World 2?
And then I saw that there's 6 worlds. And I had so much more video game to play. And that just blew my mind.
Yeah. There's so much
Okay, you know what, guys?
All right.
With that,
yeah, that's good.
I am playing horribly, and I apologize, but I love this game so much. I'm going to replay through this whole thing, probably later today, Jared.
All right, you should do that.
Yes,
because
I need to learn.
Ladies and gentlemen, really, honestly, you don't need other video games. You just need Yoshi's Island.
You're right.
And I know, again, we're giving you a lot of hyperbole here, but it's just as good as we say it is. It's one of the sublime 2D platformers in the history of a company that's produced many of the best. Yeah. So,
anyways, guys, stay tuned to IGN for way more Nintendo Let's Plays as we celebrate their 125th birthday.
Woohoo!
Thank you so much, Jared.
Thank you very much.
I apologize for the abysmal excuse for gameplay.
You should have seen me trying to play Super Punch Out.
There you go. But guys, come back and thank you.
All right, thanks a lot.
Ever wondered what the 67th best game of all time is? Well, we did, which is why we embarked upon the epic quest that is IGN's top video games of all time countdown. Our next winner taught a whole generation of gamers the true meaning of simulated fear. It's Silent Hill.
I mean, so Silent Hill 2 is my PS2 pick because I think that is the best Silent Hill. And again, it sort of took the bones of the original Silent Hill and just cranked it up. And to this day, I think it's probably the best horror game of all time. It's just I remember when I was at university, I remember my friends and I decided to play all of the Silent Hills through. There was maybe it was just 2 and 3. There was like a PlayStation 2 collection. And honestly, we were 20 years old. We were playing the dark. We were ourselves. It was just so, and Silent Hill 2, just, there's that scene where she's like, he's like, do you want to jump down the hole? And it's just like, it's just this black hole.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's just like, you have to do things like that regularly in that game.
Is 2 the one with the alternate ending or the secret ending with the dog?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's what I love about that game is it does a very Kojima thing where it's like, here's an incredibly serious setting and everything is like hyper specific and like in the right places. And then it's also like,
yeah, I mean, it's like it's very unnerving. But like the other, that's stupid. But the other thing that I really loved about Evil Within is not Evil Within, Silent Hill 2 is that it does. It's also very moving. But all the Silent Hill stories in my mind have been actually incredibly moving.
Mm-hmm.
The first Silent Hill was the first and I think only game I've ever cried in.
Really?
Yeah, when you shut Lisa in the room. If you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I was sobbing. I don't know why it really got to me.
Did you play the Wii one?
Oh, Shattered Memories?
Yeah.
No. Oh, I started it but didn't progress.
That was very, very similar to 2 in that it just took this very simple setting of a town and a school and stuff like that. And
it's meant to be great. That Sam
it was
Barlow?
really good.
Isn't that the guy who made
Yep.
I think he was part of that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good game.
Anyway, I just think that series is so just unbelievably fantastic, and I'm still, one of the biggest. There was a moment when Silent Hills got cancelled, and I was just like, I don't even think I want to be in this business anymore. This is just too heartbreaking. I can't take it because that would have just been so perfect in Kojima's hands. But
I know he was tweeting about wanting to make the scariest horror game of all time a week or 2 ago. So, but then he was also tweeting about making Death Stranding 2. So there's once again we are provided 2 alternate timelines that can go either way, but I really hope he does horror.
I'm totally all for a Death Stranding 2. I'd be interested in that, but if it's going to, it's going to take another 7 years for him to make whatever, and I'd prefer him to make the scariest game of all time.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Especially with what PT promised.
Exactly.
Grand Theft Auto: The Definitive Edition trilogy dropped earlier this year, and although the launch came with more than its fair share of bugs and glitches, it did land on a pretty solid adjective to describe at least one of the games in the pack. GTA San Andreas was the first to map Southern California, and because of that and its influence on GTA 5, it does feel definitive in many ways. But that's not the only reason it's our number 66 pick. 2001's Grand Theft Auto 3 was a real watershed moment in the history of open-world gaming, which perhaps makes it all the more remarkable that Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, released just 3 years later, dwarfs GTA 3 in every way. Forget one city, have 3 with vast forests, countryside, and desert in between. Want more vehicles? Well, have over 250 of them, including jump jets, combine harvesters, lawnmowers, bicycles, semi-trailers, forklifts, and so many more. Music? No problem. How does 11 radio stations and over 150 tracks sound? Not enough? How about parachutes? How about a functioning casino? How about a jetpack? How about same-screen free roaming co-op? How about fast food that actually makes you fat? How about arguably the greatest lineup of cheats ever assembled? And how about we put Samuel L. Jackson in there too? Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was the all-time best-selling game on PlayStation 2, itself the best-selling console of all time. And it's just not at all hard to see why. IGN's Top 100 Games of All Time ranking rolls on, and we give some flowers to another series of games that refined a playstyle so completely that it's become almost synonymous with an entire genre. When it comes to turn-based tactical combat, a plucky little game about alien invasions cornered the market. XCOM's second installment is our pick for number 65.
There's an air of white-knuckle desperation about XCOM 2. Set 20 years after humanity canonically lost an XCOM enemy unknown, we're now fighting to overthrow an alien occupation of the planet. It's a very thematically appropriate scenario for a game about taking 4 to 6 person squads into battle against an initially superior alien force, and a great backdrop for these unpredictable, tactically deep, and addictive battles. Just like before, XCOM's high-stakes, turn-based tactical combat dares you to become attached to your customizable characters, knowing that on any given mission they could be permanently killed off because of mistakes or just bad luck. Deciding how to use each soldier's abilities, then crossing your fingers and hoping they'll make their shot creates non-stop tense, triumphant, and tragic moments. Choosing not to reload a save after a bad turn and accepting the consequences takes an iron will, or the courage to enable Iron Man mode. One of XCOM 2's big strengths is how it resists falling into repetitious patterns. Every time through the campaign, which can last between 20 and 30 hours, you'll see a random assortment of weapon modifications, soldier stat boosts, special ammo and grenade types, psionic powers, bonuses for covering continents with your resistance network, and more. You have to adapt to make use of what's available, and that's a constant challenge. The same goes for the high-quality, procedurally generated maps, and a good variety of mission types. Without knowing ahead of time where an objective or an enemy will be, you'll attack and defend, extract or kill VIPs, and blow things up. Some missions have turn timers that'll force you to make risky moves or to make a hasty retreat. And because you start most missions in concealment, keeping your squad hidden while you set up a lethal ambush is a new and different kind of challenge with a potentially big and cinematic payoff. XCOM's easy-to-understand 2 moves per turn system returns, and while these 5 soldier classes may be similar in theme to their enemy unknown counterparts, they play very differently thanks to new and diverse ability sets. The specialists' remote hacking and healing abilities, for instance, set them completely apart and introduce some interesting risk-reward opportunities, especially against robotic enemies. Augmenting these abilities with weapon upgrades is also excellent. I combined a sharpshooter's kill zone skill with a high-capacity ammo mod, which lets him take up to an incredible 6 reaction shots in 1 turn. But considering what they're up against, they don't feel overpowered. Some of these aliens are absolutely vicious, and the AI usually knows how to use them effectively, especially on higher difficulty settings. They're also fun to mess around with in the head-to-head multiplayer mode. XCOM 2's most annoying problem is that it's prone to animation glitches and inconvenient bugs, like failing to show you the floor of the building you need to look at. These only occasionally actually interfere with gameplay, but it happens often enough that I think I'll wait for a few patches before I attempt an Iron Man run. And performance-wise, let's just say I'm glad this is a turn-based game, because I can't get it to hold 60 frames a second even on well above recommended hardware. The trade-off for that is that this game usually looks fantastic thanks to extremely detailed character models and textures, expressive animations, and creative creature design. And the ability to blow big holes in buildings, especially when enemies are standing on them, is great.
Welcome to the bridge, the nerve center of our operation.
The completely redesigned world strategic map is also much more dynamic and replayable than in the previous game. Starting from a random location, you're in a race against the aliens as they move their victory counter up, and you destroy their facilities and complete story objectives to move it back down, buying yourself more time. There are a lot of decisions to be made here, including where to expand, what resources to chase down, and what research projects to work on first. But again, you have to read the map and adapt. There's not a lot to the base building this time because you don't have to worry much about adjacency in your flying aircraft carrier base. But managing your engineering staff by assigning them to specific rooms makes them feel like people rather than a number on a spreadsheet. Unfortunately, the science staff doesn't get the same treatment.
Impressive, isn't it? Capable of generating immense power.
With a focus on variety and replayability, this sequel has an answer to most of my complaints about 2012's excellent XCOM Enemy Unknown. And aside from some mostly cosmetic bugs, it comes together brilliantly. Thanks to a new spin on the same great tactical combat, plus unpredictable maps and randomized objectives and loot, XCOM 2 is an amazing game that I'll easily put hundreds of hours into. For much, much more on XCOM 2, stick with IGN.
I wish Remedy could make even more games because Control reminded me of this studio's knack for crafting engrossing, oddball worlds with an incredible sense of place. Control is perhaps Remedy's weirdest yet, with a talking upside-down pyramid who's also your boss being about the sixth strangest part of the adventure.
My turn. Should I lie?
But thanks to sharp writing, a set of awesome and varied psychic combat abilities, and an impressively thought-out world, it was easy to wrap my head around what made this adventure tick. Infiltrating the Federal Bureau of Control as Jessie Faden and her blue wavy spirit buddy, I found myself fascinated. The Bureau's headquarters seems like a drab, nondescript office building at first, and Jessie's search for answers to events in her past appeared equally mundane.
The Bureau was involved in an incident in my hometown, Ordinary.
But Control quickly reveals what lies behind those concrete walls. Within the first chapter, I became both the janitor's assistant and the new acting director of the Bureau. Life comes at you fast.
You are the director, and that makes you special by definition.
Jessie's search is then sidetracked by solving everyone's problems. And while taking over the bureaucracy of a federal institution may sound like a dull time, when it's filled with this many weird and distinctive characters and overrun by an interdimensional force known as the Hiss, it rarely ever is in practice. As a kid who grew up on the X-Men, I've always wished that I could discover some latent psychic powers. Control's lineup of moves is the closest I've gotten thus far to wielding supernatural abilities, and Remedy has made each of them fun to use. There's enough variety for most of the 10-hour adventure to make every move feel important. Jessie's telekinesis is the best of the bunch. A crate or a table or ever-reliable chunk of concrete snaps to your side with satisfying urgency, and then hurls at foes and the destructible environment with just as much of a thrilling zoom. I easily relied on it the most, and while it's not quite Kratos' Leviathan axe, the oomph of this telekinetic ability is as close as I've felt since. Jessie's shield is also great when enemies with telekinesis of their own force you to go on the defensive. Control's combat encourages constant movement, and finding cover is essential to survival. Getting too close to the fray can make for a swift death, and while it's fun to use in the early goings, don't count on the relatively weak Psionic Blast melee attack to always save you. Hanging back, launching projectiles, and making use of the many forms of Jessie's shape-shifting gun, the service weapon, almost always prove to be a better strategy. It's still not quite enough to keep up combat variety though, because Control only has about 5 or so main enemy types. While they do get progressively tougher as you go, scenarios started to feel a bit rinse and repeat by the last few chapters. And when too much is going on, Control can frequently hitch, even on a PS4 Pro. But that hasn't stopped me from continuing to explore the oldest house, which is Control's main setting and the headquarters of the Bureau.
Remedy has somehow made all of this gray concrete consistently fascinating. The Bureau is divided into a number of different business sectors, and though there's certainly an overriding corporate theme to it all, each area feels different enough that I wanted to know about the work being done there and how I could save it. And thanks to the oldest house's ability to change its shape, it can keep pulling the neat trick of rebuilding locations. It's as if the paranatural forces at work treat cement and rebar like Lego bricks. It's always impressive to watch how the various new sectors will conform to the nefarious presence and my attempts to stop it. The charm of the place comes in part from Control's eclectic main cast. From Ati, the janitor with serious log lady vibes, to Emily Pope, the information delivery service / researcher, every character feels original and right at home as someone working in a secret government facility focused on the paranormal.
I would love to run some tests on you. If you agree, that is.
Remedy's sharp writing, both in dialogue and collectibles and their descriptions, makes every conversation engaging and every corner of the building worth exploring. Though I could have done without some of the hokier asides from Jesse's inner monologue.
That's enough. Maybe that's too much already.
Of course, Jesse holds a very personal goal as well. While I enjoyed both how that story progresses and ties into the overarching fight against the Hiss, some predictable moments and a bit of an anticlimactic ending take away from the otherwise engaging storytelling, though they are set up by some fantastic chapters leading up to the end. Control is set in an engrossingly weird paranormal world that I couldn't help but explore. Jesse's versatile psychic skills and main weapon make for thrilling ranged combat, and thanks to a strong supporting cast, a well-written script, and plenty of intriguing clues, I've thoroughly enjoyed my adventure through the shifting rooms of the oldest house. Jesse's personal story can sometimes feel like an afterthought next to that, but there's enough to Control's world that I remain invested in uncovering every secret, even though the story's over.
And we're back with more of IGN's top 100 games of all time countdown. Thanks for watching. We're just about to reveal our number 63 and 62, both of which are notable installments from series so iconic they feel like they've always just been there, woven into the fabric and history of gaming. First, a true turning point in the Call of Duty franchise, then a fresh outing for one of gaming's first best female badasses. Let's check it out.
Call of Duty 4 marks the return of Infinity Ward to the Call of Duty series. It's set in modern times, though it uses some fictional countries and fictional enemies. As is typical in a Call of Duty game, you're going to play from multiple perspectives. You're basically going to bounce around between being a British SAS officer and being a US Marine. Unlike most Call of Duty games where it's kind of three separate storylines, this is actually one continuous storyline, and as you're jumping around, you're actually continuing to progress the story as you go. So it's actually a much tighter narrative. Now, the single-player campaign on the normal mode is only going to take you maybe about 6 hours to beat, if even that. When you bump the difficulty up, it's going to take you an extra 2, 3, 4 hours to beat because it gets much, much harder. If you played Call of Duty games before, you know that they're known for intense action, very accurate weapons, a very good feel for the time that they were set in. That's the same case now, even though it's in modern combat. All of the weapons feel really accurate, and what's really important is that all of the squad AI has been upgraded. So there's no squad command that's not set up like Rainbow Six or, Brothers in Arms, where you have to tell your squad where to go. And you don't need it because the squad AI is so good that they fight as realistic as you can imagine. In fact, they save your lives a lot of times. There'll be grenades that'll be thrown at your feet, and you'll see your squad mate grab it, pick it up, and throw it back at the enemy. The enemy AI is also advanced from what it was in Call of Duty 2, which was the last Infinity Ward game. You'll see enemies taking flank positions a lot more often. There are still going to be those stupid terrorists that'll run straight at you or that'll just keep bobbing up and down behind cover. But for the most part, they actually fight intelligently. So they're going to use a lot of suppressing fire to keep you from being able to move, but at the same time, they're going to chuck grenades in there so that you have to move. So it does become a lot more of a challenge. What's really good about the single player is that there's a great variety in the mission structure. You know, instead of just always, going around and shooting enemies, you're going to have a lot of variation to those mission structures. So there's one time where you're going to be in a helicopter and you're just on a gun in the helicopter and you're just blowing up guys on roofs. There's one mission where you're actually in this really advanced gunship that the military actually uses, where all you see is just you're looking down at a screen, you see little white dots that are people, and you're just blowing them up with different caliber guns, and you see these huge explosions, and you actually see the little guys flying left and right, and it's very eerie because you'll hear your co-pilot just saying things like, boom, blew that one up.
Oopsie daisy.
And also there's a sniper mission where you actually get to go hardcore sniper, where you actually see the effect of the wind on the bullet because you're doing a long-range sniper shot. You have to worry about the Coriolis effect, which is basically from the rotation of the Earth. So you have to adjust your long-range sniper shot to these things just as a real sniper would have to do. So there's a lot of reason to replay the single-player mode. Once you beat it the first time, you unlock something called Arcade Mode, which is basically the same game, except now you're getting points for every kill that you do, every stylish kill that you do, every dog whose neck you snap. So even though it is relatively short, you're probably going to play through it at least twice. The bulk of your playtime is going to be devoted to the multiplayer mode, and Call of Duty 4 has awesome multiplayer. Right out of the box, it has 16 maps. It has technically 13 different modes of play. All throughout those maps, there's going to be player and ranked matches, and pretty much like Halo, where the ranked matches are going to have you playing through a playlist that Infinity Ward has set up. There should be a little bit more variety than there is in Halo, though. Infinity Ward doesn't plan to be as restrictive, so you should be able to see all the different modes and all the different maps and really enjoy them all. Now, you got your standard stuff, like you've got free-for-all, you've got team deathmatch. You've also got some other really cool stuff, like you have a version of Capture the Flag where instead of a flag, it's a bomb. It's sort of a very Counter-Strike setup where one team is going to get the bomb, the other team has got to defend the location where we're trying to plant the bomb. But there's a different version of this mode called Sabotage, in which there's one bomb, but each team has a headquarters. So you're basically fighting over this one bomb, and you each have to destroy the other person's headquarters. And this back and forth can actually go on for 15 or 20 minutes as the bomb is constantly dropped and picked up. And then there are some variants to the modes. There's a hardcore version, which you can put on any of the modes and any of the maps. Hardcore is there's no HUD, which means that there's not even a grenade HUD. So when a grenade drops, you don't see a little icon telling you where it is. You just hear a clink, 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 and then you blow up. There's also basically one shot, one kill. It's realistic damage. And then you have the exact opposite called Old School, where you start off with an Uzi, and every weapon on the map is a pickup. And there's also power-ups as well that you can grab too and stack on each other. And it's sort of a very old school PC version. And the weirdest thing is you can actually click on both options so that you can have something called Old Core, which is old school rules where everything is a pickup, but with hardcore reality physics added to it so that it's still one hit, one kill, no HUD, which kind of creates a third variant, which is really interesting. Now, along with all those modes, there's a really deep RPG system, persistent ranking system that you're going to be using throughout your experience with Call of Duty 4. You're going to be gaining experience for doing kills, for winning matches, and all that stuff will power you up. And then you're going to choose the weapons that you like, and using those weapons more and more is going to power up those weapons and unlock new scopes specifically for those weapons and new challenges. And along with that, you're going to have what are called perks, which are basically skills or powers, and you can have 3 of those. And again, as you progress and gain more levels, you're going to unlock new perks that are available. The perks are really cool. There'll be things like, enhanced health so that you can live a little bit longer, but you can also get a deep penetration, which is basically makes your bullets travel through walls a little bit faster. If some guy's hiding behind a wood wall, you can just shoot right through that wood and kill him. Now it's going to slow down the bullet just a little bit, but again, if you have deep penetration added, it's going to go through much faster and have a much more likely chance of killing. There'll be other things too, like you can add an RPG so that you can, blow people up, which everybody likes to do in multiplayer. So there's a lot of variety, and right now there's a level cap of level 60 in the multiplayer, but Infinity Ward plans on adding to that as they go along, as well as likely adding some new maps and maybe even some new modes. You're just going to see how things go. So for certain, anybody who's a fan of shooters, anybody who's a fan of military shooters, absolutely go out there and get Call of Duty 4. You will not be disappointed.
Rise of the Tomb Raider is the most fun I've had with a Lara Croft game since 1996. Its story is full of danger and intrigue, its tombs are dastardly, and I was as struck by its huge romantic environments as I was as a child playing the original.
Stunning.
Although I could have done with a few more puzzles and a few less firefights overall, I enjoyed every big-hearted second of it. Rise of the Tomb Raider revels in its broad Indiana Jones-style story, which gallops along at a great clip through gloriously over-the-top sequences, and it's also grounded with a strong emotional through line. Minute to minute, Lara Croft shines here. She's confident and smart and reacts to danger with an action hero's calmness and intuition. Yet, this time round, a newfound obsessiveness has made her ambitions a little more complex.
No turning back.
Unlike 2013's Tomb Raider, I wasn't wincing at her constant broken bones, but I did see the cracks in her moral compass. Elsewhere, Rise of the Tomb Raider's supporting cast are less well developed, but fortunately they occupy far less screen time than Lara's juicy antagonists. To talk about these two in too much detail would spoil some great twists, but they're morally grotesque foes, and their clash of wills result in moments of real darkness. There's more complexity in how Lara traverses her world, too. All her tools, including the great new wire spool, can be used in quick succession to keep her in the sky for much longer, and the most heart-hammering moments in Rise of the Tomb Raider came from frantic, acrobatic chases as I fumbled for the right button hundreds of feet above the ground. Lara's rope arrows get a lot more use here too, and the puzzles which utilize these span a remarkable range. While puzzles have been baked deeper into the main storyline than they were in Lara's last outing, the most interesting ones are still those that you have to hunt down on the side. Rise of the Tomb Raider's challenge tombs are its highlight, imaginative, environmentally gorgeous, and increasingly tough. In fact, my only real criticism of Rise of the Tomb Raider's puzzle solving is that there isn't more of it. As I played through the main storyline, I increasingly found myself hurrying through combat sections just so I could hunt down my next puzzle fix. Not that combat's a chore. While its third-person shooting is the least inspired aspect of Rise of the Tomb Raider, Lara can now build destructive items on the fly, all of which can turn a mundane shootout into a pile of dead bodies in seconds. It's a fun, vicious, and slightly ridiculous new ability, which adds a great deal of variety to enemy encounters. It does, however, make Rise of the Tomb Raider's much-touted stealthy approach rather redundant. While you do get XP bonuses for stealth takedowns, Lara's such a potent fighter that I didn't find any real incentive to avoid combat altogether. Happily, playing with Lara's arsenal is still nice and crunchy. Weapons are upgradable based on parts you can find scattered throughout the world, which injects new novelty into combat every few hours. Lara's as powerful as a Terminator by the end of Rise of the Tomb Raider on standard difficulty mode, however, something to be considered when choosing how you want to play. There we are. Outside of the main storyline, there's plenty to discover, and Rise of the Tomb Raider's beautiful semi-open world, crafted with great imagination, provides the incentive to hunt for it. It isn't purely exploration-driven either. There are mission givers and area-specific challenges that offer rewards. For true completionists, there are plenty of relics, documents, murals, and caves to discover, which can take an average playthrough from 12 to 15 hours to around 30 or 40. Rise of the Tomb Raider also offers additional play in its Expedition mode, which replaces 2013's Inessential multiplayer with a fun enough way to compete against yourself and your friends in challenges that you can customize through modifying cards. Though fun, I certainly wouldn't recommend paying for these cards with real-world money. Rise of the Tomb Raider raises the bar set by Lara's last outing with a rollicking adventure story, strong villains, gorgeous vistas, and smart puzzles. Though the mandatory combat doesn't distinguish itself, Lara's newfound versatility on the battlefield makes fighting a lot more fun. Once again, it's Lara herself, however, who steals the show. Her complex ambitions and hardened resolve showing new sides to a character who is well and truly grown from survivor to the most fascinating action hero in video games today. For more on Rise of the Tomb Raider, stick with IGN.
Hey, you made it through the break. Good to see you. We're just ranking the best 100 video games of all time here. No big deal. Anyway, here's number 61. Check it out.
After 2 years and about 5 million stories on IGN.com, Batman Arkham City is here. A large section of Gotham City has been walled off as a home for the criminally insane, and this makes an already pissy Batman even more pissed off. What's going on in there? Why are all these supervillains trying to kill each other? Can order be restored? You'll have to play to find out, but trust me, you really want to play this game.
Aren't you scary? You're about to find out.
The story here revolves around Dr. Hugo Strange running the asylum, and the Joker seeming to be on death's door. Both of these plot points are interesting and packed with awesome moments. I loved getting to the bottom of what was going on. Coupled with them, however, are a plethora of Batman's rogues. Talia al Ghul, Mr. Freeze, the Penguin, and a whole bunch of others I won't spoil for you. This is awesome, but it's also where Arkham City let me down. Most of these folks could be their own game, but developer Rocksteady puts them into supporting roles that don't flesh out the characters. When side missions distract you and you come back to the story, it can get confusing as to why you're fighting Solomon Grundy in order to advance the tale. Still, that's a minor complaint compared to everything Rocksteady gets right. The voice acting is spectacular, with Mark Hamill stealing the show as the Joker and Kevin Conroy delivering a well-rounded Dark Knight.
Nice of you to say, but you of all people should know there's plenty wrong with me.
The game looks great with the exception of a few talking heads and some pop-in textures, but when you're gliding around the massive Arkham City map, that's totally forgivable. The gameplay basics are going to be instantly familiar to anyone who played Batman Arkham Asylum. One button strikes, one button counters, and another jumps. Of course, multipliers, combos, special moves, and gadgets add up to make this combat system as deep as you want it to be. However, Rocksteady added plenty more to keep you engaged. Counters can now take down several people at once. You can dive bomb while gliding to pitch back up and gain altitude. And nearly every one of Batman's gadgets has a hotkey so it can be used in battle. Taking out 3 thugs at once and then using a bat claw to pull a 4th enemy into a clothesline is a thing of beauty. Gadgets, of course, are a huge part of Batman and thus Arkham City. Old favorites like the exploding gel are back, but new gems like the remote electrical charge are sure to find followers. Who doesn't like shocking a huge enemy and having him take out his own men? These all play into the Metroid/Castlevania/Legend of Zelda style of Arkham City. Although the map is big, you can only go inside certain buildings, and the dozen side missions only keep you busy for so long. No, the thrust here is solving the 400 Riddler challenges. That means doubling back to places you've already explored to use your new gadgets to get to new areas. This is addictive and sure to keep Arkham City on my playlist for weeks to come. The same can be said for the 24 challenge maps. I don't even like these things all that much as they point out how slow I am at being Batman, but each stealth or combat challenge map has 3 medals assigned to it. On top of that, there are campaigns that string together multiple maps and add in modifiers like lower health. If you dig Batman, there is a ton of stuff to tackle. And that's not even including the Catwoman missions and maps that come with new copies of the game. Buy used and you'll have to buy the content separately, and as it's integrated into the main story and literally changes the opening of the game, I highly recommend you download and install the stuff before starting your Bat journey.
Get your filthy paws off that now.
No gun harm? Shame. This is gonna hurt.
Batman Arkham City is an amazing experience. The team at Rocksteady does things with the character and the world I truly wasn't expecting. I think the main narrative is stretched a bit thin by random villains, but when I talk about this game, that isn't what I'll bring up. I'm going to talk about my wide-eyed reaction to the opening, the jaw-dropping finale, and the hours I spent searching for tiny, meaningless green trophies. Batman Arkham City makes me feel like Batman, and that's exactly what I want.
How many people had forgotten this mask?
No 2 playthroughs are the same in Dishonored 2. Developer Arcane has doubled down on the original's play-your-way formula with 2 separate sets of skills, a deep and multifaceted world, and a dizzying array of level designs that affect your approach to each new area. Whether you choose a stealthy or combat-based approach, each one of your playthroughs is an addition to the wide range of stories that can be told within Dishonored 2's wonderfully twisted universe.
All hail
Her Imperial Majesty, Emily Caldwin.
15 years have gone by since the events of the original Dishonored, and the world of Empress of the Isles, Emily Caldwin, is once again thrown into disarray when her evil aunt appears with suspicious designs on her throne.
I'm here to relieve you of your crown.
It's a pedestrian catalyst to your most vital decision in Dishonored 2. Will you play as Emily or her father and protector, Corvo Atano? Though their stories play out in much the same way, with well-crafted and low-key dialogue tailored to your character.
My father he's imprisoned, for lack of a better word.
She's imprisoned, for lack of a better word.
You must choose wisely, as it's a choice you are stuck with for the rest of your playthrough. It's a smart call on Arcane's part, as the developer has put a lot of focus on each character's individual skills. Both can work excellently in either a low chaos or high chaos playthrough, despite their different supernatural skill sets. Both have the basic abilities to teleport a short distance, choke out enemies, and drop knockout enemies. A welcome addition for those playing stealthily, but beyond that, they play very differently. You can use Emily's domino power, for example, to take down several enemies at once, lethally or non-lethally. Or, if you're playing as Corvo, his bend time ability allows for magnificent slow-mo kills or a quick, impossible escape. Combine these with other abilities, such as Emily's doppelgangers or Corvo's possession, and you can create some of Dishonored 2's best and most surprising moments. The southern European kissed city of Karnaca is not only beautiful, but it's dense with secrets and far more vertical than Dishonored's Dunwall. There are guard-infested main paths, hidden entrances, twisting alleyways, and tall, bloodfly-infested buildings. While I did notice some pop-in issues on the PlayStation 4 in open areas, and one crash, they were no deal-breakers, and overall the detail Arcane has managed to stuff into Dishonored 2 is astounding. The gorgeous painterly art style that made the original so distinctive is in full effect here. The city feels alive too. Unlike the streets of the original's Dunwall, where a rat plague explained away their emptiness, Karnaca is thriving.
I have something that might interest you.
NPCs beckon you over to give you an optional quest, or you might stumble into a conflict in a black market. Or you'll overhear a couple of blood-splattered whalers discussing the repercussions of something you did a chapter or two ago.
But they don't want to listen to me.
This encourages a constant drive to explore. You are an assassin, but there are always at least 2 ways to dispense with your mark, and one of them can only be unlocked through careful examination of clues. During my second playthrough, I discovered vital information I'd breezed past in my first, and I imagine there will still be more to find in my third. You can't lean too heavily on one approach, however, because Arcane keeps switching up central mechanics in each chapter that makes each one feel vital and distinct. In the Dust District, for example, billows of dust will obscure your vision every 5 minutes or so, but it also blocks the guards, giving you opportunities to slip by that don't exist on any other map. In the Clockwork Mansion, the layout of each floor can be changed using levers, allowing for quick getaways or access to secret areas. In the Royal Conservatory, you must deal with enemies who behave in a very different way than what you've been accustomed to.
Where will I go next?
Such unpredictable additions to an already complex world kept me constantly alert. And because morality is ultimately a binary choice in Dishonored 2, kill fewer NPCs and you'll be granted a happier ending, this focus is very important. Dishonored 2's broader story is ultimately predictable if you're familiar with the first game. The protagonists stand out thanks to their delightfully understated voice work, but curiously, Dishonored 2's biggest character arc is given to Megan Foster, captain of the ship that serves as your base in between missions. Keep an eye on her.
If we make it all the way back to Dunwall, there are some things I need to tell you.
Look at you, leaving a trail of bloody boot prints across this dying city.
With 2 unique characters to play with, themed chapters that keep things interesting, and a gorgeous and evocative world that feels alive, Dishonored 2 is a remarkably flexible stealth and action game. Though I would have liked a little bit more ingenuity in its central story, it's the stories that I've created on my own that I'll remember, every graceful, fumbling, and hilarious one of them. I feel compelled to create many more in the months to come.
Welcome back to IGN's Top 100 Video Games of All Time Countdown. We're just about to dig into numbers 59, 58, and 57, a trio of great games, and yet each is wholly unique. One's big on gunplay, another lacks any dialogue whatsoever, and the third pushes the limits of what can be done with a grid and some colored lines. Gaming can take so many forms and push in so many different directions. It can be easy to forget where we came from and how much is still yet to come. Let's witness a journey into the uncharted 2, Among Thieves.
The Witness is a game brimming with secrets, daunting, multi-layered mysteries that sunk into my subconscious, tracing snaking paths across my brain until I was literally seeing mazes every time I closed my eyes. That's the kind of power The Witness has. It hooked me in with its masterful puzzle design and gorgeous visuals, then compelled me forward as I began carving out my own purpose on the island. It's a freedom granted by a world as welcomingly open to exploration as it is enjoyably challenging to solve. The Witness is built around solving these deceptively simple-looking maze puzzles on terminals found around the island. The tactile joy of their interface and the initial sense of wonder and mystery their presence brings were enough to motivate me in the early moments. But these light-up labyrinths quickly became more sophisticated, adding new rules and constraints to the basic structure and allowing for the real tough yet fulfilling challenges to emerge. With each new rule, curiosity gave way to obsessive levels of motivation and purpose. I wasn't just solving puzzles because they were fun. Slowly but surely, they began to make sense in a much larger context. This manifests most tangibly in The Witness's first obvious overarching goal, shooting beams of light into the island's tallest mountain. Most early puzzles in The Witness work toward that goal, bestowing my frantic line drawing with an important sense of progress. It also helped me see the different regions of the island as distinct parts of a larger, cohesive whole, making the constant treks across the surprisingly large, dense landmass less daunting. There was also enough to do and see beyond the key objectives that my time spent simply wandering never felt wasted and helped clear my head when I felt stuck on a tough puzzle. And puzzles in The Witness are hard, but they're always fair and solvable. In a manner more freeing than most puzzle adventures, you're allowed and even encouraged to walk away from a problem you don't feel equipped to solve. That's a concept introduced in the opening minutes when you encounter a locked door covered in symbols you're unfamiliar with. The answers you need are further up the path, but you have to let yourself walk away first to know that. The Witness does more than equip you with the tools needed to find the right answers. It teaches you how to ask the right questions. Expand this dynamic to the whole of the island and you see how intelligently designed a puzzle game this is. It doesn't just give you the freedom to chip away at its riddles at your own pace, but creates a compelling adventure of the learning process itself. The masterful design of The Witness's puzzles is matched by the clever layout of the actual island, full of startling and enlightening visual revelations that added excitement and meaning to the world even when I wasn't actively seeking it out. Everything feels like it was placed with a purpose, allowing familiar sights to take on thematic weight when viewed from different angles. That's kind of what The Witness is about, pointing you towards new ways of seeing. Finding concrete answers about this abandoned island requires patience, but there's an enthralling amount of mystery here to dissect across the 40 to 50 hours it takes to get through the story. There are also plenty of secrets tucked away behind the most challenging obstacles. Some of the most mind-blowing revelations were actually hidden in plain sight, making every return to the island a new adventure. I estimate it would take 80 to 100 hours to fully do and see everything here. But there's a satisfying amount of world-building clues scattered around, and I was able to reach an ending the first time without feeling like The Witness owed me a greater answer. Story does not drive The Witness as much as its mystery, and it doesn't treat story as an arbitrary reward for your efforts. What's there only enriches an already fulfilling experience. The Witness has a power and pull that carried me throughout more than 70 hours, and that, even now, beckons me back to confront the mysteries I left unsolved. Its themes weave themselves beautifully throughout every moment, and its graceful combination of tangible goals, obscurity, and freedom creates ample opportunity for small victories and grand revelations alike.
Hello my friends, let's talk. Journey is the most beautiful game I've ever played. It's also really short, so before you keep watching this video, I'll come right out and say it. Download and enjoy. Don't watch anything else and just experience it for yourself, because Journey is worth it. If you're still curious, don't worry. I won't show you any spoilers, and we didn't capture any footage from the closing sections. What you're seeing here is the latest downloadable effort from that game company, the fine folks that worked on Flower in 2009. Journey is short, simple, and so stunning it'll take your breath away. In Journey, you guide this nameless, cloaked traveler through a barren world filled with sand. You have one goal: reach the shining mountaintop that beckons you from the start. Along the way, you'll find out more about what happened before your arrival, and you might meet other travelers. In case you couldn't tell, Journey looks astounding. From the rolling sand to the magic light on these cloth creatures, Journey will amaze, surprise, and move you with its visuals. In fact, I can't really think of any way this game could look any better. The sound works just as elegantly. A heart-stirring score comes and goes with perfect timing, and that game company uses clever tricks that use sound in meaningful ways. I won't tell you what those tricks are, though. You'll have to find out for yourself. Journey is more about the emotional investment than the usual missions and scorekeeping video games use nowadays. In Journey, you can run, jump, and speak. That's all you need to do to reach the summit. By finding magical glyphs around the world, you can lengthen the traveler's scarf, which allows our cloaked figure to fly through the air and reach new areas. Speaking in Journey means shouting out these musical notes, which summon the cloth creatures around you. They help the traveler fly higher and farther, but speaking can also activate other elements in the world, like these ancient paintings or the meditative altars set between each chapter. The play mechanics in Journey are simple, more of a tool to help you experience the beauty of the world. It may be overly simple and slow-paced for some, but it all functions perfectly in the context of the game world. Completing Journey alone has its own charms, but it's extra special when you meet another traveler along the way. As you play, Journey seamlessly connects you with others. No names, no text boxes, no chat. And you know what? It works. The other figure traveling with me is a stranger, but we ended up playing through the whole game together without a problem. With a few chirps back and forth, we communicated. It's brilliant and some of the most meaningful multiplayer I've ever enjoyed in gaming. Journey is really short. You can beat it in 2 hours or less unless you want to spend time exploring. But that's no reason to deny yourself this achingly beautiful adventure. Download it, throw on a good pair of headphones, hit the lights, and enjoy. You will not regret it.
Hey everyone, Chris here with the video review for Uncharted 2 Among Thieves. Now, Uncharted, the original game, is pretty much synonymous with the PlayStation 3. If you buy a PS3, you're going to get Uncharted. And I am very, very happy to say that Uncharted 2 Among Thieves is an absolutely phenomenal successor to the original game. This game basically picks up about a year later after the first game. Nathan Drake is, of course, on the scene again. Sully's back. Elena's back. And what's really cool about this game is it's basically a globe-trotting adventure instead of just being stuck on an island. Nate is going around to find Marco Polo. That leads him to going to find other treasures and other kinds of stuff that I'm not going to spoil for you. But this is a much bigger experience than the first game with a very well-told story and fantastic action all around.
Chloe, this isn't just a dagger. It's a key.
Well, let's find out what it opens.
So as I mentioned, the story this time around is very well told. The cutscenes obviously are great once again. They were fantastic in the first game. They're very well done here also. And once again, the voice acting is stellar. We have the same people from the first game with an expanded cast. Everybody is great this time.
What's your angle on all this misery? You gonna plunder a few temples, loot the museum?
It's nice to see you two.
The first game was, and still to this day, easily one of the best looking titles on the PlayStation 3. and Uncharted 2 looks even better. Again, the first game still looks really, really good, but when you see this, it is mind-blowing in some of these scenes about how good it looks. The texture detail is phenomenal. You know, it's just a level of polish that is practically unseen in games even today. One last thing that I do want to mention about the presentation for you fortune hunters out there is that, again, you can find treasures on the ground. Once you've beaten a chapter, or at least gotten to it, you can choose anywhere that you want to go, so you can jump right back in there and find it, which is really good for you fortune hunters. The very good thing about the game is that since it doesn't take place solely on an island this time around, you're going to be in Nepal, you're going to have some street fights, you're going to be up in the mountains and the snow, you will of course, you know, kind of go into like catacomb type stuff. But there's a whole lot more variety here than we saw in the first game, which is really cool. There are multiple scenes in this game where the actual environment is moving around and changing as you're on it. There is a sequence that's on the train where you are fighting on it as it actually is moving through a level. And so as the train is kind of going around bends, you know, if there's an enemy on the next car, you have to kind of compensate for that. And so it kind of brings the whole experience up to this, you know, Hollywood level of $100 million blockbusters that, you know, you kind of rarely see that sort of thing in video games. Now, like the first game, there's 3 main gameplay things you're going to be doing. You're going to be shooting people, you're going to be climbing the environment, and you're going to be solving puzzles. In terms of shootouts, basically, that works exactly the same as it was before. You can still take cover, but what's really cool is that the levels are set up to be much more vertical than they were before, and to give you a lot more option in what you're going to do. The game is still very linear. You have to go to this very specific point. You know, there's not really a whole lot of option in how you're going to kind of go around a thing, but when you are in a shootout, you can be, you know, I want to go to the roof, or I want to go to the bottom, or I want to hang from this thing, or I want to kind of go around from the back, and it creates this much more dynamic feel to the fights than you had the first time. Now, one thing that actually does help the fighting a lot is, in the first game you could do, you know, lots of hand-to-hand combat, and that's a little more refined here, but I'm not really going to go into that. But what is really cool is that you can use stealth a lot better in this game than you can in the first one. So guys will still see you if you know, pop your head out, but if you manage to sneak up on somebody, you can take them down in a silent kill. You can yank them over walls or yank them over cover or whatever and take them out. The one bad part about the stealth is that early on in the game, there is a segment where you can't be seen. You have to go through kind of stealth. And both myself and Greg Miller, when we played through these, we found it a little bit frustrating because there wasn't as much help beforehand telling you how to do certain things or exactly where to go. And that really is the only segment of the game where, you know, I kind of felt like, it was kind of misstepping or whatever. But once you get past that, the rest of the stealth and the way that you can use it is great.
Lights out.
For the puzzles this time around, without actually counting them, I would say that there are less than in the first game. However, the mix of time you're going to be spending is about the same. The way that they're handled this time around, that they're bigger in scale, they're more intricate, and for me, they were more fun. Now, the big new thing for Uncharted 2 is that there is online play this time, both versus and co-op. For versus play, you get a whole lot of stuff. You have like team deathmatch, and you have elimination, and you have capture the treasure, which is basically capture the flag. What's awesome is that the gameplay you get in the single-player game translates perfectly to online. So you can climb the environment and go up to the roof, or you can hide behind stuff and take cover and all that. So what you learn to do in the single-player translates perfectly over to multiplayer, and if you use it well, it will give you a huge advantage. Now, along with versus, there's also the co-op mode, which is not going straight through the story. But what it is are kind of offset pieces taken from the story and kind of given a different goal. And you can play this with up to 2 other people, so you can have 3 people in these. Even on easy, co-op is not easy. It is very, very hard many times, but they are very intricate, they're very long, they're very, very fun, especially because they're difficult. And I don't imagine you beating all of them very, very soon, which is really cool because it gives you a lot of challenge to go in and play them again. Overall, Uncharted 2 Among Thieves is a fantastic game. It's a great single-player experience with very, very few flaws. The online is super fun, both versus and co-op, and basically it's a game that will, give you 10 hours or so single-player, and then possibly hundreds of hours online, depending on, how long you want to get in there and find treasures and kill people. So anybody with the PlayStation 3 absolutely must play this. Not that you weren't going to anyway.
IGN here, back in action. You know, in the beginning, every FPS protagonist was created equal. One Doom guy handled pretty much like the next. So our number 56 pick, however, represents one of the high water marks for team-based multiplayer shooters, where each character brings with them their own personality, function, and moveset. That inherent replayability plus top-tier artwork and game design earned it a spot on our list of the best 100 games of all time. Hope it doesn't get into a firefight with number 55.
Overwatch exists at an intersection between design and artistry, a crossroad at which pure tactile joy meets refined, intelligent design to create a rare spark of magic. It's blessed with a multitude of tactical layers, but none of them ever came between me and my enjoyment of its intense, swirling teamfights and thrilling overtime comebacks. Overwatch's success is built on the backs of its 21 excellent characters, and their diverse appearances, origins, and personalities are all laid bare with every pose they strike. And even though they're roughly grouped into 4 roles, no two feel alike. The robotic transforming Bastion and the anarchic explosive tossing Junkrat are both technically defenders, but they couldn't play any more differently from one another. The former transforms into a minigun turret to run point defense, and the latter plays an area denial game by lobbing timed grenades over long distances to scare off would-be attackers. This strong sense of differentiation is important because it keeps team composition strategies from devolving into simplistic formulas. You have to look much deeper, and when you do, the true beauty of Overwatch's gameplay shines through. Overwatch led me to discover its nuances by refusing to offer up easy crutches to lean on. No character is focused solely around one catch-all gun or skill to the extent that you can find success by using it alone. Tracer's dual machine pistols have a high rate of fire, but poor accuracy. Genji's shurikens are highly damaging and accurate, but their slow rate of fire and long travel time can make hitting moving targets difficult. This concept helps differentiate characters, while pushing me to explore the rest of their skill set to the fullest. Take Junkrat's abilities, for instance. Steel Trap immobilizes enemies that wander into it, and his remote detonated concussion mine can blow them sky high when triggered. Used creatively though, they can be so much more. Steel Trap can be an escape tool, allowing you to disengage from fights with faster enemies, to deny enemy flanking routes, or you can combine it with Concussion Mine for a nasty booby trap. You can even detonate it under yourself to rocket jump up to otherwise inaccessible areas. Just 2 abilities on one character opens up all those possibilities, and being able to switch between characters mid-match allows you and your team to adapt to your opponent's tactics on the fly. Overwatch's 12 beautiful maps also play a big role in extracting so much depth out of the cast's toolsets. The oppressive first choke point on Hanamura begs to have static defenses like Torbjorn's turret or Symmetra's sentries built up around it, and for attackers with the right mobility skills, the long gap between the left side of the first and second capture point becomes a tantalizing opportunity to flank the defenders before they can reset themselves. These elements add another interesting layer of strategizing and decision-making when coming up with team compositions. You aren't just thinking about how your character will work in the context of your team, but also about what opportunities any given map provides and how you can exploit them. The fact that each map is designed to be played in just one way with set objectives means that Overwatch has notably less overall variety than some other multiplayer games, but it also lends tight focus and brisk pacing to every encounter. And above all else, the maps never feel like soulless arenas, thanks to lots of meaningful, character-specific dialogue.
This is my kind of factory.
In terms of features, Overwatch is just a bit thin, but it meets or exceeds the basic expectations of a multiplayer shooter. Its impressive stack tracking, per-character control mapping, and accessibility options really stand out. It also does a great job of identifying and surfacing good play to both teammates and opponents through a novel commendation system and a sweet play-of-the-game highlight reel. Matchmaking is swift and reliable, and the cosmetic unlockables are surprisingly charming and come at a decent pace without having to pay for extra loot packs. Overwatch is an incredible achievement in multiplayer shooter design. It bobs and weaves almost perfectly between being the quick fix adrenaline hit you might want after a long day of work and the thoughtful strategic multiplayer experience that becomes the center of evening-long binges with friends. It might not have the most exhaustive list of maps and modes, but it provides nearly endless opportunities for exhilarating, coordinated play, and when you're at the center of it, it feels like nothing else. For much, much more on Overwatch, keep it right here on IGN.
Thank you.
Apex Legends is something of a zeitgeist stew, checking all the boxes of recent trends all the way down to its grandiose but nondescript title. It's one part battle royale complete with the descent, loot scavenging, and shrinking playable area. It's another part hero shooter featuring 8 personable heroes called Legends with unique abilities built for steadfast teamwork. None of those borrowed ideas scream originality, but here they come together quite well as something new thanks to a lavishly designed map, an innovative communication system, great gunplay, and a degree of polish that's all but unheard of in this genre. Set in the Titanfall universe, but conspicuously lacking the signature Titans, a match of Apex Legends is relatively small scale. 20 teams of 3 compete in a last team standing competition. It forces you onto a 3-person team, which sounds like a nightmare for solo players until you experience the intuitive contextual ping system. It's a dream to use and makes teaming up and coordinating with Micheless randoms viable. With the tap of a button, you can call out points of interest, whether that be supplies, enemy locations, or just a rendezvous location, and your character will intelligently translate that into verbal callouts. It's revelatory.
Hostile over there.
Apex Legends' emphasis on teamwork is also reflected in the ability to revive fully dead teammates, which is a unique twist within the Battle Royale genre. Even after a teammate has bled out, you can grab their banner within 90 seconds and trek to the nearest beacon to bring them back from the dead. The multi-step process is risky and draws a lot of attention, but having a greater number of intact squads toward the end of a match makes for a more exciting final battle with fewer players sitting on the sidelines. The varied legends add new wrinkles to the Battle Royale format and create lots of opportunities for teamwork. The 8 legends, 2 of whom are initially locked behind a grind or paywall, each have their own passive, active, and ultimate abilities. Some, like Bangalore's devastating airstrike, are more spectacular than others, but all are fun to use and fit well into the dynamic Battle Royale space. Since the majority of your offensive options are still dominated by what you find during the match instead of who you pick before it, a legend feels more like a personal expression of playstyle rather than the mandatory archetype. Like both Titanfall games, Apex Legends gunplay is impactful and precise. The guns from pistols to SMGs to assault rifles to shotguns all have a satisfying kick, sound, and weightiness that make them feel unique and purposeful. They can be modified with scopes, extended magazines, barrel stabilizers, and hop-ups, which significantly alter weapons to make them even more versatile. Exploring the King's Canyon map for loot is always a joy. The layout is absolutely bonkers in the best way. It has elaborate multi-floor military complexes, air bases, grassy jungles, sandy wastelands, and settlements stretching across ruined embankments. Every area is rich with rewarding detail and full of things like horizontal and vertical zip lines to get around quickly and even relaunch into the sky. The absence of Titanfall's wondrous wall running is disappointing, but sliding down slopes is a great way to travel quickly, and the ability to climb over walls provides an extra dose of vertical mobility. Besides the 2 current character unlocks, Apex Legends follows the microtransaction models of popular games like Fortnite and Overwatch. It creates a level playing field by only charging for Apex packs containing cosmetics such as skins and emotes. The process for unlocking the 2 characters, however, is somewhat laborious without spending money, and Respawn plans to add more legends, cosmetics, and loot every few months. That said, the 2 that are currently locked aren't any better than the 6 you have from the start, so there's no pay-to-win scheme going on here at launch. Apex Legends makes squad-based Battle Royale work better than thought possible, even when playing with a randomly matched team.
Its intuitive communication system makes strategic team play achievable without a word, and the 8 unique legends each have cool abilities that are rewarding without feeling like restrictive roles. It all takes place in Kings Canyon, which is a fascinating sci-fi map that leads to tense encounters filled with all of the pristine gunplay and polish from the Titanfall series, and its free-to-play setup doesn't pressure you to pay to keep up. Apex Legends has the goods to be a true challenger to Fortnite's dominance.
Hello, beautiful viewer. If you're just now joining us, we are coming up on the halfway point in IGN's top 100 video games of all time ranking, and right now I have the pleasure of teeing up number 54. It's a masterpiece of the Metroidvania genre with a unique, melancholy world made even sweeter by the fact that it was crowdfunded by fans themselves. Let's take a closer look at Hollow Knight, and then let's check out number 53. Want to find out what it is? Stick around.
It's not hard to get lost in the deep subterranean world of Hollow Knight, and I mean that in more ways than one. The expansive catacombs of Hallownest have countless paths to explore and secrets to find. But more than that, it's rich with lore, history, and purpose that drew me into a 2D Metroidvania kingdom I wanted to uncover every inch of. The deeper I went, the more I was surprised at just how much content and freedom this game has to offer. In basically any direction, there are bosses to fight, upgrades to collect, and secrets to uncover. But what's truly captivating about exploring this long-dead kingdom is its atmosphere. Gorgeous art, beautiful music, and a million little details combine to give each area of the map a distinct sense of place. The lush and humid green path feels vastly different from the cold, dark caves of the Forgotten Crossroads, but they still feel like part of a cohesive world. Hallownest's capital city, the City of Tears, is a metropolis in a huge cave where it's always raining. 10 hours after I first discovered it, I stumbled across the Blue Lake, a massive body of serene water positioned just above the underground city. Hollow Knight doesn't shove this connection in your face, it just lets you explore its world and piece together the history for yourself. Entering Hallownest for the first time is akin to being pushed out of a boat, making the first few hours a sink-or-swim experience as a result. I genuinely love that it's an unashamedly hard game that does a great job of silently teaching you how to play. But it still felt a little bit daunting to start, especially when death means having to fight your way back to your corpse to reclaim your money. Like any Metroidvania, your path options are gated behind things like ledges that are too high to reach, or gaps that are too far to jump until you find the necessary upgrades, like a dash or a wall climb. But there are enough options that don't result in dead ends to keep you exploring for quite a while. The combat in Hollow Knight is as satisfying as it is challenging, and it massively rewards patience and skill. Killing enemies is a matter of sharp timing, learning attack patterns, and finding safe moments to heal. You can find upgrades to raise your weapon damage or health, but more importantly, I just got better as I went. Equipable charms let you customize your playstyle as well. They range from small effects like extending your attack distance or gathering more soul to large changes, like swapping your soul blast for a shotgun burst of maggots. Thankfully, you can freely swap charms whenever you sit at a bench, which serve as Hollow Knight's save points. That meant I could come up with specific charm loadouts for different scenarios on the fly, be it wanting to collect more money, move faster, or take down a particularly tricky boss. Never felt like there was a wrong choice here, just different strategies. And if any situation will push you to test those choices out, it will likely be one of Hollow Knight's dozens of big boss fights. They range from small and agile enemies to large, deadly brutes. These contained challenges are some of the best thrills available, and some of the hardest too. But if you get frustrated, you can always just wander down a different path and try again later. A staggering amount of Hollow Knight's best content is entirely optional, but none of it feels like filler. You could probably beat the campaign without seeing 2/3 of what Hollow Knight has to offer, but the 30+ hours it took me to reach an alternate and much better ending showed me almost all of it. Having so much to do at any given time can occasionally be overwhelming, but there's very rarely a right or wrong choice, making it unlikely two players will explore these caves in the same order. Hollow Knight is a Metroidvania with a well of content that's as deep as its labyrinthine caves. The world of Hallownest is filled with a compelling story for you to discover on your own, and built with branching paths that offer an absurd amount of choice in how you go about discovering it. With such a high density of secrets to find and fun, challenging enemies to face, it's worth spending every moment you can in Hollow Knight.
Sam, why do you think Miss Pac-Man deserves to be on IGN's top 100 games list?
So it's the best-selling arcade machine of all time. First of all, which is a big deal, and everybody played it, and it was ubiquitous. It was in every single, at the time, arcades weren't the place that you just play arcade games. Your 7-Eleven had them, and airports had them, and any corner bodega or market or anything would have a machine. It'd likely be this Pac-Man. So that built on the popularity of Pac-Man, and like Pac-Mania really spanned into the era of Miss Pac-Man as just being like the biggest franchise on earth. It would define video games at the time.
Although our specifications for this list were not about necessarily popularity or like historic significance or anything like that. It was just, we kind of went with what games we feel like still hold up today that we would recommend. If you've never played a video game before, you should play this game.
Well, Miss Pac-Man does
and 99 others
totally hold up today. It's still like so fun, and just like Justin said, it feels really good. The game feel of it is just great. And like, of course, it was like around when I was a kid, and I played it, but I didn't really dig into Miss Pac-Man until it was released on the first Namco Arcade Museum on the original PlayStation. And I was in college, living in a house with a bunch of guys, and like we would play video games, and like we got that, and everyone kind of got obsessed with Miss Pac-Man for a couple months. It was great.
Yeah, we had a similar obsession in the San Francisco office when we first got a Miss Pac-Man cocktail machine. A lot of people played it, but we had a competition in the office, and Jared Petty played it a lot and won. Like he got a score that I've never gotten, maybe like the 140s or 150s. Just killed it. But a lot of people became obsessed with it because it really draws you in to the difficulty curve, where it's like you can get through a lot of Miss Pac-Man pretty early on. Once you get good at it, you get 6-7 levels. It feels really good. And then it gets hard so fast, and your tactics have to change entirely to being like just survival. Like it's not about eating all the ghosts anymore, which is like the first 8 levels. And then it's about like, your ghosts don't even become edible, basically. You have to be really good to take advantage of the power pellets and stuff. Love it.
Welcome back. We're going from Miss Pac-Man to our number 52 pick, a game that couldn't be more different. Whereas Miss Pac-Man collects little dots and destroys ghosts, players of this game shoot little dots at each other to try to make ghosts. That's right, it's the OG multiplayer FPS, and it's bunny hopping its way onto our top 100. It's Counter-Strike, baby! Many of the things modern multiplayer FPS enthusiasts value most in skill-based games like Apex and Valorant, they learn to value because of Counter-Strike. Good level design, team-based dynamics, the dedication required to master it, a friendly sense of competition, and a solid sense of a community. Counter-Strike 1.6 taught us the joy of really earning victories, but also the importance of learning from failures. It's the reason so many of us stuck with PC gaming, and the part of the reason we love first-person shooters to this day. Simply put, it marked a new phase in the beginnings of esports. Thanks, Counter-Strike. This is IGN's top 100 video games of all time ultimate ranking showdown. We'll be right back with our number 51 pick after a quick break. Congrats, you made it to the midpoint. Go splash a tiny paper cup of Gatorade on your face or something and hurry on back for the second half. See you soon.
Welcome back. This is IGN's top 100 video games ever list, 47 of which have numbers in the title, our next game included. In case that wasn't enough of a clue, this is one of only a handful of games on the list that has a number in the middle of the title. And that number is 4. And it's about killing zombies with your friends. Still can't guess? That's because this game was so influential, it recently spawned a much-loved look-alike. But it's the original series that made our list. Let's check in on Left 4 Dead 2.
It's only been 1 year, but the sequel of Valve's hit shooter Left 4 Dead is already available. Should you be happy, furious, or mildly confused? Well, if you're a Left 4 Dead fan, the good news is that Left 4 Dead 2 is pretty much better in every way. The game's got 5 all-new and thrilling campaigns set in the American Southeast, a cast of survivors with more personality than the previous lot, and a whole bunch of gameplay improvements. The real question is if these refinements are worth the purchase of a new game. Like the first game, Left 4 Dead 2 is made for fans of all things zombie related, and people who like to kill zombies. Valve's made the bloodshed even more entertaining here by making some noticeable graphical improvements, from the eerily lifelike way the zombies flail around as they run and stumble after you, to the way they're affected by gunfire. The game is incredibly gory, much more so than the first game. Each of the new campaigns take place in brighter, more detailed, and more distinct settings than the first game. The Dark Carnival campaign is a standout, mostly because of its frantic roller coaster sequence and a defense on a concert stage while rock music blares in the background. The game's concept, at its core, is simple. You play as one of 4 human survivors who need to fight through a horde of zombies to get to the end of a level. Though you can play by yourself with some intelligent bots controlling the other 3 survivors, this is a far better game with a team of human-controlled players. A number of new weapon models have been added into the sequel as well, though many of them feel really similar. Really, the big feature here are the melee weapons. Chainsaws, machetes, and electric guitars are just a few of the ways you can keep the blood flowing. And while these may seem like a goofy, cosmetic kind of upgrade, they actually have a pretty significant impact on the gameplay, as it's way easier to clear out any zombies that crowd in on you or a partner. Also new are 3 boss-type zombies. The Spitter's damaging acid blobs do serious damage over time, the Charger makes life unpleasant for anyone he runs into, and the Jockey proves to be a general pain by wrestling character control away from whichever survivor he pounces on. Toss into the mix all the original monsters, and the new attack combinations and strategies when playing on Versus mode is something that fans are really going to love. Another great mode is Scavenge. It's meant for players who don't necessarily want to spend tons of time trying to do a 4v4 versus campaign match, and the goal is for each team to take turns as survivors dumping gas cans into generators. It's quick, accessible, and a lot of fun. Finally, for the truly insane, Left 4 Dead 2 offers a realism mode that wipes out a number of assists and makes enemies harder to take down. In other words, it's a way to make the game even harder than the expert mode. You'll need something akin to military-level communication and coordination to get through this one alive. Left 4 Dead 2 is a far more feature-complete game than the first one, and is a much better game overall. If you're sick of Left 4 Dead's gameplay or just never cared about it to begin with, this game probably won't change your mind. But if the idea of teaming up to slaughter zombies still makes you excited, pick this game up immediately. The sequel beats the original in pretty much every category, and provides a style of thrills, scares, and action you won't find anywhere else. Check out the full written review on IGN.com.
Our next block of games are all of a certain age, but that doesn't make them any less fun to jump into today. No matter how many times they're remastered, remixed, or prequelized, there's just something about a classic. And our number 50 pick is an undisputed, if sometimes overlooked, Nintendo classic that swings a big bat and holds up surprisingly well. It's Earthbound. Shigesato Itoi's seminal RPG resonated heavily with young gamers from the moment it came out. The story of Ness, Paula, Jeff, and Pooh's journey across a strange, slanted version of America was such a vast departure from previous RPGs like Final Fantasy and Chrono Trigger that it seemed destined to become a cult phenomenon. And a whole new generation of players got to know the franchise after Ness made his way onto the Smash Bros. Roster early in the life of that series. Earthbound wasn't drenched in fantasy tropes and pathos, but rather brimming with color, humor, and some of the weirdest characters and events we'd ever seen in a game. Simultaneously, it was a title that knew how to pack an emotional punch. It's a top-tier JRPG and a unique piece of storytelling. Speaking of holding up, our 49th best game ever is Diablo 2, one of the best supported games of all time, and a game that runs beautifully in both its original and remastered forms. Still, the classic version of Diablo 2 didn't go out of its way to be user-friendly. Even choosing a class and build was daunting, let alone learning the quirks of its many systems. What hooks you in, however, is just how perfectly measured the core gameplay loop of killing, looting, and upgrading is. Whether you're just starting out or wading through hell with a hardcore character, Diablo 2 has a momentum that's impossible not to be swept up in. The odds are always overwhelming, the atmosphere always malevolent, and the reward always worth the risk. As is typical of Blizzard as a studio, Diablo 2 can be played on countless different levels, but the simple joy of wading through thick knots of enemies with a necromancer and his summoned brood of skeletons and mages, setting off chains of corpse explosions and painting the world red, was a glorious end in itself. Cutscenes were one of the driving forces behind the success of PC gaming in the late 90s, and Blizzard was regarded as king when it came to jaw-dropping visuals. Even before Diablo 2's own lush cutscenes, the company had already kicked things up a notch with our number 48 pick, StarCraft. Not only were players treated to a defining RTS experience, their reward for completing sections of the campaign were evocative visuals that further immersed them in an all-new sci-fi universe. But the highlight of the StarCraft experience has got to be its multiplayer. Few gaming moments are as satisfying as defending your base against a Zerg rush as the Protoss, or successfully sending in a fleet of Terran to decimate an enemy after an hour of planning. StarCraft is played competitively in parts of the world to this day, meaning it stayed relevant for longer than almost any other video game in existence. There's a reason for that. The gameplay is expertly crafted and balanced, and it's those near losses and photo finish victories that keep players coming back year after year. What's cooler than cool? 3 Blizzard entries in a row! That can't be the coolest thing we could think of. This is IGN's Top 100 Video Games of All Time countdown, and up next at number 47 is yet another Blizzard jam, World of Warcraft. Wow. It's a defining MMORPG made all the more impressive by the fact that it launched into a market already dominated by a rival. In a universe where EverQuest was king, WoW succeeded beyond anyone's wildest expectations. And now, 6 expansions later, World of Warcraft has shown very little signs of slowing down, while constantly expanding its functions to meet player demand. Like grouping with friends, the game gives you the ability to start with a crew and play through the entire journey together, regardless of race or class. Want to make a go at it solo? Then feel free to take on quests alone. The higher level dungeons and raids do demand teamwork, but with its stellar looking for group system, finding people to tackle a hard boss has never been easier. Blizzard took Warcraft's signature offbeat fantasy vibe and translated it beautifully from the RTS genre to a massive MMORPG without missing a step. Okay, the Blizzard has passed, it's BioWare time. Sitting pretty at number 46 is an undisputed masterpiece of the RPG genre, not to mention one of the best video games ever based on a film franchise. We're talking KOTOR. Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic almost single-handedly rescued Star Wars video games from purgatory. It wasn't just one of the best role-playing games ever made, but one that helped legitimize Western RPGs on consoles and establish the fledgling Xbox as a destination for top-tier third-party games. KOTOR was a 40-hour role-playing epic set 4,000 years before the original Star Wars trilogy. Therefore, it had the freedom to tell the story it wanted and invent a whole new galaxy of characters without Lucasfilm calling too many of the shots. The result was an incredible villain in Darth Revan and one of the best twists in gaming history, not to mention the dark wit of robot party member HK-47. Best of all, we got a Star Wars story where your choices truly mattered. Choosing to double-cross someone you'd agreed to help would earn you dark side points, and eventually you could become truly evil and sadistically powerful. But so too could your benevolent actions bring you to the light side and make you a virtuous hero. It's a simple but powerful mechanic that perfectly dovetailed with the rules of the Star Wars universe and remains in popular use to this day in games like Fallout and Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh, hi there! We're just about to announce IGN's 45th best video game of all time here on our epic ranking showdown list video thing. Thank you for joining us. We've seen so many great games already and it only gets better from here, so stick around,
or don't, and then suffer story-bending consequences down the line. That sense of choices that matter, plus a unique take on legendary locales, secured this next game a spot as number 45. Along with a suite of some of the best DLC content ever released, Fallout New Vegas gave us a wasteland to remember and characters we'll never forget. Let's take a stroll down memory lane before it gets horrifically irradiated.
IGN picked Fallout 3 as its Game of the Year back in 2008. 2 years later, we have Fallout New Vegas, but it often feels like a giant expansion for Fallout 3 rather than an all-new game. Still, wandering the wasteland is an engrossing experience, and anyone who enjoyed Fallout 3 will want to visit New Vegas.
Well, howdy, partner. Good to see you again. Boss is waiting for you upstairs, so get a move on.
With the US decimated by nuclear war, the city of Vegas managed to survive mostly intact. Thanks to the Hoover Dam, the citizens of New Vegas have access to clean water and power, something most areas lack. A group called the New California Republic holds control over the area for now, but a resource that precious doesn't go unnoticed for long. Enter the Legion, a dictatorship led by a man who renamed himself Caesar. These slave drivers are about to make a play to take control of New Vegas. You're a courier in these troubled times with no defined background. Just a seemingly regular guy or gal, you're tasked with delivering a package to the New Vegas Strip. But let's just say complications arise. The story unfortunately ends up being a bit predictable. There are 3 possible endings, but what's baffling is that you can't continue your quest after you've beaten the game. Fallout 3 came with the same restriction, and people complained so much about it that it was later patched to allow for further questing. Why would the developers make the same mistake twice? Who knows? Fallout New Vegas uses the same engine as Fallout 3, and comes with the same technical issues. It's disappointing that there are so many bugs in what is essentially more Fallout 3. Load times are long, lip syncing is sketchy, and the game will freeze here and there. That said, it does run better on PC than it does on consoles. Exploring the fiction of Fallout is as thrilling as ever, and makes it worth putting up with the aforementioned shortcomings. The great thing about the open world of New Vegas is just that. It's free to explore. You have a lot of freedom to make your own choices and to be a good guy or a bad guy.
Cut it out, will you? Oh, yeah.
It's also up to you to customize your character with perks and abilities when you level up. There are loads of side missions, and you can expect to spend around 100 hours completing them all. In fact, some of the side missions are infinitely more satisfying than the main storyline. When wandering the desert, you'll meet friendly people and kill aggressive monsters and thugs. Or maybe you'll kill friendly people and become friends with the thugs, though you should still kill the monsters. And there are many new creatures to encounter in New Vegas. Just like Fallout 3, you may choose to play from a first or third person point of view. First-person shooter fans will be happy to learn that you can now use iron sights to look down the barrel of your guns. The VAT system is still here in full effect, allowing you to pause the action and target specific body parts, like heads. The biggest addition to the game is Hardcore mode. This option makes surviving so much more difficult that the game actually recommends against enabling it. You'll have to make sure you regularly feed, water, and rest your character, and traveling is more arduous. This mode is not for the faint of heart. Fallout New Vegas is more Fallout 3, meaning it's still a lot of fun. There is nothing quite like wandering a nuclear wasteland, facing moral dilemmas, and popping headshots. The many technical issues are disappointing, but they can't sink one of the most addictive formulas in modern gaming. This is definitely still a wasteland worth exploring. Just don't expect Fallout 4. For more information on Fallout New Vegas, wander over to IGN.com.
Another big SNES game that came out that year was Final Fantasy III.
Yeah. Or 6, depending on where you picked it up.
Well, right, that's the thing, right? Like, famously, this game was
yeah.
known as Final Fantasy III in the United States for years because Final Fantasy came out in America and Final Fantasy II came out in America, but, well, 2 was 4. So there, right now,
numbers. Yeah,
now
numbers.
It's happening to me too.
Yeah.
But it was the 3rd Final Fantasy game to come out in the United States, even though it was the 6th overall. So they called it Final Fantasy III, and then wouldn't reconcile that until 7 came out. But,
this was one of those
like there's a lot of JRPGs earlier on.
It was really the golden age. I would
Yeah,
say.
yeah, earlier on in the SNES, but this was the one. This sort of ushered in that this was pre-Chrono Trigger, and it ushered in that sort of the maturing of the 16-bit RPG.
Yeah.
I mean, this game begins with this gorgeous, it's not a cutscene, but it's this gorgeous, a non-playable cinematic where you have and there's credits, and you're like, oh, this is like something that's being presented to me. This isn't just a thing that I turn on and randomly start playing.
You get this fantastic
Like there's an
prologue
actual
and
narrative
the
to it.
music. And
amazing prologue, amazing settings, just like a phenomenal cast of characters. Arguably the best cast in Final Fantasy history.
Yeah, I'd never actually done the math until I was doing research for this show. This has the most playable 14 main characters, 14 main party members.
Yeah, some of them are optional. Some of them sort of leave and enter your party at different times. Your party gets split up, and the game is gorgeous. The music is it's one of Uematsu's absolute best scores. All of Amano's art, which we have featured back there. He's sort of at the top of his game then.
The Lion King.
The Lion King. When Andy Dufresne got out of prison, that was great. Yeah, and there's these super iconic moments that are among the most iconic moments in JRPG history with early on Kefka poisoning the well.
Yeah.
And then literally, I mean, spoilers, but you get halfway, 2/3 through the game, and the bad guy wins. He just destroys the world.
I mean, how mind-blowing is this for a 16-bit RPG that basically the villain wins and destroys the world, and the ending of the game is kind of happy, but it's very sort of bittersweet.
Well, I actually remember my friend was playing this for such a long time, and I mean, it was the same with Super Metroid, but I'd watch him here and there, and I remember Moogles would come out and they'd dance. They'd be like, hey, look at those little guys, this is pretty great. And then there'd be these amazing power moves that you'd get kind of later on, and it would be like, wow, look at that gradient and those different colored things now. And when he actually beat the game, it was during his parents' 4th of July barbecue, and everybody, all of our friends were grouped around the TV, and we were like, whoa! This is the end of a movie. This is this massive finale.
Yeah.
And,
It also has one of the greatest moments in RPG history, which is you have a character named Sabine, and he can suplex things, and you fight a train at one point, and he can suplex that train. He can suplex that entire spooky train.
Suplex the Train would be a good name for a mobile game.
Also worth noting, this was the first Final Fantasy game that went from classic kind of traditional medieval setting to kind of steampunk and sort of mixing it up.
Totally. A lot of people attribute or they give Final Fantasy VII some of that credit, but it really is 6 that moves things. There's chainsaws in that game.
Mech armor.
Yeah, I believe Leonardo actually invented mech armor.
Is that true?
He used it to kill a horse.
that horse is no longer alive. And then you have the opera scene too, which people always talk about.
Yeah, that opera scene.
Amazing opera scene.
I think it's interesting that that game came out on the SNES, then got ported to the PS1 and got ported to GBA. But there's really not been. Each of those versions kind of had some trouble. The PS1 had they would improve some things and be 2 steps forward and 1 step back. PS1 had incredible CG scenes, but had loading times just stuck in the middle.
Yep.
The GBA version had some sound problems.
Had Bort sound, but
it had extra bosses and stuff. And so now
the mobile version's hot trash.
How many years later? Over 20 years later, and we still don't really have
the definitive. Unless you still have a cart and a SNES hooked up.
Yeah, for sure.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
It's also, in addition to sort of the name being changed, which, I understand why they did it at the time, but it seems a little quaint now. The world just wasn't as global of a place. So, we got to call it Final Fantasy III, but the US version was also sort of famously censored. I
didn't know this until you were till I was reading it.
So, they changed the holy spell to Pearl, and there was actually a lot of the sprites had, some nudity in them that they took out. Some of the more overt, there was playful sexuality in it. It was more adult. They were these characters acted more like real people, and they stripped all of that out of the SNES version.
I mean, that's so funny because that's what I remember encountering in 7 and being like, whoa, I'm cross-dressing, go on dates and stuff. That's cool, and it's I didn't know that was ever something that was taken out.
So, I mean, this was such a fantastic year for the SNES.
A final fantastic year.
Whoa!
Yes!
You just leave.
Done! Next, we have 10 more topics.
Clocking in at number 43 is another game starring a cute little pile of pixels, but this one's less Final Fantasy and more a child's first unrelenting ambition. It's Pokemon Yellow. What makes Yellow so special? Pokemon Yellow took all the best elements from Pokemon's Red and Blue and upgraded them to make the game feel more like the anime. Before you can even set out to catch all 151 Pokemon, the game teaches you how to respect and care for the sometimes temperamental creatures, lending a sense of increased responsibility to the player. But the best new change, of course, was a Pikachu visibly following you around on your journey. Suddenly, the Pokemon weren't just creatures you summoned for battle, they became emotional centers that accompanied you on your adventure. Small story elements that linked Pokemon Yellow back to the anime were also a fun way to let the players relive the beginnings of Ash's journey. But ultimately, Pokemon Yellow is simply one of the best and most complete ways to experience the Pokemon universe. We've got to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with even more of IGN's epic countdown of the best 100 video games of all time. Sit tight for number 42. And indeed, 41 others. That's weird how that works. And we're back once more for the continuation of IGN's Top 100 Video Games of All Time Countdown. You've caught up with us right at number 42, a game so alien and mysterious that I'm just gonna scan it with my science laser and let the computer explain things from there. Take it away, Clip Package!
Hey everybody, this is Sam, here with Brendan.
Hey!
Playing one of the greatest Nintendo games of all time.
The best.
Nintendo's 125th anniversary is coming up. 125 years of Nintendo. So we're just playing some of our favorite Nintendo games. And this is Metroid Prime from 2002. No Metroids between 1993
It was a long
2002
drought for Metroid players.
Yeah, there was rumors about a Metroid on Nintendo 64, but all we got was Samus and Super Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
There wasn't even a Metroid game in production for a long time. And then Nintendo found this studio in Texas.
And there was these rumors, I remember hearing Nintendo working on a first-person Metroid Prime shooter, and everyone was like, what? No. And then it happened, and everyone's like, yes.
Yeah, it didn't preview well. Go say that. And part of the reason was there was, I remember seeing early pictures of this. IGN was covering it at the time. Retro had developed a third-person game, and they brought it to. They were working with Kensuke Tanabe and Shigeru Miyamoto and a few other high-level producers at Nintendo, but they were co-working with them. So they were, really they dropped all their other projects, started working on Metroid. And they would get feedback constantly. And one day, Shigeru Miyamoto just gave them the feedback that he thought it'd be better in first person. And there was, not a lot of precedent for first person Nintendo games at the time, but there was Goldeneye.
Yeah.
So his comparison was, what I've heard is that Jet Force Gemini didn't work out so well as a third person shooter. And now we have all these third person shooters that everybody loves. So it's kind of hard to imagine,
a time without
that they
them.
couldn't make it work.
Yeah.
But of course, what they did was something even better. They made it into a hybrid of both. They made it a third-person game when you're in a ball. Show them a ball. Yeah. It looks so good still. It's so smooth to get into that transition. You solve puzzles that way. I don't think you're going to take on that giant
He was not
ice
dying.
bear, which I forget what they're called. It's been so long, forgive me, even though this is one of my favorite universes ever. One thing you can do, though, is scan things in this game to find out their names.
Yeah,
I've always loved that.
I don't know about you, Sam, but I am a sucker for
me too.
awesome backstory and lore.
Yeah.
And the second I saw that you could scan almost everything this game had to offer, I was like, that's my mission.
Yeah,
scan everything.
There's
and
lore
everything.
entries which translate this kind of subtle backstory of Samus growing up on the planet, which is really cool.
Yeah,
I love that.
You had the
and
Chose
then,
lore.
Yeah, and then there's space pirate lore, which is just them kind of causing trouble for you. And you look at this. Look at this vista. I mean, this is okay. We should say this is the Wii version of this in the Metroid Prime trilogy, where they made it widescreen and they tuned it up a bit. But honestly, this is what this game looked like. It doesn't look much different aside from the widescreen, and it looks great. It's so smooth. Look how smooth it's running. I think it's at 60 frames, and yeah, it's just fantastic. But I digress.
I always loved reading the space pirate logs because they were just like, we're going to reverse engineer the bounty hunter's technology. Okay, it didn't really work out too well.
Yep.
And we found this really radioactive goop. Let's start eating it and infusing people with it. Okay, it didn't work out too well either.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is that if you scan everything, just right. And some enemies appear only for a certain period of time in the game, and then they go away. You can't find them anymore, like the ice bat section in one of these caves. If you have to scan them, and if you do scan everything, then you get a 100% ending. And the 100% ending shows a little bit about what happens in the next Metroid games, which is, you know, the appearance of Dark Samus.
They really spawned a great trilogy, this game.
Yeah. Why don't you head into the lava area if you can, because I want to play through two areas here.
Let's find where that is. Let's go to
So originally in this game, there was a little bit of controversy because you had to stop to shoot. You know, you had to stop, hold the shoulder trigger, then shoot. You know, that's what the Wii version that we're playing here really optimized and made a lot better.
Yeah.
There's not a better example of shooters working with Wii remote controls other than the Metroid Prime trilogy and Resident Evil 4. Those games, they proved that it could be done. Red Steel 2 was also really cool.
Yeah,
they proved
underrated.
it could be done. And it's just wonderful. So one of my favorite things about Metroid Prime is that you get glimpses of Samus. She's a character in a suit, and you can see these shots of her through her suit, and then also in reflection sometimes. And then if you get wet or there's a flash of light, you can see your eyes reflected in the mask.
Yeah, they overdid it in later, like Metroid Prime 3. Anytime you went to your visor, it would just show your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't really see it here, but
it fogs up in some scenes. I really like that.
Oh
the fogging is great. And then then at the end they actually show a Samus. They show Samus's face, and she looks really good, like kind of realistic. And I really think they screwed up by changing how she looks in the later games to be more like the Zero Suit blue Samus with like platinum blonde hair and stuff.
Yeah, I really like this interpretation of Samus.
Kind of serious, yeah. So yeah, you just went from ice to fire, and there's a couple other really great environments in this game, just jungles and stuff, and everything's just overgrown and rusty, and it has that lived-in universe feel like Star Wars.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like a lot of games try, especially like first-person shooters, they try and make you feel like you're the one person traversing this expansive, exciting world, and not many games get that right, that sense of wonder and exploration and isolation right, and this game really hit home for me.
Yeah.
Being able to, like, when you first land on the planet and you're on an alien planet, you have no backup, it's just you and a bunch of hostile life forms.
Yeah.
And your scan visor.
Yeah, it's the ideal situation, and I think this was eventually that feeling of being alone and having kind of a in claustrophobic environments and taking risks by going further than you should from a save room. That's really lost in games like Metroid Prime Hunters and subsequent games where there's sometimes there's USMC Marines or whatever the equivalent is in this universe.
In the later titles.
And and just like goofy just kind of backstory with other bounty hunters and stuff. Like, I really think Metroid should be about just being alone and fighting a bunch of aliens on a planet. I just love that, and I really want to see another one. It's been
too long.
A gap, just like it was
Yeah.
before, since we've even heard about a Metroid in development. It's really sad. One thing I also like about this game, which we are kind of talking over, is the music. And two things. One, Phendrana Drift's music, which is the ice music we were in. I recommend you guys maybe search that.
If you haven't listened to it yet, go listen to it. I had a friend who was playing this game, and I talked to him like, "Oh, how you liking Metroid Prime?" Like, "Oh, it's okay."
Oh, yeah.
And then
the fog. I love that.
I was like, "Oh, you listening to the music?" And they're like, "What music?" "I don't have my music on." "Turn it on right now."
Yeah.
Like 2 minutes later, this is the best music I've ever heard in my life. It so encapsulates like the icy, chilly feel, or like in this in Magmore Caverns.
I love these guys. Get out of here. Get out of here with your stupid morph ball. And then this music, if you turn into a ball in this music and you time your jumps to the drum beat, the doot, 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 that is how you do your double jump. Your bomb jump,
Really?
sorry. Yeah.
I don't have it yet.
So it's 1, 1, 2.
1, 1, 2.
Almost.
Oh.
Anyway,
It's been a while
that's
since
how
I
you
got
do it.
back
If you
to
can hear the
bomb
music,
jumping.
we have the music turned down so low so we can hear each other.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how you do it. It's a neat little trick, and I always love that. I mean, I don't know if that was planned, but right down to the last detail. Man,
Release me!
Getting destroyed by these little.
He's taking his
They're just going
time.
about their business. Yeah, that was funny. You can't even find which side he's gonna reject you on.
Oh yeah, back to start.
You don't have to go that way. One other thing that I really like about this game is that they made bosses really hard in it. And if you have a bunch of energy tanks and stuff, because of course your level may vary, right?
Oh yeah.
And it was kind of like teaching you like, hey, that scan visor just for show. You use that scan visor and figure out what their weaknesses is.
Oh, cool.
And they like okay, like like their jetpacks are if they fail at jetpacks.
Yeah, they go for the suicide strike. I love that.
Yeah,
and they're totally using missiles that blew up on you. I bet you're missing one of the missile tanks in here because there's two and they're really hard to find. One of them is you have to destroy one of those columns.
Oh, I remember that.
There's another one.
They were pretty ingenious about how they hid their
yeah, you have to come back way later in the game for that because you need the X-ray visor. Can you show people the map? Yeah. We have to sign off soon, but this looks really cool. I love this map. It's so versatile, and you can see, like, you'll be able to see the little edge of a room starting. Like, if there's a secret passage, you'll see the little tube leading off the room.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so you can see there's a little box on the side of one of these rooms, and that's probably where a secret is. So
I
cool.
love these maps.
Yeah. And when the first time you use it, you get so confused, but then you become a map expert. It's just, like, the best feeling ever.
And the whole, like, honeycomb way that they connected, like... Yep. The way that these worlds connect back to each other, like these different areas, like you'd go in through here, and you'd find that there was 1, 2, maybe 3 different like elevators to take you to different places.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved it never got old. You'd always find somewhere new to go.
Yeah. All right, so we should wrap this up, but I couldn't recommend a game more. It holds up so well. The Wii version is just as good as the GameCube version,
if
and
you
a little bit better.
Get the trilogy.
It's probably easier to find. Well, no, sorry. The trilogy is much harder to find.
Yes.
But the GameCube version is easier to find because it sold like crazy. It was a success for the GameCube. And I recommend the other two also, but really start with this one and appreciate it for, at this point, just a beautifully well-made game. It's almost seamless, and you don't see that much. It's this and Ocarina of Time are just perfect games from their respective eras, and of course Super Metroid and Link to the Past from the previous era.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, for more celebrations of our favorite Nintendo games and the 125th anniversary of Nintendo, please keep checking back to IGN. Thanks, Brendan.
Thank you.
Wait. Samus is a woman? Huh. Anyway, welcome back to IGN's Top 100 Video Games of All Time Countdown. It is my honor now to unveil number 41, a game I used to be able to introduce with no problems at all, till I took an arrow in the knee.
There's a big difference between open world games with lots of content, which many have, and those with a lot of creatively designed content, like you'll find in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. The 5th version of Bethesda Game Studios' long-running role-playing series is an incredible game, a colossal fictional world that constantly surprises. Even after over 100 hours of play, you'll still uncover quests and items and characters that lead to undiscovered territory and unexpected results. Not only is Skyrim one of the best games of 2011, it's one of the best role-playing games ever made.
Where are they taking us? I don't know where we're going, but Sovngarde awaits.
The world of Skyrim, a mountainous tract of fantasyland lashed by spines of rocky mountains, forests, vast fields, and crumbling catacombs, is brought to life through a staggering attention to detail. The visuals are stunning, from the swirling mists along distant mountaintops to the incredible detail etched into every weapon, spell effect, piece of armor, and every structure. Within this space, you're given the freedom to live however you want. Buy a house and line the shelves with books, attack everyone you see, follow along with quest assignments, or simply wander. It's really up to you. I doubt anyone will experience the story of Skyrim in quite the same way. You could do the main quest first, figure out why the dragons have returned and how you're tied up in their fate. You could visit the College of Winterhold for magical training, visit the Dark Brotherhood if you're a nefarious type, or call on the Companions, the Skyrim equivalent of the Fighters Guild. After a few hours, your quest log will be filled with tasks, from more substantial side quests to an ever-growing checklist of miscellaneous tasks. Since the days of Oblivion, Bethesda's learned a lot about how to make characters feel less artificial. Conversations flow naturally, instead of mysteriously pausing the flow of time after you say hello. Animations can sometimes be stiff, and character models, specifically faces, still look a little awkward. But overall, what you find in Skyrim is a dramatic improvement over previous Elder Scrolls games. Not every story told in Skyrim manages to impress, but given the vast amount of content contained within, That so much of it is interesting is a remarkable achievement. It also doesn't hurt that you're treated to an achingly beautiful soundtrack throughout your journey. No game is able to instill such a powerful sense of adventure and discovery as The Elder Scrolls V. When you're not charging across the countryside through fog, snow, and sun in search of your next conquest, you'll often be fighting. The same basic ideas of Bethesda's franchise still apply here for character development and leveling, but differ in quite a few ways. At the beginning, you only select a race. There's no need to select major skills or anything like that. Instead, you're given the freedom to pick what you want to specialize in after you've had the opportunity to try it out firsthand. Leveling in Skyrim happens through skill use. Shoot a fireball and your destruction magic will increase. Make a potion to level your alchemy skill. Craft armor to boost your smithing. Once enough of these skill categories are leveled, your overall character level increases. You are no longer forced to make so many important decisions at the character creation screen. Instead, you make decisions at your own pace, so it's easy to avoid making choices you'll later regret. The resulting experience simply makes more sense, and it's easier to see the effects of your decisions. Leveling also gets you perk points, which can be spent immediately to learn new abilities, or stored in case you aren't yet sure what you want to do. For example, level one-handed weapons to gain damage bonuses and even the chance to decapitate. Though the weapon combat system still, like in Elder Scrolls games past, can feel floaty, like you're slicing at air instead of through the flesh of enemies, the combat does get better if you choose to invest in related perks. Though there's still room for improvement, the close-range weapon combat is the best it's been in the series, and the third-person combat has been much improved. The spell system has received a number of changes as well, for the better. Spells can be set as active in both hands and cast independently. That means you can shoot fire while healing, or cover yourself in a magical shield while summoning a demon. It's a sensible, flexible system, and one that gets better once you unlock dual casting abilities that let you cast the same spell from both hands for enhanced effects. There are so many ways to meaningfully alter your playstyle, stealth, spells, and swords in any combination, plus the ability to bring along followers to help out, that exploring the perk tree feels just as exciting and rewarding as exploring Skyrim. That leads to the other major upgrade system, Dragon Shouts. You don't need magicka to cast these, so if you've been ignoring spells, you can still breathe fire, slow time, blast force waves, shout ice, and call in dragons. Learning more shouts is tied to exploration. Finding word walls around Skyrim expands your collection of abilities, but you can't actually activate any shouts until you've fought a dragon and absorbed its soul. Dragon encounters happen all over Skyrim. Some beasts patrol the same areas, but others will randomly show up across the landscape, assaulting you in the middle of a fight with something else. While the scale is impressive as the dragons are huge, the encounters do tend to become somewhat repetitive as dragons repeat the same behaviors. The excitement of fighting a dragon wears off after a few fights, but they're always worth fighting to expand your skill set. Plus, even if you're not going to fight them, they look pretty damn cool. Though Skyrim gets so many things right, not everything's perfect. As tends to be the case with games this big, there are bugs, which can be as minor as glitchy character models, to as strange as teleporting mammoths, to as irritating as broken quests. Expect to find bugs on your tour of Skyrim, but don't expect them to be serious enough to damage the experience that much. Skyrim is a massive, beautiful game. It maintains the open-world structure of Elder Scrolls titles past, is filled with creatively designed content, and provides a huge amount of flexibility as to how you develop your character. Bethesda has created a world that feels real, that feels like it existed long before you arrive, and will continue to exist long after you leave. Few games ever made can inspire such a powerful desire to explore, and even fewer can provide the rewards that make continued play feel worthwhile. Skyrim is a rare game that can.
Our number 40 pick recently made the leap to VR, and by all accounts, it's more horrifying than ever. But we're here to talk about the original version, where your slight inability to turn your body realistically quickly was all part of the fun. Resident Evil 4 revitalized the franchise, and is many fans' favorite installment. As Leon Kennedy, players fought their way through hordes of the undead, collected cranks, shot down little shiny things, battled trolls and lake monsters, and even endured dreaded escort missions, all in the name of saving the president's daughter Ashley. It's a classic setup for a classic game that gave us not only the village level, but also the best merchant character in the series hands down. What are you buying, stranger? A trophy for that guy, that's what. Also, some more bullets, because RE4 doesn't mess around when it comes to throwing zombies at you. While we deal with the latest wave, you go ahead and run for the safety of an ad break. IGN's Top 100 Games of All Time Countdown will be right back with number 39. Welcome back. We're here counting down the top 100 video games of all time on IGN. And if you're just joining us, you've arrived at number 39. Although our last game, Resident Evil 4, does cast a very long shadow, it wasn't quite long enough to leave this game in the dark. It's Shadow of the Colossus, and it's our next pick.
Shadow of the Colossus for PlayStation 4 is a stunning return to the classic that first wowed us on the PS2 back in 2005. With completely redone art and spectacular lighting, it expertly captures the original's unique beauty, awe-inspiring scope, and absolutely heartbreaking story, while simultaneously fixing a handful of imperfections. The result is not only an incredible remaster, but one of the best and most beautiful games the PS4 has to offer. Part of Shadow of the Colossus's enduring legacy is in its relatively simplistic design. You explore the vast, gorgeous world in search of 16 unique, terrifying, and awe-inspiring beasts. Though it's never actually explained, your motivation is clear. Slay them in order to restore life to this woman who is clearly important to you. And while this premise is simple, the act of embarking on this 6 to 8 hour quest is remarkable. Riding out of the central shrine and using your sword as a dowsing rod to find your next target is a continually satisfying way to kick off a hunt. And every time I started making my way towards a beast's stomping grounds, I was left stunned by just how gorgeous Shadow of the Colossus is. From the way light drips through a forest to the swaying clumps of matted hair on a Colossus, its leaps and bounds past most other games, to say nothing of its source material. It looks great on a launch PS4 and even better on a Pro. This remaster does a fantastic job of fixing some of the problems of the 2005 original while completely modernizing the entire experience for 2018 standards. Performance no longer buckles in the presence of a particularly massive Colossus, and when you set it to performance mode on the PS4 Pro, it even maintains 60 frames per second with minimal sacrifices in quality. You can see all the way to the horizon while riding across the vast, somber plains, revealing a sense of scale hidden in the original due to short draw distances. And the new control setup remaps the jump and grab buttons in a way that simply makes sense. Combine this all with a flexible photo mode and a handful of new Easter eggs, and this remaster made me forget that I was playing a 13-year-old game. The design of this classic is timeless. Each of the 16 colossi are puzzles in and of themselves, and I love how that initial moment of awe and terror when you first see a beast is quickly replaced by curiosity. Surveying a creature and learning its nuanced movements and distinctive behaviors to map out a path to the top make it feel like you exist inside of a nature documentary. It's this illusion that they're living creatures that creates an internal conflict in hunting and killing them, and Shadow of the Colossus twists that knife brilliantly. Likewise, having a minimal set of tools at your disposal, only a sword, a bow, and your awesome horse Agro, means that you'll need to master each one in order to take down the beasts. Once you actually hop aboard a Colossus, the entire experience feeds into a fantastic sense of tension. The music swells, the creatures try to shake you off, and your grip meter ticks down as you try to find a weak point. This impending sense of dread is heightened by that last point. Stamina management leads to awesome cinematic moments where I'd make it to a safe ledge just as my grip faded away. The journey of your character and his sleeping sister/queen/lover is one marked in tragedy. Watching him slowly become less and less human as you slay these innocent beasts, all in the name of saving this person, is nothing short of brutal. And without going into spoiler territory, the emotional climax of the story remains one of the most powerful moments in all of gaming. The true definition of a classic, the gameplay and story of Shadow of the Colossus are every bit as great and emotional today as they were in 2005. This outstanding remaster skillfully enhances those qualities with improved controls, performance, and sheer graphical beauty. It remains one of the best PlayStation games ever made, and it's wonderful that Sony has brought it back so that a new generation of gamers can experience it without having to look past its aged facade.
The Last of Us is one of the rare beloved games of the past decade that not only didn't demand a sequel, but actively seemed to resist the idea of one. Its story is poignant enough because of how self-contained it is. But with The Last of Us Part 2, developer Naughty Dog rises to the challenge with not only a complex and brutally emotional story that gives it a reason to exist, but also deep and satisfying evolutions to the original's third-person action stealth gameplay. Right off the bat, I promise there will be no Part 2 spoilers in this review other than what Sony has already shown in trailers and gameplay. Part 2 starts out seemingly simple, taking place about 4 years after the end of The Last of Us and setting an older, angrier, but still immune Ellie on a quest for revenge that hones in on the cycles of violence that can plague humanity as much as any infection. As it grows into something further reaching and ambitious, it knowingly leans into and often subverts the tropes of the genre, such as guilt by association and the inevitable escalation of matching an eye for an eye. Games are often defined by giving us the power to choose what happens, but The Last of Us and Part 2 concern themselves more with a specific depiction of its characters. We're asked to take them as they are, and that leads to some of the most fully realized characters in gaming who I always empathized with, even if I didn't always agree with them. It delivers experiences that are incredibly memorable for how uncomfortable and challenging it is to be forced to act them out yourself. Actors Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson return to add so much heart, honesty, joy, and sadness to the roles as Joel and Ellie respectively. Ellie is the protagonist of Part 2, and the focus on her allows for so many funny, frustrating, vulnerable, endearing, and frightening moments. Fuck, this is so great. It all stays true to what the original game established while deepening my understanding of her. Baker is no less fantastic as Joel, even though Part 2 is more focused on Ellie. He sells the weariness of a man who has taken so many lives to save his own and the lives of those he cares about, and made questionable moral decisions out of love.
You think I'd let you do this on your own?
There's also a great cast of supporting characters introduced, like Shannon Woodward's instantly charming Dina. I would be remiss if I didn't mention, though, in the most spoiler-free of terms, the incredible performance by Laura Bailey. Like so many of The Last of Us's characters, calling this new character purely good or evil would be reductive. Her motivations are just as legitimate and arguably noble as Joel's or Ellie's. Most of these actions revolve around the larger conflict between the warring groups in Seattle, where much of Part 2 takes place. The many characters you'll encounter here are one of the major ways in which Naughty Dog avoids the fatigue that set in for many with Uncharted 4's last act. Even though it's about 25 hours long, Part 2 never drags because there's always new voices to hear. The way stealth, action, and puzzle sequences play out remains very familiar. That said, Part 2 has taken major steps to add variety to avoid the repetition of the first game. And yeah, some of this sorta seems obvious in hindsight. Like, it's silly to think that adding a jump button in 2020 could feel fresh, but Ellie's athleticism most definitely proves to be key to keeping Part 2's combat encounters interesting and surprising over time. Whether you're going in loud or quiet, the scope of these battlefields is great. They take place in areas like multi-tiered shopping malls or fragmented skyscrapers that offer what feels like naturally complex puzzle boxes. There's always plenty of room to sneak around and pick off enemies one by one, or, as usually happened to me, plan to be stealthy but get caught and scramble to narrowly escape danger. Ellie's moves let you improvise to stay one step ahead of some significantly smarter and better coordinated enemies. That is, if you can learn to understand the various factions. Seraphites communicate via whistles, the WLF carry deadlier modern weaponry, and the infected, Well, no, they haven't started talking to each other, but their mob mentality is more threatening than ever. New enemies like the Shambler throw noxious spore bombs that cut off potential escape routes or obscure other enemies. The returning stalkers become even scarier than before, with smart pack mentality as they hide away from Ellie's listen mode ability. Fights with this mixture of infected enemy types led to several encounters that rivaled the best survival horror experiences I've had. Speaking of horror, Part 2 has some of the most brutal combat animations I've seen in any game, and it's not played for laughs. I'm not squeamish, but I did sometimes find myself choosing to be stealthy just to save myself from watching this again. Playing non-lethally is often possible but rarely easy, especially when they loose the dogs who can track your scent even when you're well hidden from humans. You've got to move or you're dead meat, and sometimes that means running for your life. The artfully detailed and realized locations Ellie travels through are layered with backstory. It seems as though every room tells a tale of people frozen in time, and the density and detail of it astonished me. That's especially true of the Uncharted Lost Legacy style open world area, which rewards exploration with great character moments. It was also a huge relief that I never once had to find a floating pallet to use as a raft for someone who couldn't swim. Part 2's environmental puzzles never feel as mindless as that, because they rely a lot more on contextual challenges that make smart use of Ellie's journey through skyscrapers, residential neighborhoods, sewers, and much more. And those clever designs are dressed with some of the most beautiful environments I've seen from the PlayStation 4 generation. Fantastic audio design plays a big role as well. It starts with a moving score by returning composer Gustavo Santaolalla and goes all the way down to the little details. Characteristic for the region, the oppressive thump of rain masks the terrifying noises of the infected that lurk outside. From the slight hum of a silenced pistol to the harrowing boom of a shotgun, from the guttural screams of the clickers to the muttered self-reflection of Ellie as she kills an enemy. Naughty Dog's post-pandemic world sounds alive. The Last of Us Part 2 is a masterpiece worthy of its predecessor. Taking strides forward in nearly every way, Ellie steps into the spotlight and carries the sequel in a manner that feels like the culmination of everything that's made Naughty Dog's blockbuster storytelling so memorable. It delivers a layered, emotionally shattering story on top of stealth and action gameplay that improves the first game's mechanics while integrating a bit more of Uncharted's greater mobility and action. But while Part 2 is a thrilling adventure, it still makes time for a stunning, nuanced exploration of the strength and fragility of the human spirit. The PlayStation 4 has one of its finest exclusives in one of the generation's best games.
Nope, you haven't seen The Last of Us, despite the name of the game we just featured. In fact, we've got 37 games left to log, so let's get right into it. In at number 37 on our list of the best 100 games of all time, it's the title that first took Rockstar in a whole new direction. West, to be specific.
Rockstar is once again staking its claim to the throne as king of the open world game. After making itself a household name through the Grand Theft Auto series, the developer has turned its sights on the Wild West. The result is Red Dead Redemption, a game that is many things but will likely be remembered as a huge leap forward and the best Western to hit the video game scene yet. Red Dead Redemption puts you in the shoes of John Marston, a former outlaw trying to go straight while his past simply won't let him. It's a setup that is almost cliche, but it's only a setup. Along the way, you'll run into a fantastic cast of characters as you travel all over this massive sandbox that straddles the Mexican border.
There must be a name for this.
An impasse, sir. An impasse. We could all die, here and now.
Though the setting has changed, it's quite easy to see Rockstar's heritage at work here. The presentation will be familiar to anybody who has played a GTA game, from the extended conversation-driven rides en route to the next mission straight down to the blips on the minimap. But this is not simply Grand Theft Auto in the Wild West. The layout of the game has been expanded and adapted to the locale, and the result is a completely immersive experience packed with things to do and places to explore. The game engine has been updated to meet the new challenges of the Western setting, and what you get is a game that looks phenomenal in motion. Horses look incredible, and when you have a tied-up victim being dragged in tow, it looks almost too realistic. You'll be compelled to explore every last bit of this gorgeous environment. A few minor hiccups and bugs are the small price to pay for one of the best-looking games around, both artistically and technically. Rockstar nailed the look, lighting, and animation so perfectly that simply riding across the countryside is enough to keep you entertained. It doesn't hurt that the audio quality matches the look. The voice acting here is top-notch, and the soundtrack is classically Western.
Hey, Mr. Marston. How you keeping, sir?
Just fine, thank you. And you?
Very well, sir. Thank God my wife died.
And lest you think there's not much more than a bunch of rocks and cacti to see, know that there's so much more to find and shoot. Just about anything you can imagine doing in the Wild West is in Red Dead Redemption. From the simple cowboy activities like cattle herding and breaking Mustangs, to massive fort assaults and tracking down buried treasure, it's all here. There's a main quest filled with interesting characters and intriguing missions that will probably take you 20 or so hours to complete, but there are so many distractions that you'll likely find it hard to focus on just one thing. This is a game that is so big and filled with side quests, missions, and little things to do that I wouldn't even try to list them all for fear of leaving something cool out. Rockstar leaves the question of morals up to you, so you have to decide whether you're going to be a hero that saves every damsel in distress, or the type that tends towards more evil things.
We're in a bit of a rush!
There's fame and fortune in it for you no matter which path you take. There's a ton to do, but none of that would matter much if it wasn't fun to play. Well, don't worry. Once you get the hang of the sometimes touchy horse controls, you'll find a smooth and exhilarating ride. There's a great variety of guns and explosives, and all of them are just waiting for you to switch on the Deadeye slow-mo effect. I don't know what's better, winning a duel or watching a bandit get his boot caught in a stirrup after getting blasted from his mount. The single-player game is more than enough to be worth the price of admission, but it's only the beginning. The game continues online in a 16-player test of your trigger finger. The usual suspects are here with team and free-for-all shootouts as well as a capture-the-flag style game, and they're a decent distraction. The star of the show is what's called free roam. This takes the concept of a multiplayer lobby to the next level. Form up a posse and you can enter adversarial games, or you can simply roam the entire countryside of the single-player game, take part in ambient challenges like hunting, or assault gang hideouts en masse. All the while, you'll be leveling up and unlocking new character models, modes, and horses to ride. There's enough here to be a separate game all over again, and it's all a ton of fun. There's an attention to detail here that you just don't see too often in games of this scope. Despite a few visual hiccups and the occasional bug, this is one of the best and most complete experiences around. Whether you're looking for a great Western story, or you simply want to posse up and ride wild across the vast countryside, there's something here to love.
Alright, let's keep listing. Number 36 is none other than Metal Gear Solid. There had already been 2 official entries in the Metal Gear series, not counting Snake's Revenge, which we don't talk about, but it wasn't until Snake covertly infiltrated the PlayStation that this franchise established itself as a very big deal. Though it's often praised for its contributions to the stealth genre, MGS was officially billed as a tactical espionage action game. And while the moment-to-moment gameplay was about being real sneaky, and players were rewarded for outsmarting the defenses of Shadow Moses real quietly and cleverly without, making any exclamation points go off, things frequently got very loud during some iconic boss fights and over-the-top action set pieces. However, where Metal Gear Solid was truly groundbreaking was its emphasis on narrative and cinematic presentation. Hideo Kojima's love of Hollywood action movies was readily apparent through slick cutscenes, and Yoji Shinkawa's character and mechanical designs added a heavy dose of anime sensibility. Metal Gear Solid looked like a movie, sounded like a movie, felt like a movie, but still played like a video game, striking a delicate balance that the medium is still striving for over 20 years later. Stealthing by Metal Gear to come in at number 35 is Sid Meier's Civilization 4. Civ 4 is a great turn-based strategy game on its own, but it wasn't until the Beyond the Sword expansion that it became truly legendary and the highlight of the 28-year-old Civilization series. The changes it makes are sweeping. It adds corporations, which brings in another religion-like layer, fleshes out the espionage system and victory conditions, and enhances the AI in order to put up a better fight. Meanwhile, random events ranging from tornadoes to baby booms make every playthrough even more unique and eventful than ever before, and we remind you that's all on top of a game that's already so addictive it's cost us countless nights of sleep when we're up until the wee hours of the morning muttering to ourselves, just one more turn. was number 35 on IGN's list of the top 100 video games ever, but I can do you one better. Ranked at 34 is The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. There's not a ton left that we can really say about Ocarina outside of the fact that it's indisputably one of the most beloved games ever made. Not only did it redefine action-adventure, it completely changed the way the entire industry thought about 3D combat and exploration. The 7-year gap between A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time saw Zelda fans eagerly anticipating Link's next adventure, and they weren't disappointed. A sweeping epic tale that introduced new characters, new lore, and an ever-expanding timeline theory, this version of Zelda took what was great about its predecessors and expanded on those themes and ideas exponentially. Solving puzzles across time, riding Epona through the vast expanses of Hyrule, and the final confrontation with Ganon are moments that will stick with Zelda fans forever. Way back in 1998, they were mind-bending, genre-defining, and more than enough to earn The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time its spot on this list. Now you're welcome to play your Magic Ocarina and see if it'll speed up time to skip past these commercials, but I kinda doubt it. We'll be right back with IGN's top 33 video games of all time ranked, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to IGN's Top 100 Video Games of All Time Countdown. Our 33rd pick is the top-selling video game of all time, which just goes to show that you can't buy your way to the top of the list. Just 2/3 of the way. Let's take a look at number 33.
No other video game has unleashed my creativity like Minecraft. I've spent countless hours chipping away at blocks, gathering the necessary materials to complete the next masterpiece. I've also spent just as many hours exploring, spelunking through caves, and slashing my way through monsters with bravado. My character, my entire Minecraft world, constantly evolves into whatever I want it to be. I tell my own stories, I write my own destiny, and I bring my fantasies to life one block at a time. After years of being out in alpha and beta forms, we finally have an official release for Minecraft. If you've never played it before, now's the perfect time to start. Creating items in Minecraft is one of the most important actions you do. The problem, though, is that the information you need isn't found in Minecraft. The first time I beat my way through some trees and gathered wood, I had no clue what to do with it. Thankfully, like many Minecraft players, I had a mentor who pointed me to various online forums, communities, and wikis. For many, this is just a rite of passage in the journey of playing Minecraft, but it is mostly just an obtuse way of handling crafting. I do it because I have to, but I'd love for the recipes to be integrated into the game somehow. Even after you find a good resource, it still takes a lot of effort to learn everything. The sheer amount of recipes and items you work with in the game are intimidating, and time-consuming to learn. But I don't care. What's here is still more than fun enough to warrant the work, and it also looks pretty awesome. I know, it's not Crisis-level visuals or anything like that, but the aesthetic of Minecraft is endearing and befitting of the world. I love creating in Minecraft, but my gratification is due, at least partially, to the fact that I have to earn everything. In survival mode, you're dropped into a randomly generated world, with nothing to your name, forced to gather resources in order to construct food, shelter, and tools. By the time I got my first wooden door, crafted and put up in the frame of my mud hut, I felt a sense of ownership in my first home. From there on out, my mission was clear. Tunnel into the earth in order to get whatever I needed to carve out a fortress in my little part of the world. The fun really begins as you craft items and gain mastery over your surroundings. Suddenly nighttime, when monsters spawn and take over unlit portions of the world, isn't as scary. I mean, it's always a bit scary, but having a sword in hand, even a simple wooden one, instills a sense of power. Like a caveman whittling their first spear or stoking their first fire, building simple tools and torches in Minecraft makes me feel safer, like I'm the master of my own fate. Beyond safety, crafting creates a whole new set of goals in Minecraft. I craft items as I need them, but eventually I started expanding my repertoire to include superfluous pieces. To finish my first stone keep, I had to craft stairs and ladders. Simply jumping up a series of platforms was unbecoming of the king of the land. Crafting slowly became something I did less to survive and more to complete the next big project I set out for myself. Creating panes of glass didn't really give me an edge in my world, for instance, but it did make the viewport of my scale Star Wars AT-AT look a lot more badass. Crafting even gets more complex if you want it to. You can create tools and buildings, or even elaborate self-powered rail systems, taking you from the Stone Age to the 20th century. After I secured a plot of land in my world, my intentions during a session with Minecraft changed. Each session became an adventure, wherein I would challenge myself to go exploring for the next crucial component parts I needed for whatever recipe I was trying to complete. These self-imposed quests are why I sometimes venture into the Nether, a hellish otherworld, where monsters, who just so happen to drop precious materials, live. Other times I venture into dark caves, donning crafted armor and enchanted weapons so that I can tackle whatever enemies I come across. I don't know exactly what I'll find, or what terrors I'll face, but I do it all in the name of finding precious blocks, and the thrill of experiencing the unknown. That thrill makes every session with Minecraft exhilarating. Sometimes I might end up spending the evening doing mundane activities like farming or hunting food, but other nights I might end up stumbling upon a gigantic, randomly generated mine that's full of monsters and treasure. Of course, adventuring is always better with friends, and Minecraft's multiplayer is great fun if you can get it working. It isn't broken or a completely buggy mess, but it requires a lot of steps to get started, like downloading additional software and reading online tutorials. Still, annoyances and tedium aside, if you have the option to go and play with others, you definitely should. Exploring, adventuring, and building up epic structures is a lot more fun with friends. Besides, if you're going to spend hours of your life building gigantic monuments, you might as well have someone else to show them to. If you're not the type to play with others, and you don't want to earn all your materials, you can always jump into creative mode. In this world, you're invincible, and have access to every item in the game. It's great if you want to, say, create a gigantic Wampa from Star Wars, but it doesn't give me the same sense of reward or accomplishment I get when playing survival. Still, it's a fun distraction. Like any review, my feelings on Minecraft are the result of my experience with it. Maybe you don't thrive off random adventures like I do, or maybe you won't feel the same sense of accomplishment I did when I completed my first house. If not, then you likely haven't or won't enjoy Minecraft in the same way. And that's okay. Minecraft, more than any other game I know, isn't about playing it a specific way. It's an open world, a blank page just daring you to jump in and do with it what you will. The question then isn't what you need to do to succeed, what's needed to win, but what are you willing to do to make your dreams come to life?
It's Halo Combat Evolved, because Destin, you're absolutely right. It's a game where without it, we're probably not doing this show, because there probably isn't an Xbox. Like, it probably would not have survived. Without Halo, that first year in particular of the Xbox was pretty dry. It was pretty much a desert. And the one flowing well of water, the well of life, was Halo Combat Evolved. What it did for shooters on a console, what it did for multiplayer in the console space, and the LAN parties where people would, instead of hauling their whole PCs and monitors, just bring your TV over. Just grab your big CRT TV and just haul it on over to your friend's house. You hook up the Xbox, very easy setup. With just a simple router, and plug everybody in, and you are off to the races with up to 16 players all together. The introduction of Master Chief and Cortana, and as Stella has found out, the Flood, and boy, what a game! I mean, the fact that it's 20 years old now. Stella, what, coming in a little fresher? Like, what did you think of Halo 1 now that you've about finished it in the form of Master Chief Collection?
It's really fun. I see why people loved it so much when it came out. Cortana is very sassy, which I very much appreciate. The dialogue is amazing. I mean, like hearing the grunts say things like, "You shoot him, no, you shoot him," like stuff like that. It's very cute. And I feel a little bit bad about killing them, because I know that they're kind of against their will. So I'm just like, I'm sorry, but I gotta kill you. So, playing as Master Chief is really cool, because you're just like this hulking, big, like impossible to kill guy unless you throw a nade wrong. So it's really cool. I actually really love the map design in Combat Evolved 2. Like, being able to go around and like get lost is kind of interesting to me, because I'm very used to the game kind of guiding you into where to go. So my friend would have to lead me around, because he's like, yeah, you got to go this way's faster. That I could honestly just explore that entire world, like, with the space given myself, just because it's so interesting to look at everything. I definitely switch back and forth between the classic graphics and the updated graphics, which is actually better sometimes to play in Classic because of the geometry of the map. Like we got stuck between like a rock and a tree because in Classic the hitboxes were bigger. But I really enjoy it. Getting to know the Halo universe that everyone has been talking about. I now have questions about the lore, like Master Chief and Cortana. And I think opening myself up to that world is so fun. And I'm so excited to learn more. So I'm very happy that Halo Infinite has another campaign coming in too.
Yes, love it. So yeah, Stella's playing it in the anniversary format, the remake or remaster, I should say, that had the awesome ability at the touch of a button to switch back and forth between the original graphics and the remastered graphics, playable now in Master Chief Collection in Game Pass. Next on our list at number 31, Half-Life. When Half-Life first came out in 1998, it was immediately obvious of how transformative a game it was. Valve not only proved it was possible to tell a real atmospheric story from within a first-person shooter, but did it so brilliantly that its lessons have informed virtually every shooter campaign since. Instead of stopping the action and playing a cutscene to advance the story, Half-Life's tale all plays out from Gordon Freeman's perspective, never taking control away from us, but directing our eyes towards scripted events. That technique was surprisingly effective at putting us in Gordon's black-rimmed glasses. Iconic monsters, notably the alien facehugger-like head crabs that transform scientists into gruesome zombies, and impressive enemy AI gave Half-Life a spooky atmosphere backed up by baddies that pose a real threat. Not to mention a wide range of great and memorable weapons, including the iconic crowbar. Half-Life made startling advances on several levels at once, which makes it a true masterpiece, and almost as great as our number 30 best game ever. That's right, that's how it works. Our next game is objectively better than Half-Life, even if you disagree. We're sorry, that's just how video game law works.
Many might see the name Final Fantasy and immediately think of a high-quality, polished, and story-focused experience. Well, Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO, the second in Square Enix's flagship role-playing series after Final Fantasy XI, so you shouldn't really expect the same kind of thing. In several ways, the game offers a few features worth toying around with, but it's ultimately brought down by a terrible interface, performance problems, and a wearyingly repetitive core questing structure, along with numerous other issues. It is still around launch time, and as with many MMOs, that means you can expect there will be a number of glitches and bugs. The problems with Final Fantasy XIV go beyond what's to be expected, unfortunately, but things do start out in a promising manner. Depending on which of the 3 starting cities you select, you'll begin the adventure in a story-driven quest where you'll see cutscenes and get a sense of what's going on in the world. Once it ends, you're left to your own devices, though these missions do occur at regular milestones as you level up. They represent some of the best parts of the game, since when you're not directly involved in these missions, there's very little story at all to divert your attention from the monotony of the questing. In this area, Final Fantasy XIV suffers greatly. For accomplishing pretty much anything in the game, you'll need to interact with the poorly designed interface, which after hours and hours of play can become incredibly irritating. For some reason, Square Enix buries important information such as item durability and the occasional quest goal within submenus, and in every instance forces you to open 1 or 2 menus too many to get anything done. Buying and selling suffer quite significantly because of this, partly due to the game's mess of a market system, but also because it takes so long to pick through menus to buy and sell items. It's also too bad because of this game's emphasis on crafted items and player interaction. The good news is that this game has some extremely impressive visuals, especially in the areas surrounding the starting cities of Ul'dah and Limsa Lominsa. The downside is the game performs poorly across a wide range of systems, even after making tweaks to the settings, something that can impact not only the joy of exploration, but also the mechanics of combat. Outside of combat, there's a lot of crafting to be done, and the high-risk system, though it isn't explained very well in-game at all, can be fun to play around with and encourages players to talk to each other. Issues do crop up, however, when you get to the actual questing structure. The amount of quests you can do at any one time is limited, so before accepting more, you'll need to wait for a lengthy timer to expire. In the meantime, the idea is to group up with others and take part in their quests, something implemented presumably to promote social interaction. There's no real story attached, and the tasks themselves are simple kill quests, which is pretty much the most basic formula there is in MMOs. Additional questing opportunities do present themselves as you continue through, but they aren't enough to alleviate the issues. Quite simply, it's boring. There are a lot of options for MMO gamers out there, and considering how much time they're meant to consume, you don't want to get involved in something that isn't going anywhere. While Final Fantasy XIV offers a different, slower-paced style of play from what you might be used to, it's also overflowing with poor design and technical issues that overshadow the promise of its flexible class and crafting systems. Maybe in the months and years to come, Square Enix will issue enough patches to clean up the interface and iron out its technical issues, but as of right now, this is not a world worth visiting.
Hey there folks, it's IGN's Top 100 Video Games of All Time Countdown, and you pulled up just in time to help us honor a couple of classics that none of the others would be here without. We start at number 29, honoring the OG FPS, Doom. Having spent our entire collective childhoods up to that point playing platformers, side-scrolling action games, and puzzlers on 8 and 16-bit consoles, Doom's bloody first-person shooting was a jaw-dropping paradigm shift. Everything about Doom was next level. The graphics were colorful and convincing. The tone was gory and adult. Lighting felt like you were on a Martian moon. Its music was memorable. Weapon design was brilliant and stunningly lifelike for the time, and enemy designs were rad as hell. From the imps to the cacodemons to the cyber demon, nearly every creature in Doom was the stuff of nightmares. And in a then unheard of gameplay twist, they hated each other as much as they hated you. And then there was Deathmatch, whether you were connecting two PCs with a serial cable for one-on-one action, or throwing a LAN party where 4 people all hauled their PCs to the same place, bulky CRT monitors and all, Doom Deathmatch changed everything. Multiplayer first-person shooting was born, and incredibly, Doom's multiplayer is still fun today. It's a one-of-a-kind achievement and an enduring legacy. But even before Doom, there had been iconic games. Games that had broken out of the arcade and into the national consciousness. It's hard to imagine a time when our number 28 game wasn't a part of our lives. Just say the word Tetris and immediately the theme music starts playing in your head. When it first took the world by storm, the classic Russian block-matching puzzle game by Alexei Pajitnov absolutely blew minds. Many had never played a video game that mentally stimulating, let alone that addictive. The simple act of rotating brightly colored puzzle pieces as they fell from the abyss, attempting to arrange them into horizontal lines that when assembled correctly would disappear and cause the player to advance to the next stage, became a gaming obsession. Tetris is just crazy fun, even when blocks inevitably begin to fall at an alarmingly fast pace and you ramp into a frenzied panic and top out. Not many gaming experiences match the frustration of making a careless mistake that results in giant pixelated towers of Pisa. But no matter how many times you have to start the game over, or how many times games like Tetris 99 and Tetris Effect reinvent it, the core of Tetris remains intact and as fun as ever. That's because there's always the chance that this time you'll get the long piece at just the right time and feel the sheer joy of a big clear. Even now, Tetris ranks as one of the most popular, played, and best-selling games of all time. If you're just joining us, this is still IGN's Top 100 Video Games Ever countdown, and we just arrived at number 27. It may not be as seasoned as Doom or Tetris, but that doesn't mean it's any less innovative. Let's check it out.
Without a doubt, this is the best Metal Gear Solid game out there. Of the three, by far the best. When the first time you start up Metal Gear Solid 3, you're gonna have an option saying well, I've never played these games before, My favorite is the first one, my favorite is the second one. Now actually influence the amount of codec, the amount of instructions that you get in the very beginning of the game. Now firstly, let me just delve into the storyline. This time around, everything takes place in 1964, and we have a person who looks a lot like Snake and is not quite Snake, but you'll pretty much quickly figure out, if you haven't already, just exactly who the main character in the game is. Regardless, the whole game takes place in 1964, which gives the whole thing much more of an older feel to it, kind of like early James Bond type of movies, and a lot of intrigue and a lot of like spies and everything, double agents, triple agents, which lends the whole kind of depth and complexity that Kojima loves putting in his games, but still much more of a straightforward type of affair than especially 2. And this time around, there's also much more humor. There's humor everywhere in the game. All the characters, there's much more personality in all the characters. And Revolver Ocelot becomes one of like the funniest characters in the game. He has some of like the best animations, some of the best character movements. And once again, the art and the graphics and everything about the game looks amazingly good. It is absolutely fantastic. And once again, a benchmark for the PlayStation 2 period. Later on in the game, we won't give any spoilers, there's also much more action, and there's huge set pieces that pretty much go on for quite a long time. And you'll see references to Indiana Jones, Star Wars, several other movies as well. Basically, there's just like a movie lover's dream and a game player's dream. So just need to emphasize that this is a really good balance of both elements of game and story. Bringing the game back into 1964 brings the game into more of an analog era. Instead of, watching the cones of view and the radar in the previous game, this time around, it's all about your own senses. It's all about using active sonar to actually send out a pulse to figure out where the locations of everything. Keeping in mind that animals will also give off return blips in that. So you have to really use a combination of like your own sonar, anti-personnel sensor, as well as infrared, every trick you have at your disposal to make sure that you're stealthy. And this really takes the whole game into an evolution of bringing the stealth more to the forefront of the game than even it was before. A lot of the stealth also involves camouflage, which is a very easy to use system. Just basically you can have an index of like 0 to 100% of how well you are currently camouflaged in the game. This is determined by what you're wearing, whether you're standing, crouching, lying prone, or whether you're moving or running. All that will factor into just how well people can see you against the rest of the environment. The other two systems in the game that are in place are the eating and the cure system. Eating is just a matter of getting food, so getting food off of enemies, or mostly just finding animals that are edible and will replenish the stamina. So here the cure system is also just like healing yourself, bullet wounds, cuts, burns, all of that. And once again, it sounds complicated, but it's easy to pull off. And it's definitely the best thing about the game is that it has lots of things going on, but it's still not overwhelmingly complicated. You can easily just jump in the game, and that's what makes it so amazingly fluid and such a beautiful experience all around. The final new system in the game is also known as the CQC, the Close Quarter Combat. And with the CQC, it's a much more involved and integrated way of actually dealing with the enemies. You can knock them out like before, you can hold them hostage like before, but now you can also use knife and gun combo, where you can hold a person with a knife and use the gun to take other people out. You can also use the knife to threaten them and interrogate them for information. Sometimes this will be like useless, they'll just struggle against you, but other times it can even give you unlock codes to like open new doors, or it can also point out hidden areas that you might not have been able to find before. And as a system, it's one of those things that, again, actually this time this system looks incredibly simple, not much to it, but really using it more and more becomes much more of a fun part of like how can you really like sneak up to someone, grab them, interrogate them, and basically finish them off, kill them, and without still attracting any attention from anybody else in the meantime. As a whole, the game is so much more whole and so much more fulfilling. There's a lot more chances to actually just play the game. There are many complaints about Metal Gear Solid 2, and to be honest, one is that there are so many times where you're just watching movies and you're just codec after codec after codec, but this time around the game just goes. There's a big intro to the game, and there's a lot of movies up front, but then actually there's a huge stretch of just fighting, just like going through different situations, and that's where the game really just shows itself off very well. I finished in just over 20 hours, but I give a good estimate of the game, 20 to 25 hours, and all of it was very, very fun. There were very few stretches where I was wondering what the hell I'm going to be doing. And to be honest, there's still some issues about where the camera is, because some of the grass will force a first-person perspective, and you still can't move around in first-person view, but those problems are pretty much overwhelmed by the massive quality of everything else that's going on in the game. This is definitely a contender for Game of the Year. This is definitely one of the best games that we've seen on the PS2, and this is definitely, I would say, the best game in the series.
first things that struck me when I started playing Half-Life Alyx is the dirt under my fingernails. Usually, virtual hands are either low-detailed, ghostly apparitions or gloved, but this finely detailed grit tells us something about Alyx Vance as a character. She's a scrappy survivor raised in the aftermath of the 7-hour war when the alien Combine conquered Earth, and not all buttoned down like that MIT-educated nerd Dr. Gordon Freeman. The next thing that stood out was, oh god, what the hell is that? Okay, yeah, this game is incredible. Between the newfound sense of scale and the distinctive, otherworldly sound design, Half-Life Alyx had me immersed from the get-go. But aside from the new VR perspective, Alyx feels very much like a traditional Half-Life game. It's set up as a linear series of areas, starting with a City 17 neighborhood and then going underground through industrial areas like a distillery, high-tech Combine facilities, slimy alien nests, and more. Each chapter of this 15-hour campaign feels substantially different from the last, and, true to Half-Life form, I'd sometimes wander around an area wondering if I'd hit a bug that prevented me from progressing, only to figure out that the solution was a trick that had been explicitly taught to me earlier, or was pretty clearly marked once you knew what to look for. You just need to learn to think a little bit differently. Combat is a major part of the journey, but so is puzzle solving. And I mean both the environmental kind, where you figure out where to go next, and some clever, very 3D hacking puzzles you solve using Alyx's multi-tool to unlock various Combine technology. It's a great mix that keeps the pace going strong. This may be a prequel story that takes place 5 years before Half-Life 2, but you should absolutely be up to date on the events of the series through Episode 2 before you play. You've had 13 years, it's time. Alyx's quest starts out as a straightforward mission to rescue her father, and turns into a heist to capture a Combine superweapon stashed inside a massive floating vault. But of course it's not that simple. Without spoiling anything, the ending is fantastic, and a must-see for anyone who's invested in this story. For the whole trip, your remote, lovably oblivious sidekick Russell chatters away in your ear with some laugh-out-loud gags about vodka and sandwiches, among a great many other things.
Alex, great! Okay, wait, my drone's okay, right?
Nope, it exploded. I'm fine, by the way.
His rapport with Alyx gives her a chance to shine as a character as well, showing some of her idealism and naivety about the world before the war. Of course, when the mood gets creepy, Russ's signal tends to get blocked out, which lets the atmosphere get fantastically spooky. Detail is one of the things that Valve does best. Environments look amazing. You can see the hairs on the legs of the bloodthirsty turducken-sized headcrabs as they leap at your face trying to eat your brain, although counting hairs is hardly the first of your concerns at a moment like that. And look at this gross healing station. It's all remarkable, and so is the actual way you interact with everything. The vast majority of stuff that isn't nailed down can be picked up and tossed around, but even better, your hands collide with everything realistically instead of passing through. This makes a huge difference in establishing a feeling of presence in this world. The gravity gun from Half-Life 2 hasn't been invented yet, so Alyx straps on some prototype gravity gloves. They're not nearly as powerful as the gun, but much more compact, always on, and still extremely useful. Just point at any object, make a fist to grip it, and yoink! It's the simplest of Jedi tricks, but it works great after some practice, and you'll never have to bend down again. There are only 3 weapons, or 5 counting grenades, in Half-Life Alyx, but even the basic pistol you're handed from the get-go has a powerful punch to it. The catch is that reloading is a lot more involved than you may be used to, and there are some clever nuances to mastering it. Keeping your cool as you reload in the middle of a fight can be really tough and tense. Gun upgrades change things up in meaningful ways. The shotgun's autoloader makes it amazingly powerful and is really cool to watch. And the laser sight was the biggest game changer for me. Suddenly having pinpoint accuracy from the hip feels almost like a cheat mode after having to slowly and deliberately line up your shots to avoid wasting ammo. Resin is the currency you use to buy these upgrades, and searching for it took me back to childhood Easter egg hunts. A bunch of it is low-hanging fruit meant for everybody to find, but if you learn how Valve's designers love to play with perspective to hide the good stuff from casual passers-by, you'll find loads more of it. Careful exploration is nearly always rewarded. Just like in previous Half-Life games, you have to move around a whole lot in Half-Life Alyx, and there are several options that allow for everything from playing seated to full room-scale immersion. I played exclusively standing and with the free movement controls, using the left thumbstick to move around like a regular first-person game, but teleporting is also an option. You do have to jump over gaps from time to time either way, but pulling down on the right stick allows you to point at a target and release to teleport there as though you'd actually performed a feat of athleticism. Oh, and if you don't have a $1,000 Valve Index, don't worry. Half-Life Alyx will work just fine on any Vive or Oculus headset too, and plenty of others. Back when VR first became a real thing and we all started spitballing about which game worlds we'd most like to be fully immersed in, Half-Life topped my list, tied with BioShock. It took a few years, but Half-Life Alyx has realized that potential, and it's the best VR shooter I've ever played. With it, Valve has set a new bar for VR interactivity, detail, and level design, showing what can happen when a world-class developer goes all in on the new frontier of technology. In a lot of ways, it feels like a game from the future, and one that the rest of VR gaming will likely take a good long while to match, much less surpass.
Thanks for sticking with us through the break. We're about to unveil number 25 in IGN's countdown of the best video games of all time, and it's a doozy. Our next game took an already epic story and franchise in a totally new direction and knocked it out of the park with a beautifully rendered saga about a father and son. It's 2018's God of War.
God of War is a non-stop whirlwind of emotions and bloody action. This game is a masterful composition of exceptional interlocking parts. And over the course of 25 hours, its design pays off in unexpected ways in both the gameplay and the fish out of Greek waters story. And it's all framed by one continuous camera shot that never cuts away or takes the focus off the heart of it all: the relationship between a thoughtfully reimagined Kratos and his young son.
Wow. Never been this close to the mountain before. Looks so big.
The dichotomy between Kratos and Atreus plays out in stirring and very human moments throughout the story, as the pair mourns the loss of their wife and mother and sets out on a quest to fulfill her final wishes.
Oh boy.
I was surprised by how often I saw myself in both of their well-worn shoes. I can't quite remember a father-son dynamic so successfully developed and used to ground a fantastical adventure. This depth and complexity transforms Kratos from the previous God of War games' flat embodiment of the bloodthirsty warrior cliché into an internally conflicted father who can stand shoulder to shoulder with my favorite protagonists in recent media. Christopher Judge turns in a fantastic performance as Kratos with his booming voice.
Slow down. Your haste will cost us.
And Sonny Sulich does just as well as Atreus.
Can I have my bow back now?
And they're bolstered even more by a wonderful ensemble cast, including one of my favorite supporting characters in a game in years. The main villain and many of the supporting characters are complex in their motivations too. While I would have liked to see a few more scenes featuring the main antagonist, the moments involving the entire ensemble are not only captivating, but often intriguingly mirror the story of Kratos and Atreus. The intimacy of the story is strengthened by God of War's single-shot camera style, which, unless you die, never cuts once, from title screen to ending credits. It enhances the sense of scale when fighting huge enemies, but more importantly, it made me feel closer to Kratos. At the most tense and heartbreaking points, the camera forces you to sit with him through every second of it.
We're gonna fight that?
We have no choice.
The relationship between father and son is smartly woven into battle, in that Atreus doesn't require a babysitter. Instead, he's a nearly invulnerable ally who fires arrows at your enemies on command and can be upgraded to do even more.
Should I fire?
And fear not, there are thrilling battles aplenty that carry forward the blood-soaked traditions of the series. Kratos' signature weapon this time out is the Leviathan Axe, which is one of the best weapons I've used in any recent game. Its best trick is that it acts just like Thor's hammer Mjolnir, as depicted in the Marvel movies. Thanks to a great sound and subtle vibration, the feel of throwing and recalling the Leviathan is just so damn satisfying, even hundreds of throws later. From the very beginning, finding the right combination of slicing, throwing, assistance from Atreus, and parrying with the retractable shield makes battles a bloody ballet of timing. But a variety of unlockable special attacks and upgradable armor for both Kratos and Atreus let you customize your fighting style and execute some flashy moves. Late and post-game scenarios also required me to switch things up thanks to a variety of enemies. The bigger enemies put up a great fight, but some of the best battles come from human-sized foes who also offer a worthy challenge. Most notably, there are a couple of stellar boss fights that do a fantastic job of showcasing Kratos' god-level strength. God of War's open but contained nature shepherds you through certain locations with its quest chain, but the world unfolds through smart integration with the story. There are great optional areas you can entirely miss if you don't take Atreus' hints to explore, and both these and the locations that are key to the story make smart use of Norse figures and locations. Some areas are also reshaped throughout the story in ways that make repeat visits valuable and exciting, and eases the pain of some late-game backtracking. Knowledge of lore is its own reward in God of War.
Look here.
And I loved searching out every bit of mythology I could find. Even after the story ended, I've sunk at least another 10 to 15 hours into exploring the world, and by all indications, I still have a bit to find. That's in part because of how gorgeous everything looks, from the environments to small details on Kratos and Atreus. Even during the 10 or so hours I played on a launch PlayStation 4, I marveled at the scenery. Then I played God of War on a PS4 Pro, and was blown away by the true level of detail the world holds when bumped up to checkerboarded 4K. All of this beauty comes at a cost, however, and that means God of War runs at 30 frames per second or so, instead of the 60 frames that makes action games feel so much smoother. That said, the world largely ran well for me outside of the occasional frame rate dip. I expected great action from God of War, and it delivers that handily. But I didn't expect it to be a thrilling journey in which every aspect of it complements the others to form a masterpiece that is by far the most stirring and memorable game in the series. Its world is vibrant, thoughtfully constructed, and packed to the brim with secrets I'm still uncovering, centered around a tale that revolutionizes a one-note character into one of gaming's greats. That sense of discovery is rare, and one that should be experienced firsthand.
Next up, our number 24 pick for the best game of all time, Chrono Trigger. It's widely regarded as the best classic JRPG of all time, and with good reason. What begins as a typical day-in-the-life adventure quickly spirals into a sprawling, era-spanning romp that is equal parts exhilarating and endearing. Developed by a dream team at Squaresoft, including Final Fantasy creator Hironobu Sakaguchi, Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii, and Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama, Chrono Trigger's pedigree was only outshined by the universal praise it garnered upon its release in the spring of 1995. Even at the twilight of the Super Nintendo's lifespan, Chrono Trigger's branching narrative, colorful characters, and unforgettable soundtrack were more than enough to earn it a place on our list in this timeline or any other. But for now, let's hop through an orange ring and pop out a blue one for our number 23 game on the list, Portal. There's a reason first-person puzzle games far and wide are constantly compared to it. Arming players with the now iconic portal gun and the devastating and lethal wit of GLaDOS, Valve guided us through a fantastically orchestrated and escalating set of physics-based puzzles, and it all culminated in perhaps the most memorable end credits song of all time. But as great as its puzzles are, it's Portal's clever environmental world building that takes the cake. The cake may be a lie, but it's absolutely not a lie to tell you that you must make the time to play Portal if you haven't already.
What can we say about the ultimate fighting game? The game that spawned countless imitators and sequels. We're doing the impossible and ranking the top 100 video games of all time, and our gut says that Street Fighter 2 is number 22. The game remains a classic with series mainstays Ryu, Ken, and Chun-Li, as well as words like Hadouken now part of the public lexicon. Everyone has a favorite character, and that's because of its diverse, fantastical character design. While exceptionally balanced, the imaginative design and high-end graphics helped set it apart when it launched. It was a sensation. Street Fighter 2 became the first fighting game global arcade smash. Over the years, Capcom kept updating and refining the combat, allowing players to play as more characters, speed up combat, and see new special moves for their favorite characters. Its ports kept getting nominated for awards years after its initial 1991 release. That's how enduring and exceptional Street Fighter 2 is to this day. Jumping over to number 21 in our countdown, let's talk Mario. See what I did there? Jumping. For many, Super Mario Bros. Is the first truly important video game. Mario's move out of the arcades, away from Donkey Kong, and into the Mushroom Kingdom changed our hobby and our industry forever. setting off a chain of events that helped to shape and define the modern gaming landscape. Super Mario Bros. Has been re-released many times, but there's no such thing as too many times because it's still fun and it's still definitive. It's the game that spawned an industry and fueled a mushroom-powered empire. The influence of Super Mario Bros. Cannot be overstated, not just for gaming, but for pop culture as a whole.
Thanks so much for joining us for IGN's Top 100 Video Games of All Time. If you're just now tuning in, we're about to reveal number 20. It's a game you might not expect to see ranked so highly based on its graphics, but it's one that made its mark through a deep understanding of what gaming is and a playful sense of humor and fun. Here's Undertale.
It's hard to express just how much I adore Undertale without spoiling anything significant, but that's what I loved about it, going in without expectations. My first journey through the world of Undertale began with dumb puns and silly puzzles, but the end affected me in ways I never expected. That's kind of Undertale's specialty. It expects you to have played RPGs before, and it plays with our expectations of what an RPG should be. That and its strong writing, integration of gameplay with storytelling, and acute understanding of its audience all combine to build something that only games can do. Undertale likes to play with you, and its clever manipulation of RPG mainstays add weight to its story and depth to its characters. Its dodging-based combat minigames especially rely on that concept. You can talk or even flirt your way out of battle, sparing a monster instead of killing it, and making that choice directly affects the story. But battles themselves are also seamlessly blended with the storytelling because monsters show their personalities through their battle styles. Getting to know the monsters that deeply is key to Undertale's commentary on morality and personhood. On its own, Undertale's writing and especially its dialogue are consistently funny. But when combined with gameplay and deep, well-balanced branching story routes, Undertale's story becomes phenomenally moving. Even tedious parts, like fighting enemy after enemy to unlock a specific story path or backtracking to get a particular item, have a deliberate purpose. I didn't regret any of the extra time I spent wandering around. It was absolutely worth it in the end. Because of that, everything in Undertale feels intentional, and it's all done in a way that couldn't exist in any other medium. Even though the art isn't always pretty, it's often ugly even, Undertale is an incredibly expressive game from start to finish, making up for visual limitations with excellent music and charming animations. It tells its story in such a dynamic way and with such a great understanding of an RPG player's mindset that it immediately made me want to replay it, and when I did, it rewarded me in new and unexpected ways. Undertale is a masterfully crafted experience that I won't forget anytime soon.
There's an incredible power to Bloodborne. It's not just an amazing dance of dodges and swipes through encounters that often push the limits of reflexes and endurance. It's a thought-provoking experience that wormed its way into my mind and over time melted my resolve. But through perseverance, patient growth, and determined skill, it's an unconventional adventure that ultimately gives much more than it takes, which at times can be a staggering amount. It's an awe-inspiring journey through the highest peaks of satisfaction and the deepest, blackest pits of exhausted desperation. But the only frustrations that don't turn into triumphs by the end are the technical ones. This amazing experience is capable of drawing out powerful emotions, and I'll remember that for years to come. Bloodborne's unconventional approach to action RPG gameplay walks a fine line between utter elation and despair. It chooses to tell you little about how to survive, expecting intelligence and perseverance in the face of its brutal, unrelenting difficulty. That balance is slightly upset by painfully long loading screens upon death, but the highs of taking down one of the intimidating bosses make up for those chunks of downtime. Bloodborne's semi-open world structure and hard-earned progression draw heavily from the Dark Souls and Demon Souls games that made developer From Software famous, though the aggressive new pace of combat is all its own. These diving, rolling melee battles, with an awesome arsenal of transforming melee weapons and tactical sidearms, chiseled away my calluses and made me form new ones, even as a hardened Dark Souls veteran. Switching weapons between their light and heavy modes on the fly to string together combo-like attack chains in an engaging way injects a newfound versatility, even if it's a less calculating kind of battle than From's earlier games. That doesn't make it any easier though. Being overwhelmed by enemies is commonplace, but thanks to your ability to leech back lost health with quick counterattacks, and stun opponents with secondary weapons, I found it's possible to sustain a constant onslaught when I built up enough skill. And these tools are absolutely needed, as Bloodborne's horrifying beasts span an imaginative range from pedestrian insane village folk to cosmic horrors and patchwork fiends. Creature design strikes terror in many ways, from enormous size, to fear of the peculiar, to subtle creepiness. But each entity is well crafted and triumphantly threatening. Each careful, blood-soaked step through the stunning environments reveals something new about Bloodborne's vague and cryptic lore. Whispers and clues are everywhere, begging to be interpreted. Despite a frame rate that all too often buckles under loading new areas or heavy action, and the annoying inability to warp between checkpoints, the atmosphere retains its full effect. There's a sense that this strange and dark place is really alive. You could find a subtext of criticisms on real-world concepts like faith and worship, but taking each outrageously odd story point at face value is the much more enjoyable path.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood.
And yet, each player's personal story will be created on their own terms, as they explore the spiderweb of paths and secrets. Everything is packed with hidden meaning. Spending time speaking with the forgotten citizens of Yarnham yields new ways to interact with the world.
A hunter should hunt beasts. Leave the hunting of hunters to me.
There's so much to do and see and try that I obsessed over finding every secret, which greatly extends Bloodborne's already lengthy 50 or 60 hours of playtime. Though that number can easily be extended in a New Game Plus or the refreshing procedurally generated Chalice dungeons. And though this is mostly an isolating and solitary experience, subtle cooperative elements enhance that in fascinating ways. Spotting shades of other players, reading warnings and tips left by people who've come before, and studying bloodstained shadows of the dead as cautionary tales are still immensely helpful. And though the rules are obtuse, Bloodborne's cooperative multiplayer allows you to call for help from another player when you need it most, but at the cost of opening yourself up to invasion from hostile players. Bloodborne is an amazing, exacting, and exhausting pilgrimage through a gorgeous land that imposes the feeling of approaching the bottom of a descent into madness. Though extended load times and minor frame rate hitches have an effect on the pacing, it's otherwise an intensely challenging and rewarding game. There's an incredible power to unlocking its mysteries and in succeeding, despite its demand for a pound of your flesh.
Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? No, says the man in Washington, it belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican, it belongs to God. No, says the man in Moscow, it belongs to everyone. I rejected those answers. Instead, I chose something different. I chose the impossible. I chose rapture.
Hey, this is Charles Onyett, here to review BioShock, Irrational's first-person shooter for PC and Xbox 360, although now they're called 2K Boston in Australia. But regardless of what their name is, they've made an incredible game here. The story follows Andrew Ryan, someone who withdrew from the world and basically created the city of Rapture underwater and brought with him all the scientists and artists and creative people he could find so that they were free to follow whatever, professional interests they had. Ken Levine said the game was based largely on Atlas Shrugged, which was Ayn Rand's last novel, and such influence shows pretty strongly in the game's characters. But I think there's also some parallels to be made with Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. Andrew Ryan is a lot like Rodion Raskolnikov's idea of an exceptional person, believing that without fail there are those in the world destined to be incredible, and isn't worried about crushing others along the way, if it's for the greater good. Basically, ends justify the means. The fact that you can even make these kind of allusions to literature and not just, pop fiction like something like Da Vinci Code. How a proper breadth of reading preparation can actually allow you to more fully appreciate the game experience is a huge asset in BioShock, something that hardly any developer or publisher wants to take a chance on. And though Andrew Ryan had such a strong vision of creating Rapture, it's clear pretty much from like the first 5 minutes of the game that he completely failed in pulling it off, which you'll recognize within about 5 seconds of starting the game. So you play a nameless hero, you crash in a plane at the beginning and have to take refuge in Rapture or face certain death in the water, because it's really the only structure there to save you. The action immediately grabs you by the nostrils and never really lets go. This game's sense of atmosphere, of immersion, of creeping terror juxtaposed with snippets of humor, and really creates a dynamic, unnervingly believable, and cohesive game world for me. You really get the sense that this place could actually exist, as well as its inhabitants. So like in System Shock 2, story sequences take place with characters giving voiceovers while you're still playing, so they let the action continue while the story unfolds. No character in the game is flat, they're all expertly voiced, have multiple dimensions to them, and to the point where you find yourself even sympathizing with people you know or at least perceive to be villains. You just don't see this kind of character development in games today. Publishers and developers are far too willing to bypass story altogether, and BioShock is a towering example of how engaging narrative and round characters can dramatically improve a game's quality. The game itself plays like a first-person shooter, yet with tons of different options for combat, so the gameplay here is just as interesting as the story. Since you get weapons, lots of weapons, with 3 different types of ammunition each of which you can upgrade in different ways. Then there are all the plasmid abilities, which are little genetic modifications to your character that let you do things like shoot lightning, set enemies on fire, set environment things on fire, shock people in pools of water, send them flying into the ceiling. You can hack machines and get them to fight for you. And there's just a ton of different options. I don't want to spoil too many of them. But really, the combat in this game is so varied, just with all these plasmids and tonics, which can modify your character, like giving you health when you hack a machine, and all the weapons, that it's really your own creativity that determines how much you're able to get out of the combat system. And I know that may sound like a bullet point on a fact sheet, but in this game it's actually true. And there's even more than that too. There's an RPG-like level-up system tied to a camera. There's a somewhat limited ability to craft your own ammo for weapons, and an involved and perhaps too frequently occurring hacking system for taking control of machines. But really, when it boils down to it, all these options for combat really hinges on the enemy AI, because if you're fighting against morons, then none of this would be very fun. Fortunately, it works really well in this game. Enemies respond to your behavior-modifying plasmids, have interesting attack patterns, and are generally pretty challenging, assuming you've set the difficulty to hard. Big Daddy fights, which you'll have to engage in frequently throughout the game to upgrade your character, are some of the most intense battles we've ever encountered. These guys are extremely powerful foes. They can knock you out with only a few hits, and they're the perfect target to sort of use all the different weapon and plasmid combinations that you have available. And really, the best part about BioShock is how well all its parts fit together. The way the narrative and gameplay mesh with the wonderfully realized world of Rapture and the stellar sound design. I mean, the sound here is incredible. And the game's phenomenal sense of pace. You're never without something to do. And it's not a short game either. Like, if you play at the hardest difficulty, assuming you're not just rushing through, it should probably take around 20 hours to beat. So even with such a lengthy single-player campaign, I still left my first playthrough and wanted to immediately play it again. So I think that's a pretty good sign as to how good this game actually is, because there's so many things to do during the gameplay that even once you know the whole storyline, you still want to go through and just check out what other things you can do with all the plasmids and weapons. So basically what I'm trying to say with all this blabbing is just go buy the game. You will enjoy yourself.
Hey, welcome back. You're watching IGN, and we're ranking the top 100 video games of all time. We've just reached number 17, an entry from one of the few franchises on our list to double dip. We already ranked the sequel at 38, but the original scored significantly higher. Let's see where it all began for The Last of Us.
I usually start my video reviews out with an anecdote or a story, but with The Last of Us, I'm going to cut right to the chase. Naughty Dog, the Sony-owned studio responsible for the likes of Crash Bandicoot and Uncharted, has hit yet another home run, this time with a game that tells the dark, hopeless story of a man and a young girl crossing the post-apocalyptic United States. But this home run didn't just hobble over the outfield wall. It cleared the bleachers, it left the park, it soared into the parking lot and landed with a loud clunk on someone's windshield. The Last of Us is that good. That's significantly better than a vast majority of the games on the market, cementing itself not only as perhaps PlayStation 3's single best experience, but as further proof that Naughty Dog is the best developer in gaming.
Not me.
know that you are smarter than this.
Really? Guess what? We're shitty people, Joel. It's been that way for a long time.
No, we are survivors.
This is our chance.
It is over, Tess!
The Last of Us is a marvel of presentation, a game that puts you directly into a disheveled and destroyed United States and never lets you forget that you're surrounded by pain, by misery, and loss. You take control of main character Joel 2 decades after a vicious fungus, cordyceps, obliterates humankind. Naturally, it's a decidedly sad situation, juxtaposed against often brilliant backdrops of untamed wilderness alongside towns and cityscapes rapidly reclaimed by nature. Opposing factions, from the remnants of the government to lawless renegades, do their best to survive. But the truth is, in this world, there's very little worth living for. The Last of Us does a wonderful job of putting this hopelessness directly on your shoulders. The despair is tangible from start to finish. Everything littering the game's varied environments is there for a reason. Everything tells you a story from the subtle to the overt. The Last of Us does a brilliant job of setting the scene and making you feel like you're there. It's essentially video games' version of Cormac McCarthy's The Road. And with such high praise comes high expectations, which The Last of Us meets time and time again. Like The Road, The Last of Us isn't so much about what happened to humanity as it's about the tale of two people and their journey. Joel's interactions with a girl, Ellie, drive the story forward, and Ellie quickly becomes the star. Their contextual conversations, which happen constantly, endear you to their evolving relationship.
Man, this is kind of sad.
What is?
All this music that's just sitting here. No one's around to listen to it.
While Joel perpetually has blood on his hands, a product of surviving in such an upside-down world, Ellie is more sympathetic. It's not that she's innocent, she too has killed to survive. It's more that she doesn't know any better. While survivors litter the game that once held a job and had a normal life in the world you and I know, she was born into this desolation, and her questions about what the real world was like before make for some of the game's most enjoyable discussions. After all, Ellie's not even quite sure what a job is, and the real world to her is nothing but a dream. Watching this dichotomy play out is one of The Last of Us's strokes of genius. Of course, the game is gorgeous to boot. It is perhaps PlayStation 3's prettiest game, both in-game and during cutscenes, and the aesthetics are only heightened by a beautifully written story and expert voice acting. These elements drive the story home and put it at the forefront of the experience. And that's a good thing, because as great as The Last of Us plays, at the end of the day, it's really all about the story. I may have so far given you the impression that other humans are the only danger in The Last of Us, but that's far from the truth. You see, that fungus cordyceps doesn't actually kill people. It turns them into frenzied monsters known as the infected, and those foes, who are contagious by the way, are even bigger threats than other humans. They don't practice self-preservation and they aren't subtle. Whether you're fighting the lesser infected called runners or their blind, hyper-infected counterparts known as clickers, the fear is palpable, especially because if the latter so much as get their teeth into you, it's game over. Human enemies, on the other hand, are a bit smarter. They work together and react to what you do. You'll have to approach each fight differently, and this gives The Last of Us an amazing, perpetually unpredictable feel. To deal with his adversaries, Joel has a litany of weapons and makeshift items that rest at the heart of The Last of Us's superb combat system. As you might imagine, ammunition is scarce, very scarce in fact, forcing Joel and others like him to cleverly navigate precarious situations. When and where possible, stealth is king, slinking about environments while quietly and covertly taking out enemies by strangling, stabbing, or otherwise brutalizing them without so much as a peep. But when push comes to shove, hostilities are heightened, and it's not only your firearms that give you an edge. Indeed, by finding the right supplies in the environment ranging from scissors and tape to sugar and alcohol, Joel can concoct a slew of curative and offensive items. This ability gives Joel the feeling of a guerrilla fighter, someone using the environment and all it provides to its fullest advantage. It forces you to make choices, as items are created using ingredients needed to make other items. This makes the player feel both vulnerable and mighty at the same time, as Joel is always a mistake away from death, but a lucky break away from living to see another day. Better yet, the game never ever pauses when you're making these items or toggling through your menus. If you need to deploy a homemade grenade, you'll do so in real time. If you need to create a health kit, you better hope there are no enemies around. The Last of Us totes an amazing sense of urgency that can only be avoided when you're already assured that the coast is clear. And in this world, the coast isn't clear very often. The Last of Us also comes packing a multiplayer mode, and much like Uncharted, it's an aside to its amazing single-player campaign. With that said, The Last of Us's multiplayer modes, Supply Raid and Survivors, are atypical multiplayer options and play wonderfully into The Last of Us's dire mood. What's most unique about them is their ingenious metagame slant that ties into each and every online match you play, no matter who you play with. By finding items throughout the map, you support a group of survivors that you're the leader of. The more you find, the more robust your group becomes, though the survivors you support are occasionally hit by disease and other dangers that you need to figure out ways around, usually by achieving certain statistical milestones in multiplayer maps. While multiplayer is in no way the focus of The Last of Us, it's a nice supplement to the campaign, and it's surprisingly thoughtful and engaging to boot. The Last of Us is a masterpiece, a case study in how games can immerse you, tell a fascinating story, and make you really care about its characters. The travels of Joel and Ellie, which took me nearly 18 hours to get through on my first playthrough, provide one of the most memorable, heartfelt, and outright brutal adventures gaming has ever taken me on. It's as undeniably brilliant as it is raw, brutal, violent, and hopeless. Naughty Dog should be applauded for leaving the PlayStation 3 with arguably its best game, before its successor, the PlayStation 4, arrives on the scene. The Last of Us is unrivaled in so many ways, and I'd recommend it to any PlayStation 3 owner. It's truly a special, one-of-a-kind game.
Unlike its predecessor, The Witcher 3: The Wild Hunt doesn't exactly come screaming off the starting line in 6th gear. Compared to The Witcher 2, where you're immediately plunged headlong into a sexy story of intrigue and betrayal, Witcher 3's main quest can seem mundane, even perfunctory at times. But the moment I'd step off to blaze my own trail, it turned into a wild, open, exhilarating fantasy role-playing experience with many opportunities to make use of its excellent combat. Even after over 100 hours with it, there's still so much more to do, learn, and hunt in The Witcher 3. Much like The Witcher 2 before it, The Witcher 3 is dense and deep in terms of RPG mechanics, and the overwhelmingly massive open-world environment has only made that depth more intimidating at first and more rewarding in the long run. It's difficult to express, even with video, just how huge and open this world is. Landscapes like these make it one of the most authentic feeling open worlds I've ever seen. A handy minimap points you where you want to go, which might seem like a crutch at first, but honestly, without it, I'd have been hopelessly lost. That the world still feels so purposeful and full of things to do despite its size is quite an achievement. Relative to The Witcher 2, I found that Witcher 3's RPG systems had been streamlined in some smart ways and made more complex in others. Simplifications to how you restock and use potions and oils makes them feel more practical and immediately useful, while the new skill system provides a good deal of flexibility while still rewarding players who want to min-max for the best builds. All of this shines through in the responsive real-time combat, where everything comes together with greatly improved magic play to make Geralt feel like more of a badass than ever before. Spells have new alternate casting modes and a wider variety of upgrades, making them impactful in every fight. The one caveat on all that, though, is the technical performance on the PS4 version I played for review. Though it never seriously impacted the gameplay, 30 frames per second was sometimes too much to ask.
Looking for a woman. Like everyone. Not like everyone. And not just any woman.
Our tale begins as a multi-continent search for Geralt's long-lost lover Yennefer and Ciri, his surrogate daughter. My single biggest issue with The Witcher 3 is that it never becomes much more. The overly long main story is essentially just Geralt running errands for people in exchange for information on their whereabouts.
Captain of the Nilfgaardian garrison knows where Yennefer went.
And the bad's that we have to kill the Griffin for him.
Thanks to lots of excellent writing and voice acting, there's still some big emotional payoff, but overall, the main story feels padded out by too many meaningless fetch quests and collectathons.
Goat of mine, dearest, sweetest goat.
Without the context provided by the Witcher novels, Ciri is more or less a complete stranger until the last quarter of the journey, which makes it difficult to care about finding her as much as The Witcher 3 wants me to, especially given the slew of intriguing characters playing supporting roles.
I had forgotten how insolent you can be.
But you'll get plenty more of them once you venture off the beaten path, and that's where The Witcher 3 gets nearly everything incredibly right. Aside from the bevy of standard side quests, monster lairs, and bandit camps you expect from a sprawling open-world fantasy game, The Witcher 3's character-focused optional quest lines and monster hunting contracts are so meaty and full of rich story content that they feel like they should have been part of the main story. More often than not, they provide interesting insights into a land being destroyed by war, and the many fascinating characters who play a role in shaping it. Best of all, you're one of them. It may not shift the main story's conclusion in monumental ways, but I often return to places I'd visited earlier to find that a seemingly small decision played out in a very big way. The choices you make legitimately change the world around you, far more so than most games that make similar claims. Though the straightforward and fetch quest heavy main story overstays its welcome, the option of joyfully adventuring through a rich, expansive open world was always there for me when I'd start to burn out. Even if the plot isn't terribly interesting, the many characters who play a part in it are, and along with the excellent combat and RPG gameplay, they elevate The Witcher 3 to a plane few other RPGs inhabit.
That was your number 16 greatest game of all time, The Wild Hunt, and we're on the hunt for number 1. Something tells me we're getting closer. Next up for number 15, it's the sequel to one of the most influential console shooters of all time. It's Halo 2's Time to Shine. Few games had more of a build-up prior to their release, and even fewer managed to live up to the hype the way Halo 2 did. Master Chief taking the fight with the Covenant to Earth was epic, action-packed, and visually stunning on the original Xbox. Sure, the campaign didn't end so much as stop, but the shocking reveal of the playable Arbiter and his story that mirrored the Chief's was a twist no one saw coming. Perhaps even more importantly, Halo 2 was the killer app for Xbox Live. It brought the party system and matchmaking hopper concept to consoles, instantly making every other online console game look archaic by comparison. Of course, it helped that Halo 2's multiplayer gameplay was, well, legendary. The maps were almost all memorably brilliant, the match options were vast, and the ranking system kept you fighting night after night to try and move up. Halo 2 remains the gold standard for console first-person shooter multiplayer, despite the fact that it's been over 15 years since its release. From one genre-defining experience to the next, IGN's 14th best game of all time is and forever shall always be Castlevania Symphony of the Night. If you make a game character that's fun to control and then put that character in a unique world full of secrets that reward the inquisitive, the end result is a game that's very hard not to love. But it's one specific moment in Symphony that elevates it from merely being a game we love into its position as one of the best games ever made. After you've played through the entire game, defeating massive bosses, equipping badass loot, and discovering dozens of secrets, right at the moment you think you're about to win, you discover you're only halfway done. Symphony's inverted second castle is much more than just a lazy way to extend the quest. It has devilish new enemy patterns, new bosses, and fantastic new equipment. Not bad for a secret that's easy to miss. Symphony of the Night is much more than just a fun side-scroller with an awesome twist, though. Dracula's castle has never been more varied, filled with gorgeous gothic pixel art and backed up by a fantastic soundtrack. It's basically the entire package. Art, animation, sound, gameplay, design, it all comes together perfectly. Now we've got to take a quick break, but stick around for our number 13 pick as IGN's 100 Best Games of All Time list continues.
Hey, thanks for sticking it out through the break. This is IGN's Top 100 Video Games Ever Countdown, and we're about to hit lucky number 13. Perhaps appropriately, it's a game about a cursed demigod toiling away in the bowels of the underworld. Not only that, but it's a pretty good dating sim too. Let's get to know Hades just a little bit better.
Well, I just think you're in a tough spot lately, Prince.
In the ancient Greek myth of Sisyphus, a poor soul is doomed to forever push a boulder uphill without rest. Each time he'd push it up, It'd roll back down again and he'd have to start anew. But what if that Herculean climb uphill was actually awesome combat against a randomized variety of enemies as you fight your way out of hell, with a wide range of godly powers that grow and combine in interesting ways as you progress? And what if, instead of going back to zero, you got a little bit stronger each time with the help from a colorful cast of allies and enemies who remember each of your attempts? That's Hades' premise, and the Greek mythology-themed roguelite that developer Supergiant Games has built around it makes going to hell a joy. You play Zagreus, the rebellious, heartthrob son of Hades, as he takes on hordes of colorfully animated undead that fill the screen with danger in every randomly ordered room you pass through on your way to the mortal realm. Fortunately, Zag is a skilled warrior capable of wielding 6 different weapons, each with 4 different variants. That's just one layer of the epic replayability Hades offers. Regardless of your weapon of choice, Zag can dash out of trouble or get into a more advantageous position. And let me tell you, few things in life are as satisfying as a successful last-second dodge that sets you up for stabbing an enemy in the back for bonus damage. The final mechanic in Zag's moveset is the cast, a skill shot-based projectile that fires a red jewel into an enemy for a quick burst of damage. The jewel embeds itself into a target, disqualifying you from firing another cast until you kill the enemy and retrieve your ammo. So shooting it at the biggest, meanest enemy in the room isn't always the best idea. As with each of Zagreus' moves, using it well involves a delicate balance between risk and reward. Inevitably, you will die. A lot. Every death sends Zag back home to start over from scratch. Well, almost. You keep some persistent currencies used to upgrade overall stats, and progress in relationships with the wonderful cast of characters who inhabit the underworld. From Lord Hades himself, all the way down to Dusa.
Why, thank you, Prince.
I'm looking forward.
So get comfy. You're going to be spending a lot of time getting to know everyone, and it's time well spent. Zag's sympathetic coming-of-age story brought me in, but what I fell in love with was his tongue-in-cheek musings on the world around him and snarky back and forth with the disembodied voice of the narrator who comments on your actions as you go.
That dark and lavishly appointed lair of the underworld's king is home not just to him, but to his willful progeny.
You know I can hear you, old man.
In fact, the heart and soul of Hades, outside of its outstanding combat, lies in Zag's interaction with various deities and mythic figures like Achilles, Orpheus, and more. Turns out that adding a dash of dating simulator mechanics to a roguelite was the secret sauce in making good use of a large cast of interesting characters. Each personality feels like an authentic reinterpretation of a classic Greek myth, and they're all a joy to behold. Investing in Zag's relationships with each character paves the way for interesting backstory reveals, world building, new side quests, or even items to assist on your future escape attempts. Advancing these relationships far enough grants you persistent keepsakes and companions, which are both invaluable tools in aiding Zagreus' quest to run away from home. Of course, not all keepsakes are as useful as others. Given the choice between the Lucky Tooth that grants you an additional chance at life, or Olympic keepsakes that increase your chance at better drops, I'm gonna go with the second life every time. Something that's truly special and unusual about Hades is that Supergiant Games uses these persistent relationships to travel the difficult path of marrying story to gameplay, and in doing so, elevates the simple loop of Zag's escape into something that's more than the sum of its parts. Within the world of most roguelites, a failed run is not typically seen as part of the story, with apologies to Rogue Legacy, of course. But in Hades, a death leads to Zag returning home and being met with probing questions about his progress, and usually some mockery, probably from Dad. This transforms something as fundamental as death from a video gamey failure state into in-game world building. Characters remember your triumphs and failures with a staggering amount of incidental dialogue that made me feel like I was constantly chipping away at new content within Zag's story, even when I failed. After a while, I no longer feared death. In fact, I embraced it and used it as an opportunity to learn and revisit friends back in the House of Hades to see if they have something new to say. Losing that fear of death is important because, again, you're gonna do a lot of dying. I didn't manage a successful escape until attempt 31, which I hear is roughly the average, or at least I hope it is. Each of those attempts is aided in a different way by Zag's aunts, uncles, and cousins up on Olympus who are eager to rub Lord Hades' nose in it if you eventually succeed. Their godly power-ups modify Zag's abilities, making every run feel new and unique. And let me tell you, that rabbit hole runs deep. There are a ton of different boons and combinations to learn and earn, and you'll be seeing new ones after dozens of runs. Like any good roguelite, Hades forces you to make difficult decisions that either complement your current build, or you could throw caution to the wind and attempt a riskier build that could pay off 4 chambers down the line if you survive long enough and luck into the boon you're hoping for. All of that feeds into Hades' impressive replayability, which again has many layers. For instance, while you may face the same bosses over and over again, they too will adapt to your increase in power level. Whether it be in the form of Street Fighter style assists from siblings, sprouting new heads, or fancy new armor, repeated encounters with bosses felt fresh because of these clever modifications to how they fight. It makes sense within the fiction as well, considering the bosses remember their past failures and successes against you. Each fight is like a rematch between rivals rather than a repeat. I rolled credits on Hades at approximately 48 hours in, and I'm still met with new storylines, challenges, and side stories to tackle, and a quick look at the achievement list teases an epilogue that I haven't even discovered yet. Hades is a one-of-a-kind roguelite that sets the bar for creatively combining wildly different genres together and using their strengths to complement each other in unexpected ways. Its blend of satisfying, Twitch-based action with countless modifiers to build replayability, dating simulator-esque character interactions, and turning failure into a thing you look forward to as a means of progressing the story all coalesce to an experience that is more than the sum of its parts. I'm over 50 hours in, 70 escape attempts deep, and I can't stop thinking about my next trip to hell, because Hades is an experience I never want to end.
If there's one problem that open-world games usually struggle to overcome, it's the tension between the stories that the writers are trying to tell and the story you create yourself within its systems and its world. What makes Grand Theft Auto V such an outstanding achievement is that it accommodates both masterfully, allowing neither to undermine the other. It gives you tremendous freedom to explore an extraordinarily well-realized world and tells a story that's gripping, thrilling, and darkly comic. In nearly every way, it is a leap forward in sophistication for the series.
He sits on his ass all day, smoking dope and jerking off while he plays that game.
GTA 5 is also an intelligent and sharp-tongued contemporary satire, taking aim at post-economic crisis America and relentlessly ripping into its materialism, superficiality, corruption, and hypocrisy.
They're shooting porno here.
They shoot porno all over town. Mom rented our house to them last summer.
What? Your house?
Yeah.
Man, you got a killer pad, Mr.
Isn't it awesome?
If GTA 4 is a targeted assassination of the American dream, GTA 5 takes aim at the modern American reality. It rips into the millennial generation, celebrities, the far right, the far left, the middle class, the media. Nothing is safe, including modern video games.
Go away.
What the? The attention to detail that goes into making its enormous world feel alive and believable is also what makes its satire so biting.
That must feel good. What a proud patriot you are.
At the same time, it's immediately noticeable that every aspect of Grand Theft Auto V's fundamental design has been greatly improved over GTA 4. The cover system is more reliable, the auto-aim less touchy. Cars handle less like their tires are made of butter, though their exaggerated handling still leaves plenty of room for spectacular wipeouts. Grand Theft Auto V's plot happily operates at the boundaries of plausibility, but its 3 main characters are what keep it relatable.
I was just lost in an 80s movie fantasy.
Yeah, I can see you spend a lot of time there.
The well-written and acted interplay between them provides the story's biggest laughs and its most affecting moments. And the way that their relationships with one another develop gives the narrative its power. Michael is a retired conman in his 40s who settled down in a Vinewood Hills mansion with a family that pretty much hates him.
Mom was right about you. You don't know any better and you can't help it, but you're an asshole.
Franklin is a young man from downtown Los Santos who laments the gangbanger stereotype even as he's reluctantly seduced by the prospect of a bigger score.
So you giving me a lecture about not being a good enough gangbanger?
Who is that? And then...
Hello, Missy.
Well, then there's Trevor.
I want you to leave now!
Look, this is all I've got, all right? I had a tough upbringing. My daddy was not nice to me.
Oh, hey there, Trevor.
Trevor feels like a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card for Rockstar, providing an outlet for all the preposterous antics and murderous behaviour. I found his violent insanity a little overblown and tiresome at first, but then his over-the-top missions become some of Grand Theft Auto V's highlights. Importantly, switching between the characters is a brilliant way of accommodating both serious storytelling and wanton mayhem. That alleviates some of the narrative inconsistency that troubled Grand Theft Auto 4. It's effective. Even off mission, I found myself acting like a midlife crisis guy with anger issues as Michael, a thrill seeker as Franklin, and a maniac as Trevor. Each also has a special ability, like Franklin's slow-motion driving, which gives them a unique touch. If Grand Theft Auto 4's Liberty City felt like a living city, San Andreas feels like a living world, and it contains a bewildering multiplicity of things to do. The missions are an able guide to both San Andreas' locations and its activities, touring you around the map and whetting your appetite for independent exploration. It pushes the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 further than it has any right to, and it looks incredible. The biggest jump in quality since Grand Theft Auto 4 is the character animation, but the world is also much more detailed and populous. San Andreas' extraordinary sense of place is heightened by the fact that so much of it isn't on the map. There's such a lot going on that it's easy to find things organically, without the need to spend your life following a mission marker. I once stole a passenger jet from the airport for the hell of it, then parachuted onto the top of the tallest building in Los Santos. I bought an expensive mountain bike and cycled around in the hills enjoying the view. The music selection is also typically excellent, leading to many of those serendipitous moments where you're driving along and the perfect song comes on the radio. These little moments can be captured on your phone camera, which, brilliantly, can also take selfies. The price we pay for all of this is occasional frame rate dips and texture pop-in, which I found became more prominent the longer I played, but never significantly detracted from my experience. For such a gigantic and flexible world, it's also remarkably bug-free. I encountered just 3 minor ones in the 35 hours I spent on my first playthrough. The story that Grand Theft Auto 5 tells through its missions takes full advantage of all this variety beyond the simple joys of driving and shooting. The days of drive here, find this guy, shoot this guy are behind us. You never know what you're going to end up doing. Even missions that would otherwise be formulaic are imbued with novelty and excitement by the potential to play them from 3 different viewpoints. In this shootout, Trevor's firing RPGs from a rooftop as Michael and Franklin flank the enemy on the ground. And at long last, Rockstar has finally slain one of GTA's most persistent demons, mission checkpointing, ensuring that you'll never have to do a long, tedious drive 6 times if you repeatedly fail a mission ever again. It's the heists, multi-stage, huge-scale events that serve as the story's climactic peaks that show Grand Theft Auto 5 at its most ambitious and accomplished. Usually each offers a choice between a more involved, stealthier approach and a guns-blazing option that will be less tense but more explosively chaotic. All of GTA 5's missions are replayable at any time, letting you relive favourite moments or try out another approach. Sometimes your own approach won't be the way that Rockstar's designers expected, and though Grand Theft Auto 5 is usually very good at bending around you when that happens, there were 1 or 2 occasions where it wasn't prepared for my personal brand of chaos. Most of the time the scripting is good enough to be invisible, but when it's not you really notice it, if only because it's otherwise so seamless. It's worth mentioning that when it comes to sex, drugs, and violence, GTA 5 pushes boundaries much further than ever before.
You shitting me? No.
If the morality police were worried about hot coffee, there's a lot here that will provoke moral hysteria.
Hey Trevor, are we still gonna cook that batch?
Yeah!
It's deliciously subversive and firmly tongue-in-cheek, but once or twice it pushes the boundaries of taste too. There's one particular scene, a torture scene in which you have no choice but to participate, that I found so troubling I had difficulty playing it. Even couched in obvious criticism of the US government's recourse to torture post 9/11, it's a shocking moment that will attract justified controversy. Some other stuff, like the ever-present prostitution and extensive strip club minigames, feel like it's just there because it can be, rather than because it has anything to say. But there's nothing in San Andreas that doesn't serve Rockstar's purpose in creating an exaggerated projection of America that's suffused with crime, violence, and sleaze. Grand Theft Auto 5 is not only a preposterously enjoyable video game, but also an intelligent, wickedly comic, and bitingly relevant commentary on contemporary America. It represents a refinement of everything that GTA 4 brought to the table 5 years ago. It's technically more accomplished in every conceivable way, but it's also tremendously ambitious in its own right. No other world in video games comes close to this in size or scope, and there is sharp intelligence behind its sense of humor and gift for mayhem. It tells a compelling, unpredictable, and provocative story without ever letting it get in the way of your own self-directed adventures through San Andreas. It is one of the very best video games ever made.
GTA 5 screeches into the number 12 spot, but it just couldn't dish out enough unhinged mayhem to unseat our number 11 game, one of the greatest installments of one of the greatest franchises of the greatest hobby of all time, playing video games. That's right, we're talking about Super Mario Bros. 3, the game that finally proved that plumbers can fly. The third installment of the Super Mario Bros. Series exceeded our every hope and wish for it, and we all spent hundreds of blissful afternoons defeating Koopa Kids, rescuing kings, and discovering the myriad secrets strewn across Mushroom World. It was easily one of the best games ever way back in 1990, and 25 years of gaming progress have yet to knock it down. Super Mario Bros. 3 is a textbook example of how to make a perfect video game sequel. It's a mixture of the original's best elements and an almost excessive amount of imaginative new ideas. So much of what we consider so quintessentially Mario, the suits, the booze, the overworld, all actually originated here. It marked a major turning point for Mario and a major turning point for gaming. Now, speaking of turning points, stay tuned through this quick break because IGN's Top 100 Video Games Countdown is about to venture into single digits territory. Be back soon.
Oh boy, we are finally ready to reveal our top 10 greatest video games of all time. Welcome back. You're watching IGN, and I couldn't be happier to help you knock one more off our list of the best 100 games ever. Next up is a deeply thoughtful, engrossing, and entirely unconventional RPG, bursting with memorable characters and unforgettable dialogue, and some substance abuse. Here's Disco Elysium.
Like all good detective stories, what appears simple at first becomes so much more than that in Disco Elysium, and here it gets so much weirder too. It takes the age-old mechanics of tabletop RPGs like Dungeons & Dragons and twists them in strange ways around a macabre tale of violence, poverty, and a society on the brink of collapse. Through sharply written dialogue and an expertly crafted world, it uses some unique game mechanics, such as debating against 24 different sections of your own brain to create an experience that will stay with me for a long time. And somehow, it manages to make all of this fun, and surprisingly often, funny. The premise of Disco Elysium is straightforward. A body has been discovered, hanged from a looming tree in the backyard of a hostel, and it's up to you to work out how it got there over the course of the 30-hour story. Everything that surrounds this core mystery is far from simple, however, not least being that you kick things off with an almighty dose of hangover-induced amnesia. You can't even remember your name, let alone that you're a cop on a murder case. The first decision you have to make when booting up Disco Elysium is what kind of detective you wish to be. Intelligent, sensitive, or bruiser. Each determines the base stats and offer an interesting way to play. For example, open with the intelligent build allows you to instantly decipher that you have woken up in the city of Revachol, as your high encyclopedia skill feeds you that knowledge. Begin with the sensitive option, however, and you'll have no idea where you are and will have to piece together that same information. If that isn't varied enough for you, you can build your own detective from the ground up instead. Your character sheet is made up of 4 distinct pillars: intellect, psych, physique, and motorics. Each of these consists of 6 wonderfully strange skills which bring their own bonuses. Want to command respect from a member of the public? Spend points on authority. How about intimidate a witness? Beef up your physical instrument total. These skills aren't just passive ways of sending you down different paths. Each one is a distinct voice in your detective's head, represented in the dialogue window during conversations. There are as much in-game tips as there are a way to get your progress. The upshot of all this skill management is that Disco Elysium plays like no other video game I've ever seen. Its closest analogue is perhaps the outstanding Divinity Original Sin 2, if you replaced all of its turn-based combat with early-era LucasArts point-and-click scenarios. Puzzle solving comes hand in hand with skill checks, which are interactions based on a combination of a dice roll and your stats. The higher your number for the requisite skill, the higher the percentage you have of rolling successfully. This mechanic is used to resolve everything from conversation options to jumps across ledges and even violence. There is no combat in Disco Elysium, not in the traditional sense anyway. Throwing a punch is a matter of willing your detective to do so, and the consequences are usually verbal rather than physical. Your choice of dialogue is often crucial to solving problems, not only when interacting with others, but with the many voices occupying your mind. It's a truly fun way of dealing with exciting sequences and a welcome breath of fresh air compared to more action-oriented RPGs. Other than increasing your skills, you can also spend points in your thought cabinet, a unique mechanic that turns abstract concepts like communism, memories of favourite flavours, or just mistakenly thinking you're a rock star into a kind of mental inventory. It plays beautifully into the theme that half of the battle in Disco Elysium takes place in your own mind. By internalising a thought unlocked along your travels, you can earn a variety of rewards attached to it. These vary from stat boosts to XP boosts and unique traits. It's a wonderfully odd system, not least because each time you complete a thought, a new stunningly grotesque illustrative painting fills your screen. Society seems a concept long since forgotten in the city of Revachol, the once proud capital of the world you wake up in. Martinez, the district where you'll spend most of your time, is an impoverished hub of anger and discontent, but it's a captivating place to be. It's a beautifully realised depiction of a firmly ugly place. You instantly get a sense of the world you'll spend upwards of 30 hours trawling through. Snow falls softly onto abandoned vehicles, crumbling, neglected architecture haunts the streets, and broken statues commemorating a long-fabled war serve as a reminder of what happened here. The density of a game's world can sometimes feel overwhelming, with maps dominated by icons and large areas of land beckoning to be explored. This is never the case with Disco Elysium. There's lots to do, but it encourages you to take your time and absorb all the information you are being fed at your own pace. Whether you choose to take what you find at face value is for you to decide. You're a detective, after all. Core to this is Disco Elysium's varied cast of characters, and the way their stories intertwine with both your own and that of the world they inhabit. Each new face is accompanied by a gorgeously painted portrait that looks as if it's been stroked onto a canvas by a hopped-up Francis Bacon. Chief among the connections you'll forge is with your partner in crime fighting, Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Kitsuragi's dry humour and analytic mind is brought to life brilliantly in his voice acting, and provides a reassuring tone during tense moments. The same can't be said for all the cast in Disco Elysium, however. It's a real hodgepodge in terms of voice performance at times. Regardless of delivery, the dialogue itself is meticulously written. It's bitingly funny at times, leaning into the darkness of your situation, while also not being afraid to let you know when you've made a stupid mistake. Characters will swing from revolutionary prose calling for the fall of the bourgeoisie into Kafkaesque psychoanalytic ramblings. Disco Elysium is as much an exercise in detective fantasy as it is an evaluation of your own socio-political leanings. There are two main plot lines to the story of Disco Elysium: the murder case you have been sent to Revachol to solve, and a more personal journey as you attempt to piece together your past and find out who you really are. There's little else I can say about the plot without spoiling too much of the mystery. I urge you to discover the tale for yourself. Over the course of its 30 hours, I couldn't stop reading everything I picked up, learning more about the world I was in and the people that were suffering in it. If this seems all a bit much for you though, there's always the option to just give up. Just 15 minutes in, I received my first game over screen after having a meltdown and giving in to the murmurings of my ancient reptilian brain. Yes, Disco Elysium is definitely weird and by no means a feel-good experience, but it's a highly smart one that I can't wait to relive. Disco Elysium is a unique blend of noir detective fiction, traditional pen and paper RPGs, and a large helping of existentialist theory. Its twisting plot, cast of memorable characters, and sheer depth of choice combine to create an experience that begs to be savoured. A few minor gripes aside, it hits on almost every single one of the marks it sets out to achieve, and left me yearning to spend more time in its world.
And with that, we're all the way up to number 9. The number 1 greatest game of all time is almost in sight. Which will it be? We'll find out soon, but in the meantime, IGN's 9th greatest game ever is ready to pounce on us like a head crab. Much like its predecessor, Half-Life 2 forever changed our expectations for what a first-person shooter could be. Its richly imagined world and wonderfully paced gameplay is a delight, never letting up and brimming with invention. The gravity gun is obviously the poster child for Half-Life 2, turning each environment into a tactile playground in which you could create improvised weapons and solve basic but clever physics puzzles. And its importance can't be overstated. But there's an awful lot more to Half-Life 2 than that. We're introduced to Alex Vance, a supporting character with a rare warmth and intelligence. We're transported to an iconic city where Combine barricades loom with grim authority and Striders stalk the streets with an otherworldly menace. We even get to set antlions on our enemies and play fetch with a robot dog. In short, it's a truly memorable piece of game design and a vital link between the original Half-Life and the great strides Valve would go on to make in the VR space.
not to mention with physics games like Portal and Portal 2. Speaking of portals, if you have one that warps you through commercial breaks, now would be the time. IGN's list of the top 100 video games ever will be right back with your number 8.
Yeehaw, giddy up, and howdy, partner. This is IGN's top 100 games of all time ranking, and if you're trying to guess what made number 8, I just gave you a pretty big hint with all that cowboy talk. Even if you're a city slick environment, you gotta recognize the impact and sheer scope of a game like Red Dead Redemption 2. Let's learn more about Rockstar's Western epic.
Bastard shot my cousin! Well, he started. I'm gonna break your neck! Red Dead Redemption 2 is a sprawling western tale of loyalty, conviction, and the price of infamy, all set in Rockstar's most authentic and lived-in open world ever. There are so many things to do, so many people to meet, and so many places to explore. Red Dead Redemption 2 isn't just Rockstar's greatest achievement to date, it's a game so lacking in compromise, it's tough to know where best to start discussing it. So let's start at the beginning. It's 1899 and American outlaws are an endangered species. Dutch Van der Linde and his gang are on the run after a botched heist in the growing town of Blackwater, and they've retreated high into the mountains where an atrocious blizzard is covering their escape. We slip into the spurs of Arthur Morgan, an exceedingly cool and capable outlaw, and settle in for a roughly 60-hour story. It's a self-contained and linear introduction, but it's a clever one. It heightened the impact of having the full map open up to me a few hours later. Being set loose in the true open world after toughing it out in this intentionally oppressive environment really underscores the incredible feeling of freedom the full map offers. And what a world it is! More beautiful, broader, and more varied than the one we explored in 2010's Red Dead Redemption by a massive margin. There are snowy peaks and dank, alligator-infested swamps, thick forests and open plateaus, quaint homesteads and grand plantations, narrow streams and great lakes, dusty gulches and dim caves. There's the muddy livestock town of Valentine with its wooden buildings and rustic charm. And then there's the imposing city of Saint Denis, a grimy and growing metropolis full of modern extravagances like electric trams, paved roads, and Chinese restaurants. The vast assortment of ecosystems and environments seamlessly stitched together here is nothing short of remarkable. The ability of this game to keep itself fresh after so many hours is extraordinary, and not entirely due to just the size and diversity of the world. It's how alive all those places feel. The countryside of Red Dead Redemption 2 is absolutely brimming with wildlife to discover, people to interact with and potentially help, Both of you get your hands up! and places to scrutinize. The more laid-back pace of Red Dead Redemption 2 compared to something like the slightly more breakneck GTA 5 is also a big part of how it encouraged me to slow down and drink in all the world has to offer. Can we get a couple beers, please? Bodies have to be manually looted. Single-action pistols need to be cocked before firing. Coffee needs to be brewed before drinking it. I suspect some folk may regard this sort of stuff as chore-like, but I really dig it. There's something methodical about it that really helps ground Arthur in the world, rather than have him feel like he's gliding through it. I love the deliberate and mechanical process of cycling a new cartridge with a lever-action rifle via a second pull of the fire button. You can even pause for dramatic effect halfway through. Rockstar's designers didn't need to factor that in, but I think they understand that tiny, almost trivial instances of subtle control like this subconsciously seep me into the world as Arthur even more. The main story missions themselves are a cocktail of high-stakes heists, Too goddamn slow! Deadly shootouts, desperate rescues, and thrilling chases, mixed with a lengthy list of other tasks. Many of those function as organic ways to teach us about new side hustles and other activities that can be undertaken, from selling stolen horses to playing poker. Shit. Or fishing. Good to meet you. It all feels great to play. Similar in a lot of ways to its immediate predecessor, but injected with a pile of new animations and multiple layers of interactivity. Shootouts are supremely cinematic thanks to plenty of gun smoke and the same style of on-the-fly, ever-changing death animations that have characterized Rockstar games since GTA 4. Red Dead Redemption 2 is an undeniably pretty game across the board. The lighting is fantastic. The facial animation is a noticeable step up from GTA 5, and the level of granular detail is almost absurd. From the way blood smears on Arthur's shoulder after carrying a kill, to the way individual strands of his majestic mutton chops quiver in the breeze. Remember, this is a game where horse testicles shrink when the weather is cold.
The hell are you doing?
Equally impressive is the audio, from the satisfying metallic crunch of a reload to the twang of a Hollywood-inspired ricochet. Bullets fired on mountaintops ring with cracking echoes. Completely different to the sound of bullets fired indoors. Again, little seems to have been missed, and the music, absolutely outstanding. Red Dead Redemption 2 is Rockstar's most serious and earnest story to date, and certainly the best written.
Only the feeblest of men take jobs in the government.
Watching Dutch's gradual descent from being the charismatic, successful, and clever leader of a gang of deadly outlaws to someone on track to become the cold-blooded and beaten man being hunted down by Marston 12 years later is captivating. We get to watch an incredibly nuanced performance as Dutch's confidence ebbs and his restraint fades.
They are goddamn cowards, Arthur. Cowards.
Excellent too is main man Arthur. Not only is there an infectious authenticity to his low and smooth tone of voice,
This is a very good take.
but when Arthur himself is a far wearier man by the story's climax, his delivery is doubly potent.
I don't know what you're saying, Dutch, but it seems like I've heard it all before.
Combined with strong writing and direction, the result is a game that's sincere instead of satirical, and funny while remaining capable of some supremely well-owned emotional moments, especially throughout the truly excellent crescendo and epilogue. And even after completing the epilogue, I still have a stack of strangers that need helping, gangs that need killing, and fish that need catching. There are 30 different types of fish in this game about cowboys. I've caught 4.
Wow.
Red Dead Redemption 2 stands shoulder to shoulder with Grand Theft Auto 5 as one of the greatest games of modern times. It's a gorgeous depiction of an ugly age that's patient, polished, and a huge amount of fun to play. And it's combined with Rockstar's best storytelling to date. Even after finishing the lengthy story, I can't wait to go back and play more. This is a game of rare quality. A meticulously polished open-world ode to the outlaw era. Looking for one of this generation's very best single-player action experiences? Here's your Huckleberry.
Hey Cowpoke, you know who else has a signature hat? My main man Mario. Mario games are synonymous with fun and innovation, which is why he's featured so much on this list. In at number 7, Mario 64 is perhaps the best example of how Nintendo has used their flagship character to navigate massive changes to what video games can be. It gathered the core elements of Mario's best 2D side-scrolling adventures and worked out how to translate them into a groundbreaking 3D environment. The gameplay was still recognizably Mario. He collected mushrooms, ducked into pipes, and ran and jumped his way to success, but he was forever changed. He could now long jump, triple jump, and backflip. While the underlying challenge remained the same and the locations were reassuringly familiar, that simple shift in perspective took massive work and imagination, and for the players, it changed everything. What's even more impressive is that Mario did not simply enter a new dimension with ease, he did it with a panache that few games unburdened with such technical challenges ever achieve. Mario 64 might look a little blocky now, but it remains bold and brilliant and the first major foray into 3 dimensions for countless gamers. But one thing we can't triple jump over is a commercial break, but don't worry, it's a quick one, and IGN's top 100 video games of all time countdown will continue with our number 6 pick right after this.
Welcome back! This is IGN's 100 Best Games Ever countdown, and we're about to hit up numbers 6, 5, and 4. And at this point in the list, we're pretty much guaranteed a trio of epic proportions. Speaking of trios of epic proportions, our number 6 game is part of one of its own. Mass Effect 2, an absolute stellar achievement in interactive storytelling. Let's dive in.
Mass Effect 2 is a landmark game that fulfills all the promise of its predecessor while taking its own strides forward. BioWare's second act in this trilogy has lived up to all of the hype and then some, delivering intense action, dramatic storytelling, and one of the most personal games ever created. This epic sci-fi role-playing game continues the story of Commander Shepard, a distinguished soldier who knows firsthand of an impending galactic apocalypse and the suicidal steps that must be taken to avert it. It's also a story of love, friendship, and family faced with hopeless odds, of civilization at its tipping point, and of the darkest recesses of humanity brought to the forefront. It's a character-driven tale that continues to get better with each new introduction to this fantastic cast of heroes. And it's all told with that same cinematic style and interactivity that made Mass Effect one of the greatest role-playing games in recent history.
We're trapped. How disquieting.
The Normandy's got guns. Use them.
The Normandy lacks the necessary firepower.
To say that Mass Effect 2 is cinematic and interactive would only begin to explain the presentation. Yes, the innovative conversation wheels back, and so is the excellent direction and outstanding voice acting. They're still so far ahead of the pack. Mass Effect 2 also adds a twist. Provided you've played through the first Mass Effect and haven't erased your save data, the sequel will take all the decisions made there to personalize the story. Add in new choices made in this game, and you have one of the most personal video games ever.
Khaleesa been seen in Al Jelani, Westerland News. I interviewed you 2 years ago when you first became a Spectre.
Now, the main plot won't drastically change, but the overall experience most certainly will. That's why this game will be so much more powerful if you have played the first one. And if you took issue with some of the technical problems Mass Effect suffered from, BioWare was listening. Elevator rides and slow-loading textures are out. Generic side missions and pointless exploration are gone. The menus have been streamlined, as has the inventory and upgrade system. The result is a cleaner feel that allows the look and artistic style of Mass Effect to truly shine. It really is a beautiful game. The gameplay has also seen revisions and improvements. Small tweaks to the controls and combat mechanics deliver something that everyone, both hardcore RPG fans and those bred on action games, can get behind. The combat is intense and thrilling, thanks in no small part to the reworked character classes, which add new skills and offer just in themselves reason to replay the game. The Vanguard seriously kicks ass. It doesn't hurt that BioWare put a new emphasis on exploration, while also removing all of the generic cut-and-paste quest design that so many games suffer from, Mass Effect 1 included. Every major side quest has its own story and unique area to explore. Little extra missions exist only for those willing to explore every bit of this vast galaxy, and new gameplay twists keep all of these quests from growing stale. Technical improvements are great, but it's the role-playing aspects that really make Mass Effect 2 so memorable. The class and skill systems allow you to make Shepard truly your own. But it's through talking to the various galactic citizens and making tough decisions that allows you to shape the game to be yours and yours alone. BioWare truly is approaching that idyllic role-playing experience that's both cinematic and unique to the individual. Everybody that plays Mass Effect 2 will get something a bit different, and that's an incredible achievement. Even with all of the improvements, both technical and artistic, Mass Effect 2 is still not a perfectly polished game. Everything from getting stuck in the environment to sound cutting out to total game crashes do occur, though not often enough to ruin things. The first Mass Effect game was ahead of the curve in so many ways. This sequel continues to push those boundaries while cleaning up nearly all the technical issues and nailing the game mechanics. This is an experience that delivers in every way that matters. Pick any aspect of the game and you can be sure it'll be great. Combat, exploration, storytelling, voice acting, replay value, artistic style, they're all fantastic. It's also one of the most personal games you'll ever play, adapting remarkably to your past actions in Mass Effect 1, as well as the choices you make in this sequel. The only real drawback I should point out is that some of the cooler moments and revelations won't go over as well with you if you haven't played the first in the trilogy, but that is no reason to miss out on this wonderful game. Go buy it, this isn't one you can afford to miss.
Well, thank you for the bonus, cat takes, because now, in the topic of best games of all time, we have to go to Pear's pack pitch for the top 100 games of all time. And this week, Pear will be regaling us with tales of Super Metroid for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System.
I like how I get the no-brainer picks to introduce to the top 100, because like if you ask 10 people what games belong on the top 100, if anybody said not Super Metroid, they'd be fired, of course, immediately. No, it's Super Metroid is such an easy pick, because it's a game that surprised us when it came out because of how it followed up on the original Metroid and how it kind of remixed environments you already knew and reintroduced you and just made it so beautiful and atmospheric on the Super Nintendo. But it's also a game that you can go back today and it's still as fantastic as it was then.
Yeah.
It's a very compact experience. So it's not your sprawling 20-hour, classic Super NES adventure game or modern 100-hour, what have you, open world game. It's a game that you can beat in a few hours, and most people probably beat in 7 to 8 hours. But it's also a game that you can spend much more time in the way it's designed, and it doesn't handhold you. There's no marker to say where to go next. You are cast in this world, and best Nintendo games always open in the rain, right? Like it's just this atmospheric, awesome moment. It's raining and it's quiet and the music isn't doing much. And then you explore this area and then, everything's asleep and slow. And then the whole thing wakes up and it's populated with all these enemies. And as you go deeper and deeper and descend into the, kind of like the layers of hell, the bosses get bigger and the enemies get tougher and, the environment gets more hostile. It's just such a great game because it invites you to mess around with new tools and the new abilities you've found. And sometimes you don't know what the limitations of those abilities are. Like when you, for example, unlock the ability to run really fast, you think you try out what you can do with it. Like, can you smash through walls? Can you outrun this closing door? All of these things that you discover, and you'll find that some of the things that you thought you could do, you can't do yet. And you will need another upgrade to do that. It's just that experimentation and like discovering a new ability. And then like something clicks in your brain where you go, oh my God, now I can do this and open this door or swing across this chasm that I can't before. That's what makes it so special. Now, the sad thing is that because you now have learned the language of Metroid and Super Metroid, some of that is lost today. So when you go back to a game like this and you see a colored door, you know exactly what opens it. And, you understand the language of the game. It's the same with the Legend of Zelda games where when you see a hookshot target, you go, I know exactly what that means, right? Which is why it's so important that these games evolve and that we get new tools in future games. And I think Dread did a really nice job with that. But it's just Super Metroid to this day just remains a classic of graphics, game design, mood, the atmosphere, and just fantastic music and character design throughout.
Yeah.
And so it deserves to be on our list of top 100 games ever made.
And it is on Nintendo Switch Online.
That's right.
And you don't have to pay extra. You just pay the base one and you can play through it right now. Or, I think I've mentioned this little life hack before, you buy the Japanese version on eBay, it's much cheaper than the US version. You get the box, which is superior, and most of the inserts for much, much cheaper. And you just toggle the language because it's actually the same ROM on the US version and the Japanese version, and there's just a language option that you can click. So that's my little life hack there for you to, if you want to play it on original hardware.
Not cheap these days.
No, good
really not
Lord.
one box. But
Kat, you were so patiently quiet during my pear tale, but like I do believe that you like Super Metroid very much, right?
I still think it's the best one in the series, and I think that if you want to pick the platonic ideal of an amazing game, Super Metroid is the best game ever made because it is just it's a miracle of design. It is so perfectly paced, so tight. The world, the world is so gorgeous. It does such a great job with using the Super Nintendo's technology. It does an amazing job with its minimalist storytelling. It revolutionized speedrunning as we know it today. And some of it was a happy accident, I would argue, such as the birth of speedrunning. But its legacy is multi-layered in the way that it created genres, it created categories of games. And it's still wonderful to play today, even in a way that maybe 8 and 16-bit, other 8 and 16-bit games kind of aren't. It is, I think just if I were to pick one game that I said, like, what game shows that the Super Nintendo was truly an awesome console, it's Super Metroid. I love your pointing out that every great Super Nintendo game starts in the rain, which is true, because I remember being blown away by that in like 1993, because that was the detail that separated it from, say, an NES game, right? An NES game couldn't do rain in the same way. You'd be like, oh my God, so atmospheric, so amazing. Listen to that rumble of the thunder and the rain crashing down. It's gorgeous.
Oh, man.
And also, it does such a great job with the nostalgia at the very beginning, because you go into the base from the original Metroid, right? And you're seeing the ruins of everything. It's very spooky. You see the little bugs kind of skittering away. Oh my gosh, they were doing this on a 16-bit game. All of these wonderful little details. Such a good game.
It's that environmental storytelling. The bugs, I love that moment. I love the eye scanning you and the whole thing waking up. It's like it's like the Mines of Moria scene, right? Like, I touched something, and now the drums of war are going to sound. And like, that game just does it so well, not through cutscenes, but just by letting you explore it. And then I will say one more thing. The final boss battle was unique back then, because usually it's a very mechanical affair. And in this game, you get this moment where Samus is beaten, and you worried about what's happening, and then help comes from an unexpected source, right? Like, it's just such a cool holy crap moment at the end of the game, and then you've got the whole escape, and it's so good.
I was saying earlier that A Link to the Past is the best Zelda game. I love that there's a ROM hack that combines Super Metroid and A Link to the Past, and speedrunners play it a lot. It's really, really great. Like, you're just going back and forth between them. It's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. One of the things that I think is kind of lost now, but at the time, Super Metroid sort of felt like the absolute realization of the 16-bit dream. For me personally, at the time, I just remember, all of these things that I wanted from the 8-bit games when I was playing them on NES, that the NES just was incapable of doing. The designers just blew out on the Super NES. The graphics were just, infinitely better. The music was so incredible. The games were just huge, so much bigger. The sprites were bigger. Everything about it was just bigger and better and sharper. And the design, the controls. And so it sort of just felt like, this evolution and the peak of evolution of gaming. It could never get any better than the Super Nintendo.
Showing our age by being like, Nintendo never tops the Super Nintendo.
And I think it's important to see that, like, at the time, that is something that you can't really understand now, was how all of these
kids
16-bit
don't
sequels.
Understand. Just don't
get off my lawn, you damn kids.
The much talked about scene where you use your power bomb to burst the glass pipe, right? Like, that's a moment where we thought we had learned the language of games in the NES days, where you could tell what you could destroy on the screen, what you couldn't, right? Games just kind of messaged everything, and you always said, oh, that's an environmental piece. Like, the environment is just there. You kill the enemies, you don't destroy the environment. And like, then this game let you take out this giant piece of the screen. That was a mind-blowing moment too.
And Metroid Dread does it like 10 times.
Yeah.
You like this scene? We're gonna do it again and again.
Yeah. That is Super Metroid. It is one of the top 100 games of all time. Obviously. I don't think, if you have not played Super Metroid, I think you should play it. And I think you should play it with an open mind, because if you go in saying this is the best game ever, according to everybody I've ever talked to, you're going to only find things wrong with it. So go in there and just be like, I'm going to play this game because I've heard it's real good. And I promise you, you will enjoy it. And you're going to want to play it again, because there are certain things at the end that you have to do. You probably wouldn't know how to do on your first playthrough. So get a guide, go to IGN Wikis. I think we have one of those. I'm sure we do. Last week, we started a new segment where we talk about our top Nintendo games of all time that are on the top 100 games of all time list. And we didn't do it quite exactly correctly, so we've changed it up a little bit. This week, we're starting with our new format where we take turns pitching a game that we believe absolutely must be on IGN's top 100 video games of all time, with the caveat that they are either by Nintendo or were only on a Nintendo console. Pear, I think this is a little bit of a no-brainer, and I will not argue against you. I will cheer you on all the way, but please pitch us your best of all time Nintendo game.
Okay, it is a no-brainer because the game is so freaking amazing, but the reason why I want to bring it up is that it often stands in the shadow of its 3D brethren. Like people never think about putting Breath of the Wild or, Ocarina of Time on top 100 lists, but for today's pair pick, I'm going to pick Link to the Past.
Yeah.
Kamigami no Triforce, the Japanese version. I never played it. I never had the English or American Super Nintendo version. There are three big reasons why Link to the Past deserves to be on a top 100, even if those other Zelda games are there, which of course they would be. Number one is atmosphere. When Link wakes up in his house and he steps out for the first time, like the feel that you get from this world, you don't have a sword, you can't really interact much, but you're kind of being led by this voice, Zelda's voice somewhere, and it's set in the rain. And the atmosphere they pulled off on the Super Famicom, the Super Nintendo, was so amazing and so different from what we got in, Zelda 1 and Zelda 2. Like they really used this kind of atmosphere and the look and the lighting to do something special. Number two is puzzles. This game actually has 4-dimensional puzzles. Not only do you have your standard kind of push block puzzles that you get in all the Zelda games to open doors, this is a 2D game that transposes the world to 3D. There's actually an area in the game where you have to drop something through a hole in the floor so that it goes to the level below, and then you can use that item there. Or there are places where you fall from one urn to the next through the levels to get to hidden areas. It's just so brilliantly realized because it's a game that's laid out in a flat 2D plane, but they play with height in it. And then the fourth dimension, of course, is time. There are places where you go between two time zones and the world is different. There's a hidden thing, like you can see a ledge in one world and you can't get on top to get the heart. So you go to a different time zone where that ledge erosion, of course, doesn't exist, and you can step over and then warp back. And it's so freaking brilliant. And then third is feel. The way the items, the weapons, the tools feel in Link to the Past was just so ahead of its time. Like when you play other Super Nintendo games at the time, nothing felt as good as using the boomerang to stun an enemy or to use the hook shot to rocket across a ravine or a gap, or the way that your sword interacted with different materials and like sprung back or stun things. It's just Link to the Past. It's just one of those games that just comes along once a lifetime. Certainly, we haven't seen a 2D game this good with this kind of viewpoint and atmosphere, except for Super Metroid, which also belongs on the list. And that's it for my pair take.
All right. Kat, would you agree or disagree with Pear's pitch?
I mean, I think it is certainly up there. It has an argument for being the best Zelda game still. It holds up magnificently. And Pear, I just want to piggyback on this. Another reason that it's one of the all-time best is the effect that it's had on the speedrunning community is still very popular. And the remix that has A Link to the Past and Super Metroid, and you're going back and forth between them.
Wait,
and
what?
It's amazing how well they go together. It's like peanut butter and chocolate with Samus and Link. It's wonderful.
Dark Side of the Moon and Wizard of Oz.
Mm-hmm. Oh God, it's so good. We're looking at footage of just beating one of the bosses. Yeah. Just like the way the game communicates, like the boss has a mask and you have to use something to crack that mask before you can damage the boss. And so you use your bombs to do it. It's just, come on, that game is just so freaking cool.
Beautiful.
Wayne, what
too.
about you?
Like still today.
Yeah.
Oh, it's making me want to replay it. Just watching the footage. Yeah, that's actually why I'm being
it's on
quiet.
your Switch.
I'm just like, I gotta.
That is true.
Get back to that. Yeah.
It's perfectly emulated on your Switch too.
Yeah, it's such
unlike everything these days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you either. Link to the Past is one of my favorite games. I remember my friend Nate in high school got it, and I didn't even think he liked video games. He's like, "No, this is something different. This is
classic
the best
Nate
game I've ever played."
And of course, sideburns.
Oh yeah, you got to have the chops.
Oh.
I have
and if you agree with that selection, I think you will appreciate the Death's Door port Switch users because it owes its existence in its entirety to these this era of Link games.
Yeah, I have the Nintendo Power right here, and one of my favorite things about Link to the Past that's not in the game was the comic that I am unable to find right now that they started. It went right.
The manga was so good.
Yeah, and I have the. Oh God, I hope it didn't get ruined when my basement flooded. But I have the collected works of it. It's super good. It's one of the best things that they put.
It features
Seth,
that
you
actor
did say-
whose name you couldn't recall.
Yeah, exactly.
Seth, you did
In that
say that it
magazine
gave
you
us the
can't
best. It gave us the best ad of all time. The Japanese
Also
ad.
true. I wish look up the Super Famicom Link to the Past ad in both Japanese and German. They remade it in German language as well. And the first time I found that, I had dial-up, and I spent like 45 minutes downloading it, and then sent it to my friend who also had download, and then waited 45 minutes for him to respond on AOL Instant Messenger, being like, "Oh my God, this is the greatest thing!" And I said, "Dedo, dedo, 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 dedo." Anyway, I had big plans. I was going to learn the dance and do it at PAX East one year, but
it can still happen.
Not too late. Yeah,
that is true.
Coming back.
That's true. And Boston's only a 3-hour drive.
And an
Down over
NBC PAX
here.
East panel. We just
That's
all do
right.
the dance number.
That's right.
That will just be the panel. It'll just be us dancing for an hour. It's going to be awesome. Come and look for that at PAX East 2022.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, we have just about reached the climax of IGN's top 100 video games of all time, Epic Ultimate Ranking Showdown Countdown. With only 3 games left to reveal, did your favorite game make the cut? What did we get wrong? What did we leave out? Check us out at IGN.com or connect with us on social media and let us know. But be nice about it. Now, without further ado, the top 3, the figurative summit of Mount Gamesmore. First, up at number 3 is a game that took everything great about its predecessor and improved it in every way in terms of innovation, storytelling technique, and the player's relationship to the game's big bad. Here comes Portal 2, not to mention your top 2 video games of all time. Let's finish this thing.
The original Portal introduced GLaDOS, the murderous robotic operator of Aperture Science, one of the most memorable and funniest video game villains around. It introduced the Portal Gun, a weapon that could shoot out 2 linked holes that let you and objects you carried pass through walls to solve spatial reasoning challenges. It was a puzzle game that felt a little like a first-person shooter. It was brief, but unforgettable. Portal 2 makes the original look like the prototype it was. The cast of characters is expanded, the story more substantial, the challenges bigger, and the payoff more rewarding. It's a brilliantly designed game with outstanding, hilarious writing, brought to life with some of the best voice acting you'll hear in video games. Stephen Merchant steals the show as Wheatley, a bumbling robot. Ellen McLean is charmingly evil as GLaDOS, and J.K. Simmons turns in a solid performance as Aperture boss Cave Johnson.
There's 1,000 tests performed every day here in our enrichment spheres.
There are plenty of story twists and surprising character developments in Portal 2 to keep you entertained. Even when the tension sags during Portal 2's second act, it's still miles better than what's found in most linear first-person games.
Tell them as far as you know, the last time you checked, everyone looked pretty much alive. Alright? Not dead.
The visuals in Portal 2 aren't going to blow you away, but there's such an unmistakable style crafted into every facet of the Aperture Science facility and its twisted residents that it's difficult not to appreciate everything you see. This is Valve's source engine, which has been in operation since the days of Half-Life 2, and it still looks surprisingly good in Portal 2 considering its age, especially the way Valve utilizes effects to give the world a better sense of character. Aperture Science is in a state of disrepair at the start. It's rusted and falling apart and overgrown with vegetation. When GLaDOS wakes up, you see her struggle to put the place back together. Panels and walls scramble back into place when you open test chamber doors, like you walked in on them with their pants down. And later on, once things start to go nuts, Valve finds plenty of creative ways to keep the content new and surprising, from the evolution of the turrets to the styles of the test chambers. Valve outdoes all the puzzle designs in the original with a greatly expanded set of mechanics. You've still got your gun, and speed is still maintained as you jump from one portal to another. That means if you're hurtling towards the floor and pop a portal just before you hit it, you come out the other side like a bullet. Many puzzles still require you find cubes and transport them to buttons to open doors, But when Valve mixes in light bridges, gels, tractor beams, jump pads, and lens blocks, it's not hard to imagine how hard the challenges can get. The most impressive part is despite how much opportunity there is for Valve to make a game so complicated nobody can play it, the puzzles in Portal 2 never feel unfair. Valve manages to strike a near impossible balance of difficulty that feels challenging without feeling frustrating. Reaching a solution, whether you're realigning light bridges, coating walls with bouncy gel, or repositioning portals quickly while in midair, is always satisfying. Basically, Portal 2 lets you have fun while making you feel smart. After the single-player mode's done, there's the cooperative play, which is even better, continuing the story from the end of the single-player mode. It forces 2 players to think and work together, playing as 2 robots, each armed with portal guns. That means there's 4 portals to play around with, something Valve takes full advantage of to create mind-bending but never frustrating challenges. It's such a successful co-op mode because of the high level of dependence on your partner to solve challenges. If you're acting like an asocial jerk and standing in the corner not contributing, there's no way to advance. You have to talk and contribute to win. Valve does a great job of providing a suite of helpful tools to let you get the job done, like visual cues for placing portals, as well as goofy ways to celebrate.
Let there be light. That's, God. It's quoting God.
Oh, look at that! Turning. Ominous. With unmatched wit and brilliantly designed puzzles, Valve's Portal 2 is a game everyone should play. The writing is consistently funny, the character development's unexpected, and the gameplay immensely satisfying without becoming frustrating. Whether playing alone or with a friend in co-op, there's hardly ever a dull moment. Portal 2 challenges the creative part of your brain without failing to entertain, which is the most admirable quality there is.
Have something, I could start a news conversation, but I'm not going to. So instead, I'm just going to say my first Mario game was Super Mario World. So I don't know if that is maybe the best, but it's probably my personal favorite. I actually really like Super Mario Bros. 2, even though it's not technically the second one, but those 2 I think are my favorite Mario games that I've played.
I've said it many times on this podcast, but I think that Super Mario World is the only game ever made that's actually a perfect game. I think it's a perfect video game.
It really is incredible. I was thinking that the other day too. I was playing, digging into some co-op games with my daughter, and like just thinking about how Super Mario World has aged, like how perfectly it has aged. You're talking about Mario 64 and the game struggling with the camera and how it's kind of tough to play this game today. Like Mario World does not have any of these issues. Like,
and it never will. Like,
it's just so timeless. Look wise too, it's so good. Like,
I don't know.
Some people may complain about the slipperiness of the controls are a little slippery. You have to get used to that, but
I don't know what retrospectives have been done on Super Mario World, but gosh, in a perfect world, in a non-COVID world, and a world where I spoke fluent Japanese, which is I don't speak a word, man, I would love to just go and speak to that entire development team about the development of that game. And they were making the launch game, the killer app, the pack-in game, which of course we don't have anymore really, the pack-in game for the next generation Nintendo. Like it would be so much fun to sit down and get inside the minds of those people that made that game.
There's a little bit of that in the, there's a documentary that I think some of us have already seen, the Console Wars documentary that's going to be on Hulu, I think, right? Based on the book. And that one has a lot of the back and forth in it between, the 2 system apps, like the killer apps, Mario versus Sonic. I think most of the interviews are from the US side of the business. So you're getting classic NOA people, because Nintendo's Japanese designers are a little elusive. It's tough.
Right, that's part of the problem. Yeah. That's why it'd be so great to sit down with these people. They tend to not do that on the Japanese development side of things.
I totally agree. Like if you go back to that game now, like if you have never played Super Mario World, you really got it. It's like just the simple concept of a character riding another, like riding a horse, in this case Yoshi, like that mechanic and how it works and how it feels, and the fact that you can jump off him and use it to get higher. Like there's so much nuance to the game design. It's really incredible still.
Right at the outset, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild gives you a handful of tools before setting you loose in a vast, gorgeous, and open-ended adventure of survival. After completing the story 50 hours later, I've still got plenty of mysteries to track down and lots of wonderfully crafted puzzles to solve. I'm in awe. The wide open world of Hyrule is the main character in Breath of the Wild. Not only is it vast and beautiful, but it runs by surprisingly realistic rules. Trees bear fruit, grassy fields can be set ablaze, and even enemies and animals behave in a believable manner. If you think something should work, it usually does, and that led me to all kinds of fun and hilarious experimentation. There's not a lot of crafting, but I spent many hours figuring out the best ways to cook stat-boosting meals. Every piece of this sandbox feels meticulously thought out, bold, and ambitious. But what elevates Breath of the Wild above its open-world contemporaries is its sheer freedom, both in its non-linear questing structure and in your ability to climb almost any surface and travel in any direction. If you can see it, chances are you can reach it, and figuring out how to get there is often a satisfying puzzle in itself. The fun doesn't stop when you reach the top of these marvelous vistas either, because you can paraglide back into the world below, and as you improve Link's skills, you can reach even more of these incredibly varied locations. But the world is always more powerful, and events like rain and thunderstorms are a reminder that you are still at the mercy of the elements. On the flip side, Breath of the Wild's skillful combat is as approachable as it is deep. Link can work over his foes using swords, spears, and axes he finds in the dangerous world. They'll wear down and eventually break, which fits perfectly with the survival angle. And no matter how prepared you think you are, you can still run into enemies that can slay you in one hit. My favorite bosses are grueling gauntlets that involve using your Sheikah Slate, a powerful tool that gives you abilities like picking up metal objects or creating bombs. Yet there are still pockets of serenity and beauty spread throughout the gorgeous landscape. In these moments, subtle music cues match the tempo of my adventure, swaying between playful piano melodies and ambient sounds of wildlife. Breath of the Wild's anime-inspired art style is colorful and remarkably lively, and the brief frame rate hiccups and pop-in that show up from time to time never significantly soured my gameplay. The main quest puts Link on a journey to reclaim his memories of Princess Zelda after an apocalyptic event left Hyrule in ruins. It took me roughly 40 hours to slay the final boss and piece together what happened 100 years ago. While most Zelda games are rooted in heavy tradition, this coming-of-age story is anything but, and has plenty of charming characters and surprises to reveal. It's amazing that it works so well while letting you tackle its dungeons in any order you want. Hundreds of NPC-driven side quests and puzzle shrines pepper the landscape, and there's even more to discover hidden behind vague clues. The fetch questy ones aren't as interesting as the bona fide rabbit holes of The Witcher 3, but they still introduce you to interesting characters that dole out helpful info, meals, and materials. Puzzle shrines offer their own useful rewards in the form of materials and handy weapon upgrades. These shrines involve a short, inventive puzzle room where you're presented with a few clues and have to experiment in order to solve them, except for a handful which use motion control puzzles that don't quite feel sharp enough. Still, the techniques you learn become essential training for Breath of the Wild's excellent dungeons. These daunting and massive logic puzzles demand you look at all the moving pieces in order to solve them, and they all fit together in a neatly satisfying way. But there are even more cryptic challenges hidden throughout Hyrule. I estimate it would take over 100 hours to solve every side quest, puzzle, and collectible. It is truly a massive game to tackle. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is a masterclass in open-world design, and a watershed game that reinvents a 30-year-old franchise. It presents a wonderful sandbox of mystery, dangling dozens upon dozens of tantalizing things in front of you, just begging to be explored. I spent more than 50 hours searching the far reaches of Hyrule, and I still managed to come across things I haven't seen before. I'll easily spend 50 more tracking down its fascinating moments.
Believe it or not, that just about does it for IGN's Top 100 Games of All Time countdown. It's with a wild breath of relief that we retire to bask in the glow of our ultimate winner and all-time champion, Zelda, or Link, depending on whether you think of it as the game winning or the character winning, I guess.
Either way, now's the time to reflect, ponder, and figure out exactly where our ranking went totally wrong, how you'd change it, and why you were a much smarter, more sophisticated gamer than the team at IGN that assembled this list. We had nothing to do with it, it was other people.
We just read the words. Thanks for watching and keep on gaming. For all things games and entertainment, you're already in the right place, IGN.